Ch001 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 001. Chapter 1 Shanghai. Humph, you're already 60, what else can I expect from you? And you're the one who initiated the divorce. Isn't it just 800,000 yuan of your money? After all, you're still his stepfather. What's wrong with your son using some of your money to invest in stocks? Divorce me if you want. I wonder how you're going to survive in Shanghai on a pension of 3,000 yuan a month. Are you going to go find your biological daughter? Do you have the nerve to do that? My ex-wife Yemei is still chattering away. Yemei's biological son, Ye Jingkai, who is also Chen Shu's stepson, watched from the side without saying a word. Chen Shu, with his white hair, was packing up his belongings in the house with quick and skillful movements. He has long lost any feelings for this family. 20 years ago, he was divorced with a daughter and met his widowed college classmate Yemei, who had a son, and the two got together. At the beginning, the two of them had a tacit understanding in life. However, as they settled down in Shanghai, Yemei was surrounded by some rich ladies in Shanghai, and her mentality changed. She began to dislike Chen Shu for not making much money. I completely forgot that the down payment for the house Ye Jingkai bought for marriage 10 years ago was earned by him. Yemei, who despises the poor and loves the rich, has been complaining about Chen Shu's low income in recent years, and Chen Shu has long been unable to stand it. Until yesterday, I found out that all my savings of these years 800,000 yuan were transferred by Yemei to Ye Jingkai to invest in stocks. Even dogs would dislike Ye Jingkai's stock trading skills. It turns out that Ye Jingkai had a Mercedes at home for work to show off. Since he quit his job to trade stocks full-time, it has become an Emma electric car. So Chen Shu has given up now. What he needs to do is to completely cut off ties with this mother and daughter. In the last year of his life, he didn't want to struggle with a slow death in this family quagmire. That's right. His heart disease has reached the late stage and the only way to survive is to have a heart transplant. Let's not even talk about whether there is a suitable heart. Even if there is, would Yemei and Ye Jingkai be willing to spend more than 1 million yuan to give him a heart transplant? So in the last moments, Chen Shu decided to enjoy his life and do some things that he had wanted to do but had not done before. He didn't want to have any regrets at the last moment of his life. He plans to enjoy life. After closing the door, Chen Shu could still hear Yemei's chattering. Finally free. I've been hearing this sound for 20 years, and now I don't have to hear it anymore. I've been such a loser in my life. Both of my marriages ended in failure. Now I can enjoy life. Maybe one day I'll suddenly die of a heart attack on the side of the road, and no one will collect my body, but I'm already dead, so why should I care about these things after I die? At 60, one's ears become obedient. Confucius was right. Everything else doesn't matter anymore. Others are others, and I am myself. This time, I'll treat the rest of my life as a game and live for myself. Chen Shu had never felt so relaxed. After getting out of the elevator, Chen Shu enjoyed the scorching summer sun shining on his arms. A breeze blew by. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seeing through life and understanding the true meaning of life. Life is like a play. The game of life system is officially activated. Chen Shu shook his head. Are you hallucinating again? Since he was diagnosed with heart disease, he worked as a security guard for 2 years, often working night shifts. His hearing became worse and worse, and his health became worse and worse. Are your eyes blurry too? Chen Shu looked at a lot of words that seemed to appear floating in the air in front of him. Like a screen. The system has been activated. The daily game life experience bonus of 10,000 yuan has been received. Do you want to withdraw it? Whether? Chen Shu confirmed again that it didn't seem to be an illusion. System? Is this the system from online novels? Chen Shu muttered. He understands the system. When I get bored on duty at the community gate at night, I like to use Lao Liu's phone to listen to online novels with multiple female protagonists. Men stay young until they die. The same goes for 60. But I never thought that one day I would have my own system like the protagonist in the online novel. With excitement, Chen Shu clicked on the screen. Soon I felt the old man's cell phone vibrating in his trouser pocket. In order to save money, Chen Shu did not buy a smartphone, but only used a bulky old-fashioned phone. ICBC, your savings card account with the last digit 4933 had RMB 10,000 credited at 1652 on May 31 balance, RMB 13,009.6. It's true. Chen Shu looked at the real text message. At this moment he felt his life had changed. It's just that I only have 1 year left, so I'll just live happily this year. Do I have 10,000 yuan coming into my account every day? Yes, host, as long as you maintain a mindset of playing games, the system will continue to run and automatically distribute 10,000 trial gold at 24 hours every day. As the host completes more game life tasks, the check-in amount will automatically increase. Chen Shu's face lit up with joy. What is the game life mission? Tasks are randomly activated and completed, including but not limited to, indulging one's desires, within the law, making up for regrets, doing things in a cool way, etc. As long as they are considered life events in the game, you can get random rewards. Chen Shu was very excited, causing his heart to beat a little faster. The doctor said that he couldn't get too excited, otherwise he would easily faint. After holding his heart for a while, Chen Shu felt better. Even though the system was started at the end of life. But since I have already let it go, I naturally won't care so much. In that case, let's just take the time we have. Money can't be brought into this world and can't be taken away from this world. From this moment on, let's just experience life to the fullest. Chen Shu said to himself. Ding! The host's mentality has changed to a relieved state regarding the remaining time in life. This is considered an open-minded event and will receive a reward of 99,999 yuan. The current withdrawable balance is 99,999 yuan. Is this possible? Chen Shu smiled. The system really wants to help me play the game of life. A change in mindset can reward you with nearly 100,000 yuan. After direct withdrawal, Chen Shu's bank card balance reached more than 110,000. You know, since I was 20 years old, during my 2 marriages, the balance in my bank card has never exceeded 10,000. Basically, every month's salary is handed over or used to supplement the family expenses. I have no pocket money at all and I only smoke Laquan cigarettes. It's so painful. Now, he can enjoy the rest of his life without anyone asking him not to do this or that. Cool. Chen Shu dragged his suitcase and planned his future life. At this time, the old cell phone rang. Brother Chen, why haven't you come yet? I've clocked in for you, and the captain will be here soon. If he finds you, you're done. Post views, 143. CH002 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Chapter 1 Shanghai. Humph, you're already 60, what else can I expect from you? And you're the one who initiated the divorce. Isn't it just 800,000 yuan of your money? After all, you're still his stepfather. What's wrong with your son using some of your money to invest in stocks? Divorce me if you want. I wonder how you're going to survive in Shanghai on a pension of 3,000 yuan a month. Are you going to go find your biological daughter? Do you have the nerve to do that? My ex-wife Ye Mei is still chattering away. Ye Mei's biological son, Ye Jingkai, who is also Chen Shu's stepson, watched from the side without saying a word. Chen Shu, with his white hair, was packing up his belongings in the house with quick and skillful movements. He has long lost any feelings for this family. 20 years ago, he was divorced with a daughter and met his widowed college classmate Ye Mei, who had a son, and the two got together. At the beginning, the two of them had a tacit understanding in life. However, as they settled down in Shanghai, Ye was surrounded by some rich ladies in Shanghai, and her mentality changed. She began to dislike Chen Shu for not making much money. I completely forgot that the down payment for the house Ye Jingkai bought for marriage 10 years ago was earned by him. Ye, who despises the poor and loves the rich, has been complaining about Chen Shu's low income in recent years, and Chen Shu has long been unable to stand it. Until yesterday, I found out that all my savings of these years 800,000 yuan were transferred by Ye to Ye Jingkai to invest in stocks. Even dogs would dislike Ye Jingkai's stock trading skills. It turns out that Ye Jingkai had a Mercedes at home for work to show off. Since he quit his job to trade stocks full-time, it has become an Emma electric car. So Chen Shu has given up now. What he needs to do is to completely cut off ties with this mother and daughter. In the last year of his life, he didn't want to struggle with a slow death in this family quagmire. That's right. His heart disease has reached the late stage and the only way to survive is to have a heart transplant. Let's not even talk about whether there is a suitable heart. Even if there is, would Ye and Ye Jingkai be willing to spend more than 1 million yuan to give him a heart transplant? So in the last moments, Chen Shu decided to enjoy his life and do some things that he had wanted to do but had not done before. He didn't want to have any regrets at the last moment of his life. He plans to enjoy life. After closing the door, Chen Shu could still hear Ye's chattering. Finally free. I've been hearing this sound for 20 years, and now I don't have to hear it anymore. I've been such a loser in my life. Both of my marriages ended in failure. Now I can enjoy life. Maybe one day I'll suddenly die of a heart attack on the side of the road, and no one will collect my body, but I'm already dead, so why should I care about these things after I die? At 60, one's ears become obedient. Confucius was right. Everything else doesn't matter anymore. Others are others, and I am myself. This time, I'll treat the rest of my life as a game and live for myself. Chen Shu had never felt so relaxed. After getting out of the elevator, Chen Shu enjoyed the scorching summer sun shining on his arms. A breeze blew by. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seeing through life and understanding the true meaning of life. Life is like a play. The game of life system is officially activated. Chen Shu shook his head. Are you hallucinating again? Since he was diagnosed with heart disease, he worked as a security guard for 2 years, often working night shifts. His hearing became worse and worse, and his health became worse and worse. Are your eyes blurry too? Chen Shu looked at a lot of words that seemed to appear floating in the air in front of him. Like a screen. The system has been activated. The daily game life experience bonus of 10,000 yuan has been received. Do you want to withdraw it? Whether? Chen Shu confirmed again that it didn't seem to be an illusion. System? Is this the system from online novels? Chen Shu muttered. He understands the system. When I get bored on duty at the community gate at night, I like to use Lao Liu's phone to listen to online novels with multiple female protagonists. Men stay young until they die. The same goes for 60. But I never thought that one day I would have my own system like the protagonist in the online novel. With excitement, Chen Shu clicked on the screen. Soon I felt the old man's cell phone vibrating in his trouser pocket. In order to save money, Chen Shu did not buy a smartphone, but only used a bulky old-fashioned phone. ICBC, your savings card account with the last digit 4933 had RMB 10,000 credited at 1652 on May 31. Balance, RMB 13,009.6. It's true. Chen Shu looked at the real text message. At this moment he felt his life had changed. It's just that I only have 1 year left, so I'll just live happily this year. Do I have 10,000 yuan coming into my account every day? Yes, host, as long as you maintain a mindset of playing games, the system will continue to run and automatically distribute 10,000 trial gold at 24 hours every day. As the host completes more game life tasks, the check-in amount will automatically increase. Chen Shu's face lit up with joy. What is the game life mission? Tasks are randomly activated and completed, including but not limited to, indulging one's desires, within the law, making up for regrets, doing things in a cool way, etc. As long as they are considered life events in the game, you can get random rewards. Chen Shu was very excited, causing his heart to beat a little faster. The doctor said that he couldn't get too excited, otherwise he would easily faint. After holding his heart for a while, Chen Shu felt better. Even though the system was started at the end of life. But since I have already let it go, I naturally won't care so much. In that case, let's just take the time we have. Money can't be brought into this world and can't be taken away from this world. From this moment on, let's just experience life to the fullest. Chen Shu said to himself. Ding! The host's mentality has changed to a relieved state regarding the remaining time in life. This is considered an open-minded event and will receive a reward of 99,999 yuan. The current withdrawable balance is 99,999 yuan. Is this possible? Chen Shu smiled. The system really wants to help me play the game of life. A change in mindset can reward you with nearly 100,000 yuan. After direct withdrawal, Chen Shu's bank card balance reached more than 110,000. You know, since I was 20 years old, during my 2 marriages, the balance in my bank card has never exceeded 10,000. Basically, every month's salary is handed over or used to supplement the family expenses. I have no pocket money at all and I only smoke Laquan cigarettes. It's so painful. Now, he can enjoy the rest of his life without anyone asking him not to do this or that. Cool. Chen Shu dragged his suitcase and planned his future life. At this time, the old cell phone rang. Brother Chen, why haven't you come yet? I've clocked in for you, and the captain will be here soon. If he finds you, you're done. Post views, 113. CH003 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Chapter 2 Chen Shu used to be an editor of the Shanghai Daily. However, under the impact of the internet boom, the industry is declining and faces a survival crisis after the age of 50. He was not a native of Shanghai and had no connections in the newspaper, so he was naturally one of the first unlucky people to be laid off. Although he received a monthly pension of 3,000 yuan, it was not enough in Shanghai, not to mention the need to supplement the family income every day, so he had no choice but to work as a security guard. Security work involves 15 days of day shifts and 15 days of night shifts, with a salary of 2,800 yuan, including food but not accommodation. Although the salary is low, there are still many people in Shanghai who are scrambling to get a job there. Most of them are elderly people similar to Chen Shu. In the past, he would rush to work for fear of losing his job. But he is not in a hurry now. Take the bus slowly here. He wanted to take a taxi, but he had no cash on him and couldn't pay with his old phone. Chen Shu now understands why those literati say that marriage is a besieged city. It makes so much sense. When he arrived at the gate of Xingkan International Community, he saw Lao Lu, who was urging him on the phone, standing at the door and waving to him anxiously. The two men are about the same age and work as security guards here at the same time, so they have a good relationship. Brother Chen, why are you dragging a suitcase here? Lu Keibo asked curiously. Chen Shu said, I'm leaving the house. Lu Keibo? What? Bro, what are you doing? Chen Shu said lightly, divorced. Lu Keibo said nothing, but just patted Chen Shu on the shoulder. He understood Chen Shu's situation. In fact, the two people's situations were similar. Or it could be said that Lu Keibo is worse off than Chen Shu. The two men are the same age. Chen Shu has only one biological daughter, while Liu Keibo's 3 sons are madly relying on their parents for support. Until now, Liu Keibo is still a dishonest person because he was cheated by his 3rd son and cannot even take the high-speed rail. When people reach this age, they won't ask too many questions. Liu Keibo didn't say anything and Chen Shu didn't explain. Lao Lu said, "Go change your clothes. After work tonight, let's go have a drink, brother Chen." Chen Shu nodded and said, "I can drink a little, but I won't be going to work. I'm going to resign." Old Lu was surprised and said, "What? Brother Chen, don't let it get to you. If you don't work, how are you going to make a living? Oh, you have a pension, but it doesn't seem to be much. Don't you have to buy over 2,000 yuan worth of heart medicine every month?" It sounds miserable, but in fact, because Lao Lu is a person of bad credit, as soon as the pension is received, he will use it to repay the debt, which makes him even worse off than Chen Shu. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Don't worry, you won't starve to death." Old Lu doesn't know his current situation. As long as Chen Shu is carefree and happy, he can make money. After saying that, Chen Shu put the suitcase at the gate, went to the property center, and entered the manager's office. As you enter the office, you can smell a faint scent of perfume, which is very pleasant. Chen Shu felt more relaxed. Whenever I came here before, I was usually a little nervous because the property manager was a beautiful woman in her 30s, about the same age as Chen Shu's daughter. Chen Shu used to be a bit dull and would not speak when he met a pretty woman. But now the mentality is different. With only 1 year left to live, and with everything he had to do to get out of the house, and the system helping him, and the buff maxed out, Chen Shu was fearless. Kong Fang was looking at the report of the property center. When she looked up, she saw Chen Shu staring at her. "Old Chen, what's wrong? Payday is not until the day after tomorrow." The voice is mellow and sweet. At this time, Kong Fang had long hair draped over her shoulders, her neck was snow white, she was wearing a white women's shirt on her upper body, and her straight long legs extended from under her black professional skirt on her lower body. She is very popular in the property management center. Not only does she look good, she also has a good temper, is beautiful and kind-hearted. She takes good care of the old security guards and cleaners. She also has many suitors, including owners of the community. You have to know that the owners of this community in Shanghai are worth at least millions, and those worth hundreds of thousands are considered low-class people. But Chen Shu had no other thoughts, just pure appreciation. The age gap between the two people is a bit too big. Of course, even if there is no difference, Chen Shu is still not strong enough with his 60-year-old body. Chen Shu said calmly, "Manager Kong, I'm here to resign." Kong Fang was surprised and asked, "What happened? If you have any questions, you can tell me and I will handle it." Kong Fang is usually very nice to him. Every time there was a festival, Old Chen and the older property staff would get double the amount of rice, flour, and oil distributed. Chen Shu said, "It's nothing. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I got divorced yesterday. My coronary heart disease is in the late stage. The doctor said I only have a year to live. I want to use this year to live a good life and stop working. I'm tired. I don't want to have too many regrets in my life." Kong Fang's eyes froze. She stood up, her chest heaving, her voice choked with sobs. "Old Chen, you." Chen Shu laughed heartily and said, "No need to comfort me, Manager Kong. Thank you for your care over the past 2 years. I'd like to treat you to a meal in a couple of days. I'll also treat Lao Lu and the young people at the front desk. You've taken great care of us over the past 2 years." Under the leadership of Kong Fang, the property management team is very united and loving, and Chen Shu has received a lot of care. Kong Fang hesitated for a moment, but when she thought about the fact that Chen Shu's days were numbered, she felt a little sorry for him. What's more, they are divorced. She knew that Chen Shu had only one biological daughter in his hometown, but their relationship didn't seem to be very good. It is also clear that Chen Shu is very responsible at work and is a very responsible old man. And judging from his facial features, it can be inferred that Chen Shu must have been a handsome man when he was young. He used to work in the editorial department of Shanghai Daily, so he must be a talented and handsome guy. Unfortunately, due to his bad luck in life, he was dragged down by 2 marriages. Kong Fang couldn't bear to refuse. So she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll transfer the rest of your salary to your card now. It counts as full attendance this month, and you have to treat me to a nice meal." Chen Shu smiled and said, "Of course." He had already made plans. Since the system encourages him to play games with his life, he will naturally choose the top restaurant in Shanghai and enjoy himself. Wait for Chen Shu to walk out of the office. Kong Fang smoothed her playful hair across her forehead. "Why do I feel like old Chen looks at me differently? Is he much bolder than before? It's a pity that he is too old. If he was 30 years younger, or even 20 years younger, Kong Fang would still be very happy to be stared at by a handsome guy. Maybe it's because of a different mindset. Someone only has a year left to live, so naturally their mindset is different. Poor old Chen." Chen Shu received a system reminder as soon as he walked out of the property center. Ding! The host showed his bold and natural side to the woman, not hiding his admiration, and abandoning his timid, dull, and cowardly temperament. Life should be open-minded and unrestrained. Reward: a bottle of youth potion. After taking it, your body age can be regressed by 5 years. Chen Shu looked surprised. I believe everyone who has aged understands this feeling. Life is like a fleeting moment. People in their 20s want to go back to when they were 18. People in their 30s want to go back to their 20s when they first entered society. People in their 40s want to go back to the time before they got married. Every age has its own understanding of life, and everyone wants to find their past self. But that's impossible. It's just like it's impossible for a person to have both youth and the understanding of youth at the same time. However, now Chen Shu can do it. Even though my physical age has only become 5 years younger, as I slowly play around with life in the future, won't such a reward be small? Chen Shu suddenly felt an inexplicable power in his body, and he felt that his originally sick heart seemed to be beating much stronger. Post Views, 119. CH004 Divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 3 Chen Shu now has the understanding of a 60-year-old but the body of a 55-year-old. He clearly saw in the mirror that the wrinkles on his face were fewer. But if you don't look closely, you can't see the changes. The face of a 55-year-old is not much different from that of a 60-year-old. I'm afraid only those who sleep with you day and night can observe it. But now Chen Shu is alone. Back to the gate. Old Lu stared at Chen Shu, looking left and right. Something's wrong, brother Chen. He looks a little different. Chen Shu smiled and said, "What's the difference?" Old Lu said, "I can't tell. She seems to be in better spirits, and the bags under her eyes aren't as noticeable. Could divorce make people look younger?" Chen Shu joked, "Why don't you get divorced too?" Old Lu immediately shook his head. "Brother Chen, you know my family's situation. If I ask for a divorce, will that tigress at home let me go? I'm not that brave. I wouldn't dare to go through the same trouble as you." Chen Shu nodded to show his understanding. He used to be the same. In fact, if the divorce had been filed a dozen years earlier, it might have been better for everyone. It was just because of the so-called responsibility that I waited until I couldn't bear it anymore before saying those words. Old Lu asked, "Are you really quitting?" Chen Shu nodded, "Of course, Manager Kong is very quick. This month's salary has already been deposited into my card. After all, he is 60 years old. The security guards here don't even have a formal contract. Basically, they can leave by just saying a word, and there is no need for any resignation procedures. Old Lu felt a little sorry. He and Chen Shu had been partners for a long time, and both of them were really reluctant to part. Brother Chen is a pretty good person. Lao Lu asked, Brother Chen, where are you going next? Chen Shu said, I plan to find a place to live first. After the divorce, I don't even have a place to live. Then, I will enjoy life. Old Lu was originally quite envious of Chen Shu's current life as a single and free man, but when he heard that he didn't even have a place to live, his envy suddenly stopped. The cost of divorce at their age is too high and no one can accept it. Not to mention enjoying life. This is Shanghai. How can you enjoy life without money? After resigning, Chen Shu's mood gradually calmed down. He has been a slave all his life and started working since he graduated from high school. After being laid off, he seamlessly transitioned back to being a security guard and started working as soon as he opened his eyes every day. I'm used to working like a slave, and now I suddenly don't have to go to work. I feel a little uncomfortable. Am I really born with the holy body for working? Chen Shu said self-deprecatingly. Old Lu walked Chen Shu to the gate of the residential complex. Brother Chen, where are you planning to live? The rent in Shanghai is quite high right now. The most affordable is in the suburbs where I live, around 100 yuan a night. Chen Shu smiled and said, I plan to find a house in the community across the street. My current house is too small, and I want to move to a bigger one with a river view. I've lived in Shanghai for 20 or 30 years, but I've never really appreciated this city. Old Lu was stunned. Why does Brother Chen's tone of voice change now? Admiring Shanghai? Is it the residential area opposite? Is that something we ordinary people can think of? Although the residential complex opposite them was only across the street, it was the top residential complex in Shanghai Riverside Arc de Triomphe. Every day when they go to work, they can see countless luxury cars coming and going in the community across the street. I feel longing. But yearning is not a fantasy. Old Lu said, Brother Chen, your attitude is getting better and better. You even dare to make such a joke. Do you know how much the house across the street costs? It costs 70,000 or 80,000 yuan to rent a month. If you buy it, it will cost tens of millions. It's more valuable than both of our lives. Chen Shu smiled but said nothing. He knew Old Lu wouldn't believe him, so he just waved his hand and said, I'm leaving now. I'll book a place to have dinner with everyone in a couple of days and call you to let you know. Old Lu shrugged, turned around and returned to his post. Brother Chen left, but he still had to guard the community gate, and he would have no one to patrol the community with from now on. After Chen Shu said goodbye to Lao Lu, he felt a dull taste in his mouth and needed a cigarette to save himself. Come to the convenience store on the street. Give me Bao, Li, Zonghua, the soft one. Chen Shu knew that one should not be too vain. But with his current mindset, he felt that since he could spend 80 yuan to please himself, was there anything else in the world that was so cost-effective? Hey, Lao Chen, you've exceeded your spending limit today. The convenience store owner joked. Chen Shu said, I'm happy today. The boss nodded and said, you look so energetic today. You're 60 but you look 50. You're getting younger and younger. Thank you. Took a cigarette. As Chen Shu walked out of the convenience store, he heard the voice in his head. The host bought a box of Zonghua cigarettes that he had never bought before, making up for a small regret in his life, and received a reward, 8,000 yuan. Chen Shu's face lit up with joy. Is there a reward for this too? Very reasonable. He has been wanting to smoke this soft Zonghua cigarette for a long time. The last time he smoked it was last year when a homeowner in the community got married and gave a box to the gatekeeper. Based on the system's rewards, Chen Shu finally understood that the system rewards him based on the emotional value of what he does. The smaller the regret made up for or the happiness gained, the smaller the reward. On the contrary, the more. But there's nothing to say about that. After receiving the 8,000 yuan, he became even more carefree. When they reached the roadside, Chen Shu lit a cigarette. Feng smoked half and he smoked the other half. After that he plans to buy himself a new phone. In the past, he never spent any money and basically had cash pocket money on him, never more than 20 yuan in cash. However, my expenses will be higher in the future, so it is necessary to change my phone and use mobile payment. Chen Shu doesn't want to carry a bank card with him all the time. Wouldn't it be more convenient to use a mobile phone? He doesn't understand what mobile phones are like nowadays. After all, they were all old-fashioned phones before, but young people nowadays know. Chen Shu thought of a few months ago when his niece Chen Anan called him and asked him to buy her a mobile phone for his birthday. It's a pity that Chen Shu only had a few coins in his pocket at that time, and he just tricked Chen Anan into buying her some after she finished the college entrance examination. Now it has been a week since the college entrance examination. This was also part of the reason why Chen Shu asked Ye Mei about his money. But I didn't expect that all the money I had saved for half my life would be gone. Thinking of this, Chen Shu called Chen Anan. "Grandpa, aren't you going to work today?" Chen Anan's voice was full of joy. After Chen Shu's first divorce, he raised his daughter alone. Later, his daughter got married in her hometown, and he had grandchildren. At that time, Chen Shu had not yet married Ye Mei, so Chen Shu watched the two children grow up. Even though they don't see each other often now, Chen Shu will go home every summer to spend some time with the children. The two grandsons' relationship with him as their grandfather is even stronger than their relationship with their biological grandfather. Chen Shu said, "Well, I'm not working. By the way, Anan, how are your college entrance exam results? Have you applied for your university degree?" Chen Anan, "Apply, Grandpa. My first choice is Shanghai University. I scored 15 points higher than the cutoff score. I should receive the admission letter in half a month. Then I'll go to college in Grandpa's city." Chen Shu was pleasantly surprised and said, "Really? That's great. When you come, I'll take you out to play. By the way, what was the name of the phone you asked for last time? The one with the banana or the peach?" Chen Anan giggled, "It's an apple. But Mom said your work is not easy and you often stay up late, so I don't want it, Grandpa. But I'm going to Shanghai with my classmates in a couple of days. Grandpa, can you find us 2 cheap hotels?" Chen Shu said, "Okay, call me before you come." Post views, 100. CH005 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 005. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 4 Chen Shu didn't mention buying a mobile phone for Chen Anan. "Since my little granddaughter is coming to Shanghai to play, I should just buy it first and then give it to her." Chen Shu's hometown is a small county town only 100 kilometers away from Shanghai. In fact, being close to a super first-tier metropolis is not a good thing. The siphon effect of big cities is too strong. Chen Shu came to the Shanghai newspaper to look for a job because there was no development in his hometown county. Now that his granddaughter is coming, Chen Shu is very happy. He has no relatives in Shanghai now. He and Ye Mei became a couple later in life, but at that time they were both in their 40s and it was impossible for them to have children. They only had Ye Jingkai as their stepson, and they were also estranged from each other and could not get along. Now that we're divorced, we're no different from strangers. With Chen Anan attending university in Shanghai, Chen Shu now has a relative in the same city and feels less lonely. When people get older, they are always afraid of being alone. Then buy a cell phone first. Apple phone? I remember there seemed to be an Apple sign at Wanda. Chen Shu is actually not very interested in electronic devices. I thought a mobile phone would only cost 1 or 2,000 yuan. I didn't expect that in this mobile phone store with simple and elegant decoration, a new mobile phone would cost tens of thousands of yuan. After coming in, the waiter was very enthusiastic. The weather is hot now and there are not many customers in the morning. When they saw Chen Shu, who was dressed simply, enter the store, there was no cliched plot like looking down on others. After all, this is Shanghai. It is difficult to tell whether those old men wearing flip-flops and big vests are local Shanghai masters. It would be bad if I offended Mr. Hu accidentally. Hello, sir, are you here to look at mobile phones? I am the store's gold medal shopping guide, Xiao Pan. The young female shopping guide immediately came up enthusiastically. In the past, when Chen Shu had no money in his pocket, he would feel weak when entering a store like this. Things are different now. Chen Shu was not at all reserved and said, "Where is the latest model of mobile phone in your store? Let me see it." The female salesperson immediately pulled out a large-looking phone and said, "Uncle, this is the new model Apple just released this year, the 17th generation, with 120 Hz resolution." Listening to the female salesperson's string of English letters, Chen Shu frowned and said, "Stop. Which one is the best? How much is it?" Since it was chosen by his own granddaughter, it must be correct. Chen Shu only needs to buy this brand. "Uncle, our best product is the Pro Max version, 13,999 yuan." The female shopping guide Xiao Pan instantly became enthusiastic. This uncle was even more generous than young people. Upon learning of the price, Chen Shu was somewhat confused but respectful. "The things my granddaughter likes are expensive for a reason." "Purchase." Chen Shu said, "I just have one question. Can this phone be used to listen to novels and watch videos?" The female shopping guide was stunned by the question and after a while she said, "Of course, but you have to download the corresponding app." Chen Shu nodded and said, "Give me two. One pink and one black." If it were in the past, Chen Shu would never spend money like this. It's such a rip-off. A broken mobile phone can cost tens of thousands. I only have a few $100s for my old phone. But Chen Shu is naturally different now. The videos played on this high-end mobile phone are also super clear. He often watched Lao Lu watching videos of young women dancing. Everyone has the right to appreciate beauty, and Chen Shu does not want to give up this right. Even the Jade Emperor likes to watch fairies dancing. As a mortal like me, watching them will prolong my life. I have to say that the max version of the phone I have in my hand is really clear. It's much smoother than Lao Liu's brick-like phone that makes a lot of noise when he watches young women dancing. The female shopping guide Xiao Pan was instantly overjoyed. This old man must be a local Shanghai nesset. He looks very simple in his clothes, but he spends money really happily. "Uncle, would you like to scan the code or swipe the card?" Xiao Pan said with a smile on his face. Chen Shu took out his bank card and said, "Swipe the card. Take apart the black one and download WeChat for me. And the one that can watch videos. It's the app." "Okay, sir." I have to say, the service of this high-end mobile phone store is very considerate. Chen Shu's mobile phone card is still old-fashioned. Xiao Pan took Chen Shu's arm and went to the mobile phone business hall next door, and specially made a new card for Chen Shu and put it in the phone. By the way, I asked the waiter at the business hall to upgrade Chen Shu's mobile phone package to ensure that there was enough data. It also teaches you step by step how to download the app and register an account. The moment you get the phone, the system voice in Chen Shu's mind rang. The host spends as much as he wants once, gets his first high-end smartphone, and receives a cash reward of 400,000 yuan. First time spending over 10,000 yuan, additional reward, a bottle of charm potion. Increases personal charm. 400,000. Chen Shu was shocked. You know, it might take him 5 years to earn this much money these days. Now the reward has been directly credited to my account. And this charm potion is also quite interesting. Chen Shu used it directly, not knowing whether this charm potion would work or not. I suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the way Xiao Pan looked at me. "Uncle, how old are you?" Xiao Pan asked curiously. Chen Shu said, 60. Xiao Pan was surprised and said, 60? I can't tell. At most, he's 40 years older. The same age as my dad. Afterwards, Xiao Pan saw Chen Shu's phone light up, and there was a text message. ICBC, your savings card account with the last number 4933 had RMB 400,000 credited at 11:52 am on May 31. Balance, RMB 493,009.6. Xiao Pan opened his mouth wide and asked, "Uncle, what do you do?" Chen Shu said calmly, "Nothing, doing some business, now retired." The look in his eyes that was about to tear into Xiao Pan. It feels so good to show off. Under the dual attack of charm potion and incoming text messages, Xiao Pan always inexplicably put his arms on Chen Shu. But Chen Shu was very calm. As one gets older, one's mentality will naturally not be agitated by the occasional touch between two people. He is not one of those impulsive young people. Not to mention that he is not yet in his 20s or 30s. So he is powerless and naturally calm. If he were a few decades younger, Chen Shu would never refuse like Shabai, the honest and innocent man, to show his loyalty. As the saying goes, don't miss a good woman, and don't let a bad woman go. Before leaving, I rejected Xiao Pan's request to add him on WeChat. Chen Shu was very clear that once the system was bound, there would be many such opportunities. You have to find some high-quality ones anyway. He knew very well that there were many women like Xiao Pan in Shanghai who loved to exchange their youth for money. One of Chen Shu's classmates was a master at keeping a beautiful woman in a mansion. Hey? Why do I sound a bit like a scumbag? As expected, men cannot be rich, even old men. It's just that it feels so good to have money. Looking back on my life, I have always been pursuing women. When have I ever been pursued by a woman? Not to mention someone so young. After he left, Xiao Pan returned to the mobile phone store and recalled his previous actions. He seemed to have been a little bold. Not to mention that the other person is older than his father. What's wrong with me? Even if you love money, you can't do this. I must have been mesmerized by his bank account balance, but he really does have some old man charm. Fortunately I remembered his number, hehe. Post views, 97. CH006 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 5 Chen Shu had no idea that he, a 60-year-old man, was also being targeted. After buying the phone, Chen Shu was a little tired. This 55-year-old body can't bear it, he needs to be a few years younger. It's time to find a place to rest and take a break. Let's find a house first. I remember there seems to be a real estate agency near my workplace. Chen Shu was dragging his suitcase, and on the road a pair of young and beautiful female college students even took the initiative to help him drag it for a while because they saw that he was old. Female college students are great. They are beautiful and kind-hearted. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Shu walked into Lianjie Real Estate, which was not far from the entrance of Binjiang Arc de Triomphe community. After entering the door, a gust of cold air blew and Chen Shu wiped the sweat off his face. It's a hot summer day. The air conditioning here at the real estate agency is turned on very high. Chen Shu stood there for a while, and then a woman wearing a black hip skirt, black stockings on her round long legs, and long wavy hair reaching her shoulders, full of the charm of a mature woman walked towards him. He should be around 30 years old. She has shed the immaturity of a young woman and is like a ripe apple. Chen Shu thought of his two ex-wives when they were 30 years old. They were probably just as attractive. There was no other meaning, just pure memories. "Hello sir, I am Chu Hong, the real estate manager. May I ask if you are here to look at the house? The personal housekeeper, who was full of young woman's charm, had one button of her shirt open. She bent down towards Chen Shu and said that she couldn't bear it even at the age of 55. Chen Shu took a step back and said, "Well, let me check out the community behind to see if there's anything for rent." There was a hint of disappointment in Chu Hong's eyes. A personal real estate manager sounds good, but in fact, she is just an agent who brings buyers and sellers together to earn agency fees. The higher the price of the house, the higher her commission. However, the monthly rent for this house in Kaichuan City is also about 100,000 yuan. According to the deposit of 1 and 3 installments, if she rents out the house, she can get a commission of 1,000 yuan today. Chu Hong said, "Yes, there are several. You just arrived in Shanghai. Do you plan to live here for a long time? How many people will live here?" She saw that Chen Shu was dressed in ordinary clothes and carrying an unbranded leather suitcase. Although he was a bit plain, he had a calm temperament and seemed to have capital. She has received many people, and some of them would look around and look guilty when they entered their place. It's not a guilty conscience, it's a guilty wallet. Chen Shu was composed and had a graceful demeanor. He possessed the charm of an older man. He looked steady and composed, as if he was a man of his word. This is really a bit depressing for Chu Hong. Women in their 20s may find younger men better. However, only after experiencing the polishing of society can you know the charm of an old man. The little boy only knows how to use sweet words and his main goal is to get young girls for free without spending any money. Old men understand people's feelings and are more willing to spend money. So the other colleagues ignored Chen Shu, and she walked up unconsciously. Chen Shu stated his requirements: "I live alone, so I need a larger apartment, and it must have a large balcony with a river view." Chu Hong thought for a moment and said, "Yes, sir. It's 200 square meters with a large balcony and a great view. The rent is probably at least 50,000 yuan. Would you consider it?" Chen Shu laughed and said, "Only 50,000. I can get 10,000 yuan if I sign in every day. It's just 1 month's rent and 5 days check-in amount." Chen Shu said, "Don't consider it, it's too small, at least 300 square meters. Chu Hong became excited immediately after hearing this. If this deal was successful, the transaction volume would be at least 300,000 and she could get a commission of more than 5,000. "Yes, sir, yes. We have an apartment in Building 1, a prime location, a large flat, 1 apartment per floor, and it's fully renovated. The owner has never lived there for a single day. The property management cleans it every week, so it's very clean now. You can view it anytime." Chu Hong introduced the location of the building in detail and took out a tablet to show Chen Shu some pictures. Chen Shu was very satisfied. "How much is the monthly rent?" Chu Hong said, 100,000, there's still some room for negotiation. Chen Shu asked curiously, "Is the price negotiable?" Chu Hong, "It's on the 18th floor, so." Chen Shu understood. There was indeed something special about the 18th floor. No wonder there was room for negotiation. If it were any other floor, the price would definitely not be less than 100,000. The location of this floor overlooks the entire Pujiang Bend and you can also see the Oriental Pearl Tower not far away. To be honest, it is worth 100,000 yuan a month. Chen Shu is old, but he really doesn't believe in these things. Besides, how could someone who has the system be superstitious? Chen Shu casually said, 88,000 a month. If you can, bring the contract and pen and come with me to take a look. Chu Hong said happily, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." As I walked out of the real estate agency, a heat wave hit me. Chu Hong pushed out an electric bike from the side and said, "Sir, please take my bike. It's too hot. This way is faster." Chen Shu looked at this small electric scooter, a standard vehicle for ladies, and he really didn't want to walk anymore today because his legs couldn't take it. Even at the age of 55, his physical strength is not enough to support walking 10,000 steps a day. Not to mention dragging a suitcase. Okay, you're welcome then. So an old man sat in the back seat of a young lady's car. Chu Hong also politely helped Chen Shu put on his helmet. What's your name, sir? Chen Shu, Chen, Erdong Chen. Chu Hong asked curiously, Mr. Chen lives alone in Shanghai? Without any children? Where's his wife? Chen Shu said, she's divorced. She only has one biological daughter who's about your age, living in a small county town in her hometown. Chu Hong, why do you want to live alone? Chen Shu said, when you reach my age, you will understand that sometimes it is good to live alone. When you are old and retired, you can enjoy life quietly. Chu Hong was stunned. You live in a large flat in Shanghai with a monthly rent of 80,000 yuan. Do you think you can enjoy life? Chu Hong instantly pictured Chen Shu's image in her mind. He must be a wealthy man or a company owner. After handing over his business to his daughter, he came to Shanghai alone to retire. Choose Shanghai as your retirement city. This net worth is at least tens of millions, right? Chu Hong said, you are about the same age as my father, so I will just call you Uncle Chen. Chen Shu smiled and said, okay. He wasn't polite either. The gate of the Arc de Triomphe community is majestic and there are 4 or 5 security guards on duty at the door. Ordinary people really can't get in. Chu Hong has the owner's key and has also registered with the property security guard. After coming in, Chen Shu felt that this community was extraordinary. Although his previous home was also in Shanghai, the landscaping was very poor, and the roadsides of the community were filled with all kinds of electric vehicles parked, making it a mess. In order to increase the house ratio, the developer made the green space volume very low and the distance between buildings is very close. The front building will block the sunlight of the back building. But here, the distance between each building is at least tens of meters, so there will be no blocking of sunlight. Moreover, the community has a very large green area, and even has a dedicated small forest. The overall environment is clean and tidy, allowing owners to take a walk in the morning and evening. It is worthy of being one of the most upscale communities in Shanghai. 88,000 this month, worth it. Post views, 96. CH007 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 6 Chen Shu was already very satisfied with the environment of the community. After entering building number 6, the layout of one apartment per floor made Chen Shu feel what a luxurious mansion is. The elevator is spacious enough to accommodate a car. The heavy golden entrance door is full of a sense of security, and the decoration after entering the door is also extremely stunning. Simple and elegant. Chu Hong's eyes were also filled with longing. It is said that the owner spent $500,000 to buy this crystal chandelier in the living room. The furniture here is also very valuable. 90% of it is from top European luxury brands. The total cost of the renovation is $4 million. The owner originally bought it for their wedding, but something unexpected happened, so they started renting it out last month. In other words, you are the first owner of this house. The more Chen Shu looked at it, the more satisfied he became. To be exact, the whole house is 346 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms and a study. The decoration style is not luxurious and extravagant, but elegant and decent. The overall color is mostly gray and white. It can be seen that the owner here really intends to live in it and has decorated it very carefully. Especially the extra-large L-shaped balcony, which overlooks the entire Pujiang Bend while ensuring that sunlight comes in all day long, and you can even jog there. Chen Shu said, how much would a house like this be worth if sold? Chu Hong, it's around 100,000 yuan per square meter, so the total price is probably around 30 million yuan, but there are currently no owners in the community who have listed their houses for sale. Chen Shu nodded. A house costing 30 million yuan might be expensive in Shanghai, but it depends on where it is. This is the top luxury house in the country. Even if Chen Shu signed in 10,000 yuan every day, it would take nearly 10 years to own such a house, which was 3.6 million yuan a year ago. Fortunately, he can get more rewards as long as he continues to play the game of life. It will be no problem to buy a luxury house like this by then. After living in Shanghai for such a long time, Chen Shu really wants to own a house that truly belongs to him. Chen Shu said, "Please keep an eye out for me, Miss Chu. If there's a unit for sale in this complex, please feel free to contact me." But he didn't have much hope. With his current status, he would never sell the house unless anything happened at home. The overall environment is not good now, but it is impossible to sell at a lower price at this location. Chu Hong nodded immediately and said, "Okay, Uncle Chen, I'll keep an eye on it for you." She felt something touching inside. It seems that this old man Chen Shu is more than just a person with a net worth of tens of millions. If he could sell a house to Chen Shu, the commission would be at least 100,000 yuan. Because she believed that her service would definitely satisfy Chen Shu, and a high commission meant that she was better than other real estate agents. Of course, instead of earning 100,000 yuan, she wanted to get closer to Chen Shu so that she could have the support of a big boss in Shanghai. Chen Shu was observing the house. Chu Hong was also observing Chen Shu. She discovered that this man, who was about the same age as her father, actually possessed a hint of charm that attracted her somewhat. "That's strange. Are you thinking about men?" Chu Hong blushed when she thought of this. Chen Shu had no idea that just a bottle of charm potion could attract Chu Hong. Just curious. After all, there is an age gap between the two. Chen Shu looked around at these luxurious decorations. In fact, he didn't know the value of these brands, but compared with the house he lived in before, it was really a world of difference. "That's it, sign the contract." Chu Hong moved quickly and took out the contract. After signing the contract, she went to the property center to record Chen Shu's information. After returning, Chen Shu directly paid Chu Hong 3 months' rent and deposit. The 320,000 yuan was paid directly using the mobile phone. Because it was Chen Shu's first time using this high-end mobile phone, even though it had WeChat, payment still required facial recognition, which was a bit complicated. Chen Shu handed the phone directly to Chu Hong. "Help me operate it." "Try nodding." "Uncle Chen, please shake your head, open your mouth, blink your eyes." "Okay, your payment password hasn't been set yet." "It's all right now." Ding! The beauty of life lies in experience. The host receives a reward for experiencing a multi-million-dollar mansion for the first time. Reward 1, life experience worth 15 million. Reward 2, a bottle of youth potion. 5 years. Chen Shu was excited. 15 million? Spent 300,000 and got a direct reward of 15 million. A direct 50-fold reward. You have to know that he could never earn so much money in his entire life. Even if the sign-in fee is 10,000 yuan a day, it may take 4 or 5 years. Not to mention the potion that can make him 5 years younger. A double hit. Chen Shu extracted it directly and then used the youth potion. In an instant, I felt that my originally loose face became tighter, and my whole face seemed to be fuller. He went to the dressing mirror in the living room and looked for it. Suddenly, Chen Shu discovered that the roots of his white hair had turned blue. He is really young. And the heart seems to be beating even stronger. Today, the span from 60 to 50 is still quite large. Fortunately, his overall temperament hasn't changed much. Bite. Chu Hong, who was sorting out contracts in the living room, happened to see Chen Shu's cell phone light up next to her. "ICBC, your savings card account with the last digit 4933 had RMB 15 million credited at 16:01 on May 31. Balance, RMB 15,180,824.5. Chu Hong widened her eyes. At this moment, she, who came from the countryside, truly experienced what the top class of society was. While chatting and laughing, they actually earned 15 million. Suddenly I feel, what's the point of working hard to sell houses for so many years? You can't earn 10 million in your lifetime. At this moment, the worldview collapsed a little. Chu Hong felt her mouth was dry, so she licked her lips and said tremblingly, "Uncle Chen, your phone is ringing." Chen Shu, looking in the mirror, said casually, "I know." Whenever he withdraws money, he receives a text message on his mobile phone within 3 seconds saying the money has been deposited. 15 million is a lot for Chen Shu, but it is all tied to the system, so his mentality will naturally not change much. Compared to the money, Chen Shu was more excited that his physical condition had returned to what it was 10 years ago. Then my heart disease doesn't seem to be a big problem. No need to worry about the heart failing in a year. This is equivalent to 11 extra years of life, which is naturally more exciting than 15 million. Chen Shu came over, took the phone, took a look at it, and said, "Is the contract signed?" Chu Hong nodded and said, "Okay, you can just live here from now on. If you have any inconvenience, you can just call me or come to my company to find me. I'm always at your service. Whatever it is." After saying these words, Chu Hong seemed to have mustered up the courage. Post views, 91. CH008 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 7 Okay, thank you, Xiao Chu. I may really trouble you in the future. Chen Shu was stunned for half a second, and he kind of understood that Chu Hong had some hidden meaning, but he just didn't think too much about it for the time being. It's not the right time yet. Although Chu Hong was somewhat proactive, but the basic relationship is still between the client and the property manager. There is no overstepping of authority. Since this is the case, Chen Shu naturally has to remain patient. Now that he has obtained the system, he wants to play with life. When faced with a woman's initiative, he will naturally not refuse, but he will not have a bootlicker mentality like when he was young. Just a word from a woman will make him give everything. After 2 marriages, Chen Shu will never take the initiative in relationships again. The party that is most vulnerable is the one that pays more. Not paying means not getting hurt. Of course, except for spending money. But Chen Shu doesn't plan to spend money now. Not the time. Whether it is physical age or the familiarity between two people. And Chen Shu also needs Chu Hong to help him. Chen Shu planned to enjoy life, but he had been constrained for too long and was old, so he had no idea what was popular in this society. He still needed Chu Hong's help, especially when Chen Anan came and wanted to go out for fun. He needed someone to accompany him. Chu Hong's services were just what I needed. After running back and forth for a whole day, Chen Shu was tired. Now it's night. Chen Shu didn't want to cook for himself, so he asked curiously, "Xiao Chu, what's the popular way to order takeout now? Can you help me download the takeout ordering app and teach me?" Chu Hong was stunned, but then she understood. It's normal that Chen Shu doesn't know how to order takeout because he is old. It's also possible that he used to be a boss and didn't need to order takeout at all. Everything was served by others. But now that I live alone, there are naturally many things to learn. Chu Hong just felt that the opportunity seemed to have come. This old man is really alone in Shanghai. But Chu Hong was also a little worried, wondering if Chen Shu would want to spend money on her. If she is too stingy, her efforts will not be in vain. Chu Hong said, "Uncle Chen, eating takeout is unhealthy, especially at your age. Try to eat less takeout." "Well, I just got off work, so I'll go buy some groceries and cook. Chen Shu was stunned and said politely, I'm so sorry. Chu Hong said, according to the custom in my hometown, when you move into a new house, you have to light the stove. You don't even have pots and pans here, how can you light the stove? I'll go buy some pots and pans, and some vegetables. Thank you for helping me close my last order this month. Chen Shu didn't refuse. Okay, I'll transfer some money to you via WeChat. I can't use your money to buy these pots and pans. After saying that, he directly transferred 30,000 yuan to Chu Hong. If you can't spend all this money, you can just keep the rest. Chen Shu said casually. Chu Hong looked at the amount on her phone and said in surprise, Uncle Chen, this is too much. Uncle Chen waved his hand and said, thank you for your hard work today. You've been running around to help me rent a house. I might need to trouble you again in a couple of days. This is your hard work fee. Chu Hong was no longer polite. Because being more polite would seem too distant and would not be conducive to developing a good relationship with this billionaire in the future. Relationships develop through give and take, right? After receiving the money, Chu Hong immediately went out to buy a lot of kitchen utensils and ingredients, and cooked the first meal in the new house. Chen Shu can cook, but he is just too lazy to do it. For 60 years of his life, just because he could cook, he not only had to go to work and hand in his salary, but also had to cook and serve others. I'm divorced, but I still have to cook. Wouldn't that be a waste of the divorce? Now his belief is to play with life and enjoy life. A serving of roasted eggplant, a serving of twice-cooked pork, and a bowl of rice. Chen Shu ate his fill and said, not bad, Xiao Chu, the dishes you cook are really delicious. Have you learned it? Chu Hong smiled and said, I learned it when I was a child. At that time, I went to school alone in the village. My parents worked outside. I was often alone at home. My grandparents had to do farm work and came back very late. After school, I was hungry and had no choice but to learn how to cook. Chen Shu nodded, life is like this, bitter first and sweet later. Isn't it getting better now? Chu Hong smiled bitterly and said, it's not good at all. I only make 10,000 yuan a month. In Shanghai, the house I rent costs 3,000 yuan a month. The rest is for food and drink, there is nothing left. It's really hard for a woman like me who doesn't have a high level of education and is older to survive here. Chen Shu agreed very much, and he was also aware of the difficulties in Shanghai. His life is much harder than Chu Hong's. Chu Hong only needs to take care of herself, but Chen Shu can support 2 families. 30 is the perfect age, how can it be older? Chen Shu smiled and said, well, this house is big enough with plenty of bedrooms. I can't cook either, so you can live here. I'll pay for the rent, but if I have to clean up and cook at home, you might need to come. It just so happens that this place is close to your workplace, so you can just walk to work. Chen Shu also thought about it. Now he is alone and can order takeout, but he can't always eat takeout. Of course, there are some mistakes that all men make. Those who understand will understand. Ding! The host does not conceal his inner thoughts and reaches the realm of transparent life. Reward, a bottle of charm potion. Is this also clear? Chen Shu was stunned. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Chen Shu used the charm potion silently and didn't feel anything. But he noticed that Chu Hong's eyes looked a little different when she was holding the bowl. In fact, Chu Hong's attitude towards men is still very high. After all, she has been the school belle since she started school and has countless suitors. This also cultivated her self-righteous character. After entering society, she discovered that appearance might be her only asset. So she set her sights very high. Chen Shu's net worth of tens of millions may be a threshold. But now, she found that the charm of this old man seemed to be killing her more and more. His every gesture revealed the charm of a mature and steady man, and his words were even more domineering. She didn't even dare to refuse his requests. This damn old man's charm. She originally planned to refuse, thinking that there must be something wrong for a charming single woman in her 30s to live with an old man. However, when she saw Chen Chu's deep eyes, she found it difficult to say no, and nodded involuntarily. Okay. Chu Hong lowered her head after saying that. Chen Chu was full. Then we are roommates now. You wash the dishes. I'm a little tired after running around all day. I'm going to rest first. Chu Hong said softly, okay. She had already planned to go to her residence to get her supplies after she finished packing. Who can refuse to live in Shanghai's top luxury community like Arc de Triomphe for free? This has always been her wish. I didn't expect it to be realized suddenly. Although this place does not belong to her, she really wants to enjoy life in this tens of millions mansion. Post views, 86. CH009 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 8. After Chen Chu had his fill, he lay down on the big bed in the master bedroom. With the lights off and the curtains open, he could see the night view of Shanghai outside. He was very emotional. Last night, he, his ex-wife, stepson and his stepson's wife squeezed into a cramped little house of less than 100 square meters. Tonight I am actually staying in a spacious mansion worth tens of millions. This is like a dream. Things are changing too fast. So much so that even though I was physically tired, I couldn't fall asleep for a while. When people get older, they actually don't have the habit of staying up late. Chen Chu's situation changed so drastically that he couldn't sleep for a while. Listening to Chu Hong busying herself outside, Chen Chu felt unusually relaxed. This is life. What kind of life did I live before? But 15 million is still not enough. I can't even buy this house. I'm going to live my life more like a game from now on. No matter what, I have to become a billionaire. Xiao Chu, not bad, very attentive. That night, Chen Chu had a lot of thoughts, and he even had a dream about becoming an emperor, something he had never dared to think about before. Sure enough, money is a man's courage. The next morning, Chen Chu opened his eyes and subconsciously looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock. He needed to make breakfast and then go to work. Only after seeing the stunning scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows did Chen Chu realize that things were different now. I'm really used to being a beast of burden. Chen Chu smiled bitterly, lifted the quilt, put on his washed-out pants and a white t-shirt, then went downstairs for a walk. The owners of this community don't have the habit of getting up early. That's normal. After all, the people living here are at least multimillionaires. Which multimillionaire would get up early? Those who get up early are like cattle and horses. Maybe the multimillionaire just fell asleep after exercising at 6 in the morning. The garden in the community is very quiet. Chen Chu, dressed in simple clothes, felt a little out of place here. Only when he nods to the security guard on patrol will he feel that he is also an owner living here. The security guards here are much more professional than the ones where Chen Chu works. Each of them was a young man between 20 and 30 years old, with sharp eyes. They were definitely veterans, and they actually knew Chen Chu. And when Chen Chu is at work, who would remember the owner's name? The gap is too big. After taking a walk, I returned home. When Chen Chu opened the door, he saw Chu Hong, whose top-notch figure couldn't be concealed even in her loose pajamas, just coming out of the shower. Oh my goodness, 36? 35? Her hair was casually tied up, revealing her snow-white neck. She looked great even without makeup, and her fleshy face was unusually smooth. This reminded Chen Chu of a line from a movie, very smooth. Chen Chu felt that his body, which had been stagnant for many years, was a little impulsive. It can be seen that this body really looks as young as 50 years old. Before, when I was 60 years old, I wouldn't have much impulse no matter what I saw, and if I wasn't careful, my heart might explode. Not anymore. A 50-year-old's body still has some strength. Uncle Chen, I'm back. I'll make breakfast right away. I went out last night and went back to the rental house to get my things. I didn't disturb you. Chu Hong said. Chen Shu, sure, you're a resident here too, after all. We're roommates now, so you don't have to report everything to me. Chu Hong smiled but said nothing. If I were paying the rent here, I certainly wouldn't tell anyone. A moment later, Chen Shu enjoyed the breakfast that was specially made for him for the first time in so many years. Simple fried eggs, sausages, and a glass of milk. Chen Shu ate slowly and enjoyed his meal. This is different in Chu Hong's eyes. This is the sense of relaxation that only the boss can have. Having said that, everyone would feel relaxed if they had more than 10 million yuan in their pocket. Chen Shu was thinking about how to use the money to fulfill his goal of gaming his life and making up for his regrets. It's time to treat my former colleagues to a meal. I have always wanted to invite those colleagues to dinner, because Chen Shu and Lao Lu are usually taken care of by their colleagues in the property center and they have a very good relationship with them. However, when these colleagues got married or had children, the red envelopes he gave were never big. On the contrary, when I have problems, my colleagues give me quite a lot of red envelopes. His ex-wife Yemei thought this was a good thing, taking advantage of others for nothing, but Chen Shu didn't have this habit. But I really didn't have much money in my pocket and couldn't even afford to book a decent hotel in Shanghai. As a man, you naturally have to have some dignity. So I just kept this matter in mind. Now that I have the opportunity, and since I'm resigning, I need to have a farewell dinner with everyone, and it must be a good one. This is also in line with my attitude towards gaming life. After withdrawing the 10,000 yuan I earned from signing in, Chen Shu looked at Chu Hong, who was eating with her cherry-like mouthfuls, and asked, "Do you know any top restaurants in Shanghai?" Chu Hong thought for a moment and said, "Hey Dai Lao, my colleagues and I often go to Hey Dai Lao, the prices there are not low, around 200 to 300 yuan. Chen Shu. Come to think of it, for someone of Chu Hong's social status, a trip to Hey Dai Lao would cost her a pretty penny. Although Hey Dai Lao is a bit more accessible to the public now, this is Shanghai. If the consumption level is low, it would be disrespectful to Shanghai." But Chen Shu was not satisfied. "We used to go there often when we had dinner together. Although it is not impossible, Chen Shu still wants to enjoy life after all." Chen Shu said, "Hey Dai Lao is good, but the prices are too low. It's better to spend tens of thousands of yuan on a meal. While you are alive, eat well." Chu Hong opened her eyes wide. "A meal costs tens of thousands of dollars? You know, after working as an agent for so long, her highest monthly salary was only 40,000 yuan. One meal costs a month's salary?" But Chu Hong randomly thought of yesterday's text message. For someone worth tens of millions, there is no essential difference between a meal that costs tens of thousands of dollars and a meal that costs her a few $100s. After thinking for a moment, Chu Hong said, "I know a place where the average cost per person is over 10,000. It's the most famous place in Shanghai, located in an old Western-style house. It's called Huanggongzi. It's said to be quite good, but you need to make a reservation in advance." Chen Shu, "A reservation? It's just a restaurant, do you need a reservation?" Chu Hong's eyes were filled with longing. "Yes, they say that all the seafood they eat there is air-shipped, like king crab, whole South African dried abalone, top-quality bluefin tuna, etc. Anyway, I haven't eaten it, I've only heard of it." Chu Hong's words also aroused Chen Shu's appetite. As a 60-year-old security guard at the bottom of society, he felt that his life was complete when he could sit at a roadside stall with a few friends, eat a plate of braised beef with soy sauce, drink a few glasses of wine, etc. But after hearing about these ingredients that he had never dared to think about before, Chen Shu, who had just finished breakfast, felt his appetite whetted. After thinking about it, I decided to go. Now that I'm rich, I naturally can't forget these old colleagues. And when my granddaughter comes in a few days, I will take her out to enjoy herself. Take Chen Anan to see the world, so that she won't be cheated by Huang Mao in the future. The yellow-haired people who didn't have a single penny in their pockets were all raising money to drink Mixu. Naturally, Chen Anan, who had seen the world, would not look down on them. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Okay, make an appointment for me." Post views, 82. CH010 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 9 What the hell? You're asking me for a deposit for a meal. Chen Shu also gained some insights. The prince's private restaurant in this old villa actually requires a deposit? After the two of them finished breakfast, Chu Hong asked someone to find the reservation phone number for the private restaurant of the royal prince. After asking, she was told that a deposit was required. Chu Hong explained, their manager said that some ingredients need to be prepared in advance, and if customers don't come, their restaurant will suffer losses, so. Chen Shu thought about it and felt that what he said was correct. That's the truth. Chen Shu said, "Okay, transfer 50,000 first and ask them to prepare some fresh ingredients for 7 or 8 people." Chen Shu directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Chu Hong and asked Chu Hong to make a reservation. He was too lazy to do this. Chu Hong felt like she had become Chen Shu's personal housekeeper. Of course, this is also what Chen Shu wants. In the past, he had to do all the trivial things one by one, but now that he has money, of course he lets others do these small things, and he just has to enjoy himself. Chu Hong didn't say anything either. If it were an ordinary man, she would not accept being treated as a personal butler. But seeing that this old man Chen Shu not only had a mature, steady, and attractive charm, but was also worth at least tens of millions, she really couldn't think of a reason to refuse. If this was a greasy old man, Chu Hong would never accept it. After a moment, Chu Hong said, "Okay, it'll just take 2 days." They've already fully booked the seats for the next 2 days. Chen Shu was a little surprised. There are so many rich people nowadays? Even a meal costing tens of thousands of yuan doesn't have room for a table. Chu Hong smiled sweetly, "Of course, Uncle Chen, this is Shanghai. If you pick up someone on the street, who wouldn't be a millionaire?" Chen Shu also laughed. Wry smile. Considering his previous social class, it was naturally impossible for him to understand these things. But then I felt relieved. Now there is more than 10 million yuan lying coldly in the card, so I really can't be worried. In addition, he has become indifferent to life. After experiencing a heart attack only a year ago, he has a strong ability to accept things. Chu Hong cleared the dishes and continued, "Uncle Chen, I'm going to work. You can take a rest." Work? Such unfamiliar words. Chen Shu thought about it and realized that he had plans for today. He needs to prepare an outfit. The clothes in the suitcase were all old, worn out and inappropriate. Chen Shu thought about it last night and realized that he seemed to have not bought new clothes for a long time. Several years? 5 years? Or 10 years? His latest set of clothes was the security uniform he wore at the Newtown International Community, and the deposit was 200 yuan. As a person, you must always have clothes that suit your status. This is absolutely true. Otherwise, others will look down on you when you walk on the street. So Chen Shu said, "Xiao Chu, don't go to work today. You have to learn to rest in life, otherwise when you get old, you will have too many regrets that you can't make up for. Go shopping with me." Chu Hong, oh. She hasn't been shopping for a long time. In the eyes of her colleagues, she is a workaholic. Every day I take clients to various communities to look at houses and rarely have time to rest. But Chen Shu's proposal made her particularly excited. As a 30-year-old woman who has never seen how the upper class of society consumes, although she has read many novels about domineering CEOs, the content of those novels always feels a bit earthy and not what she imagined. Chen Shu's consumption level was naturally not what she usually encountered. Every time she saw those rich ladies shopping lavishly in luxury stores in shopping malls, she was always envious from the bottom of her heart. Good. Chu Hong was very excited. What kind of experience would it be to go shopping with a man worth tens of millions? She is ready to show off on her social media. After asking for leave, the two took a taxi to the nearby Grand Hyatt. According to Chu Hong, there are many luxury stores in Hong Kong Gateway, which is very suitable for shopping and also suitable for Chen Shu's spending level. In fact, Chen Shu didn't care. His mentality is not that of a rich man at all, and he doesn't care much about the brand of clothing. It's just that you want to make money from the system. The more you spend, the higher the emotional value of the game life will be, and the better the reward will be. Of course he wouldn't refuse. Who can resist the opportunity to spend money lavishly? The two people came by Didi. Chen Shu scanned the code and spent more than 100 yuan. Chu Hong got out of the car slowly. She had taken Didi before, but most of the time it was bid. And this one is a luxury online car-hailing vehicle, a Maybach, the dream car of many men and women. Chen Shu also muttered, "This car is nice, it is very comfortable to sit in. He must buy one, every man must have a car that belongs to him, it is a space to release himself. This Maybach is nice." Ding! The host rode in a $5 million luxury car for the first time, and had a manly insight. Reward, 50,000 yuan. Chen Shu smiled. But in his opinion, the reward was too low. Because the relationship between men and cars is so profound. A car is like a man's love affair, used to satisfy a man's natural desire to conquer. Is this feeling only worth 50,000? In Chen Shu's opinion, it was at least hundreds of thousands. It must be because I took a taxi, so the price was a bit low. But it doesn't matter, because Chen Shu is going to go on a shopping spree next. In Chen Shu's entire life, the things he bought for himself, apart from the necessities, could be counted on one hand. But from today on, Chen Shu will live well for himself. Chu Hong took Chen Shu's arm and went directly to the Hermes store on the second floor of the shopping mall. On the surface, the two of them look a bit like an old man and a young wife. This is Shanghai, and such situations are very common. Therefore, there were not many strange looks in the shopping mall. Chen Shu's physical age is 50 years old, but his hair has even turned a little grey. In addition, after taking 2 bottles of charm potion and his own mentality, he looks only 10 years younger than Chu Hong. The men in the shopping mall looked at Chen Shu with red eyes. What is going on? An old cow eating young grass? But when he saw 2 people walk into the Hermes store, he shut up instantly. It seems that this old man has some strength. The women were a little envious and jealous. Chu Hong was so beautiful. There must be a rich old man next to her, so she could just be with a rich man without having to struggle. What brand is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Chen Shu looked at the English letters curiously. Chu Hong didn't think much about it, but she felt that someone of Chen Shu's status wouldn't care about this. This is a Hermes brand. Chen Shu said, "Oh, he knew this." A week ago, his stepson and his wife had a quarrel because his stepson bought a Hermes bag worth 20,000 yuan, which resulted in the mortgage being unable to be paid. Chen Shu just didn't expect that he would be able to buy luxury goods in just a few days. When he walked into the store, unlike the online articles Chen Shu had heard before, the waiters here were very polite. It must be because he saw Chu Hong next to him, who was dressed very elegantly, and he knew that the men around such a woman were not ordinary. So even though Chen Shu was dressed very casually, the shopping guides here were very respectful. Hello sir, madam, I am your personal consultant. Is there anything I can help you with? Chu Hong said, we want to look at men's clothing that's suitable for the gentleman next to me. The waiter looked at the two people. She was not surprised at all, and said respectfully, yes, ma'am. Here are our new t-shirts and trousers. You can try them on, sir. Chen Shu didn't realize how good-looking the clothes here were. It might be because he was older and had a rather traditional taste. Chen Shu said, Chu Hong, please help me take a look. If you think it's good, we can take it. The shopping guide looked at Chen Shu with a smile, and was now certain. It must be the combination of an old man and a young wife. Moreover, this old man seems to have a good temperament and is full of the charm of a mature man. Although he looks ordinary, his every move is full of a sense of elegance and relaxation that young people who have just entered society do not have. I think he must be an entrepreneur who has experienced many ups and downs and is here with his young wife to go shopping. The shopping guide had some ulterior motives in mind. If there is a man like this who takes her to a luxury store, she will definitely be very happy. The older he is, the better. An old man in the family is like a treasure. Chu Hong smiled and said, okay. He went straight to the men's clothing area for this year's new styles, and a moment later came back with 2 sets of tops and trousers that suited Chen Shu's figure. The shopping guide immediately posted it and said, ma'am, you have really good taste. These 2 sets are our limited edition CO branded sets that just went on the market on the 16th of this year. The price is 29,999 yuan. Chen Shu was surprised, how much? The salesperson immediately said, 28,999 yuan may seem a bit pricey to you, but this is top-tier menswear designed by our top Hermes designer, Davis. It's been featured on the Paris fashion show. The fabrics, designs, and sizes are all meticulously tailored by top craftsmen. Chen Shu thought about it, is this the life of rich people? He had only heard that the car was jointly owned. I didn't expect that pants would start to be CO branded. This life is really simple and unpretentious. Chu Hong asked cautiously, isn't it a bit expensive? She knew there would be no discounts here. I thought Chen Shu thought it was too expensive. Chen Shu also smiled casually, it's not expensive. Can I try it on? The salesperson nodded and said, of course, sir. This is the fitting room. Your wife has excellent taste. It seems she's familiar with the Hermes brand. If that's the case, you could apply for one of our Diamond VIP cards. Post views, 81. CH011 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 10. After listening to the shopping guide, Chen Shu was not in a hurry. In the past, he was very careful about applying for credit cards. But now it's different. Chen Shu said naturally, as long as you provide good service, there will be no problem in applying for the card. The shopping guide instantly became more enthusiastic. He almost wanted to put clothes on Chen Shu himself. This level of enthusiasm made Chu Hong feel inferior. It's just a business worth tens of thousands of dollars. Do you really need to work so hard? Could you please keep those snow-white young breasts away from my Uncle Chen? Really, are young people so lawless? Chu Hong also understood that this world is a world where people laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes. Compared with those princesses in shopping malls, women like shopping guides are relatively clean. Fortunately, this female shopping guide is not as pretty as me. The only advantage is that he is a few years younger than me. But for Chen Shu, who has experienced many vicissitudes of life, he probably doesn't care much. Older men like women in their 30s who have the aura of young women, and they are not interested in women who are too young and immature. So she happily looked at Hermes women's products. Bags, lipsticks, scarves. She didn't often visit these luxury stores before, but she often looked at these luxury brands online, and there were quite a few second-hand bags in her shopping cart. Luxury goods are to women what cigarettes, alcohol, and cars are to men. Chu Hong's monthly salary is about 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, which can only buy 1 or 2 lipsticks, and after buying them, she can't even pay the rent. I can only watch from the side. Chen Shu also tried on his clothes and came out. Chu Hong's eyes lit up. I have to say that as long as ordinary people wear luxury goods, their temperament will really change. Chen Shu is older, but he has a good figure and is relatively thin, plus he has the charm potion. Chen Shu is like one of those old artists, and the feeling of a literary and artistic person comes out. When Chen Shu was young, he was a handsome guy who liked to write flowery love poems. He was a very popular boy in high school. Now with his white hair, Chu Hong is really attracted to him. Old men of Chen Shu's age are generally a bit greasy, with wrinkles on their faces when they smile. Even if they are rich, they look like nouveau riche and not classy. But Chen Shu gives people a very clean feeling, and he has a calm and confident attitude when facing any situation. This charming old man. It can instantly capture the hearts of all girls in the world. Chen Shu stretched out his hands and asked Chu Hong, "How do you feel?" Chu Hong nodded, "Handsome. Uncle Chen, so handsome. If you were 10 years younger, I would definitely pursue you." The shopping guide next to him was stunned. "Uncle? So, is there a chance? Or is this the special romance between an old man and his young wife?" He was a little confused, but expressed respect. Chen Shu also agreed. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and this set of clothes on him completely shed the temperament of the lower class of society. He looked like he was worth at least tens of millions. Some people look like rich people when they wear this dress, while others look like supermodels when they wear it. Chen Shu certainly belongs to the latter. Chen Shu also laughed. In fact, if he continued with his lifestyle, and got a few more bottles of youth potion in a few days, it would be no problem to reduce his physical age to 40. However, Chen Shu naturally did not want to lower the age too much. If the difference before and after was too great, he would definitely be pulled out by the Academy of Sciences for Human Research. You can only reduce your age step by step so as not to arouse suspicion from people around you, and make everyone think that you have a good mentality and have changed in age. Chen Shu said, "Since you've praised me so much, okay, waiter, pack up both sets." "Sir, would you like to top up our diamond membership?" Chen Shu asked. "Sure, how much do you want to top up?" The salesgirl said, "At least 200,000. Members don't get discounts on clothing prices, but we'll notify members immediately of new styles, and we can also invite members to our Fashion Week events. If you spend over 1 million in our store, you can become our Black Gold member and get birthday benefits. This is the benefit of having money." Chen Shu's relatives will not remember his birthday, but the shops will remember his birthday. Chen Shu said, "Okay, top up 500,000. "Oh, Chu Hong, take your information and process it." Chu Hong was a little flattered. "You know, even though I just used his information to apply for a membership, being able to become a member of Hermes is already a rare opportunity. For an ordinary person, the threshold to become a member is a bit high. For a woman like Chu Hong, the Hermes membership card is the most exquisite cosmetic." Chu Hong excitedly followed the shopping guide to fill in the membership information. Chen Shu came to the cosmetics that Chu Hong had just looked at. As a man, he knew very well that if he wanted to get a woman like Chu Hong, it would not be as simple as just showing off his charm as an older man. Something has to give. "Pack up all the cosmetics that the lady just looked at." Chen Shu waved his hand and started shopping. He didn't understand much about this, but he understood why his stepson's wife and he quarreled over a bag. The cosmetics salesperson also opened her eyes wide. There are many wealthy people in Shanghai. However, it is rare to see an old man like Chen Shu shopping here. Now I can't help but envy a woman like Chu Hong. This man is not only charming, but also willing to spend money on women. Anyone of older age can accept it. You can still inherit the estate even if you die. 3 lipsticks, 6,000 yuan, 2 bags, 50,000 yuan. Chen Shu asked the shopping guide to take these bags and go to the front desk to check out together. Chu Hong was also stunned when she saw these products. Then he reacted. This is for you. You've been running around for me these past 2 days, and I'm sure you'll have to trouble me again in the future. Consider this as your reward. Chen Shu waved his hand and said, don't be polite to me. Chu Hong couldn't even express her gratitude. But I feel a little itchy in my heart. Although this wasn't the first time someone had given her something, it was the first time she had received a luxury item worth tens of thousands of dollars at once. She suddenly felt like she was being kept by someone. A little shameful. However, seeing the envious eyes of these shopping guides and thinking of Chen Shu's charm as an older man, I can accept it a little. Chen Shu seemed to see through Chu Hong's inner struggle and said nothing more. After getting the card, he left Hermes with his bags and went shopping in other stores. Ding! The host sees life through, treats luxury goods as daily necessities, spends without hesitation, and pays for his female companions' shopping without hesitation. Reward, 5 million yuan. Post views, 72. CH012 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 11 5 million? A reward of 5 million? Chen Shu, who had just walked out of the store, was a little surprised. It's really worth it. The system must have analyzed that I had never bought luxury goods before, so the reward this time was so huge. This makes up for some of Chen Shu's regrets. Having lived in Shanghai for most of my life, it is impossible not to feel a little vain. Every time I see my friends and classmates, they drive luxury cars, live in mansions, and marry beautiful wives. It would be a lie if I wasn't envious. This time, by buying so many luxury goods, he officially took the first step towards becoming a super rich person. The emotional value is maximized, so a reward of 5 million is reasonable. This time, the balance in his card is about to exceed 20 million. Those are cold, hard numbers. Chen Shu was not idle during the day. He was dragged by the happy Chu Hong to go shopping in the shopping mall. Fortunately, Chen Shu is now 50 years old, otherwise he really couldn't bear it. It was as if he had returned to his youth and was taking care of his children. Of course, the gains of this day were not small. Chu Hong helped Chen Shu buy 5 or 6 sets of clothes, and Chen Shu also asked her to buy a lot of clothes and cosmetics. The two of them spent a total of more than 300,000 yuan. The system also rewarded me with 200,000 yuan when I left the house. It may be that the emotional value provided is relatively less, so the reward is also reduced. But Chen Shu's money really was being spent more and more. There were quite a lot of stuff, so I could only call a Maybach Didi. And while Chen Shu was waiting for the bus, not far away there was a woman in her 30s and a man of the same age. I think I saw your dad. The woman said. The man laughed and said, What do you mean my dad? My dad has been dead for many years. How could you possibly see him? Your stepfather, the one with the woman next to him. This man and woman were none other than Chen Shu's former stepson and daughter-in-law. The two of them came here to go shopping today. Because they borrowed 800,000 yuan from their mother and didn't have to pay it back, they came here to buy some luxury goods they had previously liked to celebrate. Both of them have formal jobs in Shanghai, but they earn very little and usually live frugally. However, in terms of social interactions, they still need to spend money on luxury goods to improve their appearance, otherwise they will not be able to get into the upper class circles. I bought a bag and a watch today, spending a total of 25,000 yuan. I feel so sad. Normally they would be reluctant to do so. Ye Jingkai watched from a distance and said, he really does look a bit like him. But he's now broke, how could he possibly have money to go shopping? He's lucky enough not to have to eat. His wife Du Chunyi said curiously, it really seems to be him. He looks a lot younger. And that outfit is a new Hermes model. We just saw it. I was thinking of buying you one when we make money from stocks. Ye Jingkai frowned and said, that's true, but where did he get the money? Let's go up and ask. Just as the two were about to go up, Chen Shu and Chu Hong got into the Maybach and left. The two looked at each other. Him? Maybach. The two people couldn't imagine that an old man who was kicked out of his house actually drove away in a Maybach. In their eyes, Chen Shu is just an ordinary man who works hard and is dedicated to his family, and has nothing to do with luxury cars. At home, Ye Mei has the final say. Chen Shu had no choice but to be obedient. Now what? Did Chen Shu drive a Maybach after his divorce? What capital does he have? Du Chunyi said, isn't he being kept by the woman next to him? Ye Jingkai laughed, what are you talking about? He's so old, and he's still being kept by someone? That woman is at least 20 years younger than him. Keeping him? You're kidding. Du Chunyi also thought it was impossible. Both of them wondered if they had seen it wrong. But after all, they have lived together for more than 10 years, and they are very familiar with Chen Shu. Judging from his figure and appearance, it is indeed Chen Shu, just a little younger. Back home, the two told Ye Mei what they saw this afternoon. Ye Jingkai said, Mom, do you think that old man hid the money and didn't tell you? Ye Mei said, how is that possible? I used to keep Chen Shu's social security card and bank card. I also keep his pension. How could he have any money? A luxury car? And with a beautiful woman? You must be seeing things. You don't know Chen Shu, but don't I know him? He has very little money in his pocket. He can't even make a living as a security guard in Shanghai. He will be back in a few days. Ye Mei was still very sure that her son had seen it wrong. As a husband, Chen Shu is very responsible, but when it comes to making money, Chen Shu is a bit ordinary. When Ye Mei married Chen Shu, she wanted to have a companion to help her raise her children through difficult times. In addition, she trusted Chen Shu's character. Chen Shu had just divorced, so the two supported each other. But over time, Ye Mei's appetite grew bigger and bigger. I increasingly feel that Chen Shutai is not good at making money. So she concluded that the two people had recognized the wrong person. Chen Shu can't possibly be rich. Moreover, it is impossible for her to be kept. If Chen Shu was 20 or 30 years younger, and happened to be a handsome man with a bit of literary style, it would be possible. After all, rich women may have some special attributes. But now, who would support a 60-year-old man? In Ye Mei's imagination, Chen Shu should now be living in a cheap rental house, eating instant noodles, regretting his decision to divorce, and looking miserable. After hearing what Ye Mei said, Ye Jingkai and Du Chunyi stopped thinking about it. Most likely they look similar. Chen Shu and Chu Hong rested for a day after returning. Shopping is still a bit of a burden for Chen Shu, who is 50 years old. Took a day off. After signing in the morning, Chen Shu received a sign-in bonus of 10,000 yuan. It's great to be alive. I can get 10,000 every day. So Chen Shu is very happy every morning. Chen Shu didn't go anywhere that day. He stayed at home watching TV and fiddling with his mobile phone. When he was sleepy, he would go to sleep. When he was hungry, he would call the property management and ask the restaurant in the community that was only open to owners to deliver food. The tens of thousands of yuan in property fees per month here are not paid in vain. Chen Shu was also very satisfied with the chef's cooking skills. I never dared to think about such a thing before. Chen Shu also had to sigh, this is the power of money. That day, I ate, sat on the balcony and read a book, then went to the community gym and ran on the treadmill for an hour. I even saw some young women in yoga pants working out there. It's not easy for a young woman to come here to exercise. These women's attitudes towards Chen Shu were really different, they were all polite. Perhaps it was Chen Shu's dress and temperament that gradually became worthy of his upper-class status. It's great to be young. Chen Shu got off the treadmill and sighed. Ding! The host has a leisurely day, feeling the fleeting passage of time. She's starting to cherish her youthful body and is running and exercising seriously for the first time in 10 years. Reward, a bottle of youth potion. Chen Shu was surprised. Well, a simple fitness run actually gives you a reward. Drink. Drink the youth potion directly. Chen Shu looked at himself in the mirror. The wrinkles on his face were much shallower and his facial muscles were fuller. He looks really handsome and exudes the diamond-like brilliance of a bachelor. Post views, 78. Ch013 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Chapter 12 Kong Fang got off work early today and returned to her rental house to dress up. Xiamen Guan, her roommate and college classmate, ran over and asked curiously, Kongzi, what's going on? Is the iron tree blooming? Why did you think of getting dressed up? Are you going on a date with a handsome guy tonight? Kong Fang smiled and said, an employee of the company has resigned, and we'd like to invite everyone to get together. Xiamen Guan's eyes sparkled as she asked, are there any handsome guys? Or rich people? Kong Fang shook her head and said, it was a 60-year-old man who treated us to a meal. Do you think that's right? It was just me, a few property receptionists, and an old security guard. Xiamen Guan was speechless for a moment. What's the point of going? Just postpone it. In Shanghai, it's meaningless to gather together without rich second-generation people. Kong Fang shook her head at the makeup mirror. She and Xiamen Guan both graduated from Shanghai University. When we first met, Xiamen Guan was still an innocent little girl. Who would have thought that in the past few years in Shanghai, she had been dreaming of finding a rich man to marry every day? Kong Fang said, when will you give up your fantasy? How can you find so many rich men? Besides, people always pay attention to matching up with each other. What do you have? Xiamen Guan puffed out her chest and said, just relying on my 360 breasts and the beauty of a Shanghai University beauty? Humph, I know better than you. As long as a rich man wants me, I will ascend to heaven on the spot and enjoy life directly. I don't need any title, and I can accept being a mistress, as long as you give me money. Isn't life all about enjoying life? Are you going to wait until you're 70 or 80, old and faded, to do the things you wanted to do in your 20s and 30s? Kong Fang shook her head helplessly. She couldn't argue with her best friend. He just keeps coming up with fallacies. Xiamen Guan said, you guys go to that restaurant. Kong Fang looked at the WeChat message Chen Shu sent her. Oh, it seems to be a place with an old Western-style house and a private chef named Huang Gongzi. It seems that the cost of living there is not low. Uncle Chen is really willing to spend money. Xiamen Guan, who was petting the cat on the sofa, jumped up instantly. What? Where? Kong Fang asked curiously, what's wrong with the prince's private kitchen? Have you been there? Is the cost high? Xiamen Guan screamed, it's more than just high. That's the ceiling for consumption in Shanghai. Over 5,000 per person, and that's not even counting the cost of filling up. If you want to eat your fill, the average cost is over 10,000 per person. Are you sure you hired the security guard from your property? Were you scammed by Lao Deng? Kong Fang asked curiously, that shouldn't be the case. How could Uncle Chen lie to us? He's a nice guy, not a young man who likes to cheat on women. But she was also very curious. If what the best friend said was true, based on Chen Shu's income, this meal might have cost him all his savings. Kong Fang thought, oh no, will Uncle Chen be upset? She felt that after Chen Shu's divorce, his situation would be very miserable, and he might become depressed. Plus, she heard that Chen Shu had a heart disease. Spicy meatballs. Kong Fang didn't even bother to put on makeup and prepared to drive off. Xiamenguan's eyes turned. Kongzi, wait for me, I'm going too. For Xiamenguan, she would not miss this opportunity. It is not easy to enter the private kitchen of the royal prince in the old villa. If I could take a photo inside and post it on WeChat Moments, wouldn't that increase my chances of hooking up with a rich second-generation guy? And there must be a lot of rich second generations in the restaurant. The chances of meeting rich second generations there are much higher than in university towns. The two of them got on Kong Feng's four-wheeled tram and drove to the old villa. At the same time, old Lu was also on the road with his grandchildren. When people get older, they like to bring their children to dinner parties. Lu Keibo and Chen Shu are old friends, so of course he knows that Chen Shu won't mind. After Chu Hong got off work, Chen Shu also walked down to the gate of the community. Chu Hong was already waiting at the gate riding a small electric scooter. Tonight is the day they have made a reservation at the Huanggongzi restaurant in the old villa. Chen Shu can also have a good time to get together with his old colleagues. He is looking forward to it. Because today's dishes have been sent by the restaurant, they are all top quality ingredients from all over the world. Some of these things Chen Shu had never heard of before. The binding system has been in use for 2 or 3 days. His attitude towards life now is experience. Experience things that you have never done before or dare not do. Let's go, Uncle Chen. Chu Hong was dressed very delicately today, wearing a beige shirt that revealed her arms as white as lotus roots, and her beautiful legs in black silk stockings extended from under her black professional skirt. It can be seen that he dressed up deliberately, and the bag he was carrying was the Hermes that Chen Shu bought for him. In Chu Hong's impression, this was Chen Shu inviting people to dinner, and the people who came must be of extraordinary status, so of course they had to dress up well so that they could enter the high-end circle. She has been working as a real estate agent for 10 years but has never been able to integrate into Shanghai's high-end circle. Today, she finally has the chance to join. Sitting in the back of the electric scooter, Chen Shu also felt a little embarrassed. There's nowhere to put my hands. It seems that buying a car needs to be put on the agenda. However, he may need to retake the driving test because he is already 60 years old and has not used a driver's license for more than 10 years. If he wants to drive, he must learn again and get the latest driver's license. Chu Hong was still considerate and said, "Uncle Chen, hold my waist." "Chen Shu, this is not good." Chu Hong said, "That's nothing, Uncle Chen, your ideas are too conservative." Since that's what he said, Chen Shu naturally didn't hesitate. He held Chu Hong's slender waist with both hands. Her waist felt soft and elastic, and comfortable. A moment later, they arrived at the prince's private kitchen in the old villa. The doorman was still confused when he saw the small electric scooter. "It was the first time I saw someone riding an electric scooter to their restaurant." But he still politely asked, "Do you two have a reservation?" "Our restaurant only accepts reservations." "Chu Hong, I've made a reservation. It's in a private room at Qingshan Ziashui. My last name is Chu, and I've left my name." The doorman immediately said respectfully, "The manager has told us. Please come in." Chen Shu said, "My friend will be coming over later, please remember to receive him." The doorman greeted him with a smile, "Don't worry, sir." Chen Shu nodded. This is not a case of snobbery or looking down on others. The two walked in and a female manager came out. "Ms. Chu, Mr. Chen, hello, I am your full-time service manager today. You can communicate with me if you have any questions. Please go to the private room on the 2nd floor. The elevator is here. Follow me." Chen Shu really enjoyed it. When have you ever been treated so respectfully when you went out to eat? The 180,000 yuan meal expenses were really not wasted. When the two of them walked into the private room, they found that it was huge, even larger than Chen Shu's 100 square meter living room in the Arc de Triomphe. There is a large dining table and a tea table. Next to the tea table stood two young and beautiful women in cheongsams. When they saw people coming, they immediately became diligent and started to make tea for the two people. Chen Shu was very satisfied. Sitting on the soft leather sofa, enjoying the tea brewed by my sleeves, it's sweet. Sweeter than iced black tea. Post views, 75. Ch014 Divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 014. Chapter 13 is almost the same time. Kong Feng, her best friend, Xia Wanting, and Lao Lu came to the restaurant entrance with their two grandchildren who were around 18 years old. There are also 3 property front desks. Manager Kong. You're here too. Could the location old Chen gave us be wrong? My grandson checked, and this restaurant isn't listed on the takeout list. On the map, it says the average spending per person is several thousand yuan. Could old Chen have sent us to the wrong place? Old Lu was a little worried. They took a taxi for 50 yuan. Today happens to be the weekend, and the two grandsons are at home. When they heard that Lao Lu was going to have a dinner party, they followed him. But unexpectedly, Grandpa brought them to a place surrounded by high-end restaurants. And it is an old villa building. Due to historical reasons, it is not possible for ordinary people to maintain the old Western-style buildings in Shanghai. Not to mention the consumption level. Old Lu was a little confused. I haven't seen you for the past 2 days. How's brother Chen? The same thing happened to the property front desk staff who arrived a few minutes earlier than them. They also didn't dare to enter. I was afraid of appearing timid in this high-end restaurant. This made the restaurant doorman a little confused. Are these people coming to the restaurant or looking for jobs? Such a combination is rare in their restaurant. But Kong Feng and the others were some distance away from them, so the doorman naturally wouldn't take the initiative to go up to them. Kong Feng thought for a moment and said, "Old Chen probably wouldn't lie to us. So, I'll give him a call to confirm. If he goes to the wrong place, it would really disturb his business." Having said that, Kong Feng actually felt that it would be too embarrassing if she took the wrong path. The same goes for others. It is indeed a shame for them to be kicked out of a high-end restaurant with their status. At this time, Chen Shu, who was enjoying tea in the Qingshan Ziashui private room, saw the incoming call on the new mobile phone. "Manager Kong, have you arrived? I've been waiting for you," Chen Shu said. Kong Feng lowered her voice and said, "Old Chen, are you sure this is the prince's private chef?" Chen Shu stood up and said, "That's right." When he arrived at the window of the private room, he saw Kong Feng and his group across the road. "I saw you guys. I asked the manager to pick you up." After saying that, he hung up the phone. "Kong Feng?" Old Lu asked curiously, "What did brother Chen say?" "Kong Feng, he said he asked the restaurant manager to pick us up." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a woman in professional attire and leather shoes jogging out of the restaurant. "Hello everyone, you are all the friends that Mr. Chen is hosting, right? I am the manager of the Royal Prince's private kitchen. Mr. Chen asked me to show you the way, so please follow me." After saying that, he walked ahead. Kong Feng and his group followed behind in confusion. Well, it was really Lao Chen who chose to have dinner here. Old Liu's grandchildren all looked excited. This was their first time to go to such a high-end restaurant in Shanghai. I never dared to think about it before. "Wow, Grandpa is so awesome, your friend is really amazing," said the granddaughter excitedly. Old Lu smiled. But he was still a little nervous inside. What happened to brother Chen? Everyone thought it was just an ordinary restaurant and had even prepared for a food stall. After all, what kind of face does a divorced man who has left the house with nothing need? But I didn't expect Chen Shu to do something big. Scary. Kong Feng's best friend, Xie Mengguan, started taking selfies crazily after entering the restaurant. It is not easy to come to a restaurant like this, and this will be the material for showing off in the circle of friends in the future. The female manager led the group to a private room on the second floor. Along the way, they were all shocked by the decoration of this top-notch restaurant. Because they found that there was no hall here at all. In other words, there are only private rooms here. Moreover, each private room is very secluded and so quiet that you can only hear the sound of everyone's breathing. This was also the first time that this group of people felt uneasy about eating. After entering the door, it is a spacious private room. There were two women in cheongsams pouring tea for Chen Shu. Sitting next to Chen Shu was a woman in her 30s. Seeing his old colleagues, Chen Shu smiled. He really felt no pressure in front of these old friends. Everyone is here, please take a seat. Manager son, we are all here, please start serving the dishes. Chen Shu said. The restaurant's manager, son, immediately nodded and said, okay, Mr. Chen. After saying that, he picked up the intercom and started to serve the dishes. Two girls in cheongsams came out to make tea, and they were both our own people. Old Lu took a look at Chen Shu and said, Brother Chen, you seem to have become younger. What's going on? Also, how can we afford to eat at this restaurant? It's too expensive. Lao Lu also raised everyone's questions. It's only been 2 days since we last met, and Chen Shu seems to have become several years younger. His previous mental state was lifeless, as if he was about to be crushed by life. But now, not only does he look much younger, but his mental outlook is also very good. He looks like a man in his 40s. The wrinkles on her face have disappeared a lot, and her hair is even half black and half white, which makes her look very charming. Xie Wanting, who was behind Kong Feng, saw the clothes on Chen Shu and her eyes lit up. She looked at Chen Shu. He is rich, has good temperament, and is said to be divorced. He is a real bachelor. She may be 60 years old, but she doesn't look that old. She is even more charming than young handsome guys. Old men are good, they know how to care for people. There's something to do. Xie Wanting's eyes lit up, as if she had seen her prey. Chen Shu spread his hands and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Lao Lu, why are you being so polite to me? Just eat what you are told to. Let me introduce you, this is my roommate, Chu Hong. I don't know how to book a restaurant, so she did it for me. I heard that the dishes here are made with top quality ingredients. Everyone heard, roommate? Maybe Chen Shu is also sharing a house with this young woman now. Since we're sharing a house, life shouldn't be too good, right? Chu Hong was also curious why Chen Shu's friends seemed completely inconsistent with his net worth. But smart women will hide their emotions and remain very polite on the surface. Hello, everyone. Kong Feng also introduced Xie Wanting. This is my best friend, she's a private tour guide, and she's here for dinner today. Xie Wanting said, Hey, uncle, you don't mind, do you? Chen Shu said with a smile, I like a lively atmosphere. Let's eat as much as we can today. Chu Hong suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This Xie Wanting is not simple. He kept staring at Chen Shu. What is a private tour guide? In other words, they are dedicated to accompanying rich people on their travels. Danger! Danger! Kong Feng asked curiously, Old Chen, let me be frank. Aren't you divorced? Why are you treating us to such a high-end hotel? It's really expensive. Chen Shu knew everyone would be confused, so he said, after my divorce, I still had some money in the stock market. I just happened to make some money in the past 2 days, so it's more than enough to pay for the meal here. That's perfect. I've finally figured it out. Isn't the purpose of life to see the world? I used to be reluctant to let go, but now that I'm old, it's too late. Kong Feng was stunned, then nodded, thinking that it was still possible. Xia Wanting asked curiously, "Uncle, I think what you said makes sense. Also, it's those stocks that make money." Chen Shu lied and said, "It's in the military industry." Xia Wanting let out an "oh." The military industry sector is indeed doing very well these days. So it makes sense. It would be inappropriate to ask further. This is Shanghai, everyone has some wealth. Chu Hong became suspicious. Could it be that Uncle Chen was hiding this from these people? It is possible. Rich people are generally very low-key. Post views, 74. Ch015 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 015. Chapter 14 Kong Feng and the others also accepted the fact that Chen Shu was better off than they had imagined. In their imagination, Chen Shu should have made tens of thousands of dollars in the stock market and was in a happy mood. Making tens of thousands of dollars in the stock market is relatively easy if you are lucky. I know a few people who would be curious about the sudden increase in their money. But Chen Shu was not at all panicked. The reward funds given by the system came from formal sources and could withstand inspection. In fact, not many people have the ability to check Chen Shu's funds. I originally thought that Chen Shu made tens of thousands of dollars. But after the restaurant brought the money, Kong Feng and the others looked strange. Because the first dish shattered everyone's consumption concept. "Hello everyone, this is our first dish today, steamed king crab. It's flown in from Australia, weighing over 8 pounds. The crab meat is plump like lychees. Please enjoy it." After the restaurant manager finished her introduction, no one started eating. "I dare not. This king crab looks more valuable than the lives of the people here." Chen Shu also witnessed the strength of this restaurant. Emperor crab and king crab seem to differ by only one character, but in recent years, king crab has been almost turned into a common seafood by self-media, costing several hundred yuan per pound. However, the production area of emperor crab is less than that of king crab, only in the Bass Strait of Australia, and the production volume is also low, so the price per kilogram is several $1,000s. Not to mention the fresh ones weighing more than 8 kilograms. The cost of this king crab may be more than 40,000 or 50,000 yuan, and it is today's top recipe. Chen Shu said, "Everyone, stop standing there and let's get started." It was also the first time in his life that he had eaten such top-quality ingredients, so he didn't hesitate and immediately picked a big piece. It is indeed a top-grade ingredient. It is really satisfying after taking a bite. The large chunks of crab meat do not need any seasoning at all and are comparable to many delicacies. Really worth it. When several people saw Chen Shu taking the lead, they also became extremely excited and started to enjoy it. Old Liu's 2 grandsons were more excited than each other. Chen Shu said, "Old Liu, we 2 old brothers have no reason to be polite. Help the child and don't just stand there." Looking at his 2 grandsons, old Liu's face also lit up. "When I get home, I have to look at the faces of my son and daughter-in-law. I often say that I have not taken them to see the world. Isn't this time taking my grandson to see the world?" Kong Feng looked at Chen Shu without any strange expression. "I also put my worries aside." She was originally worried that Chen Shu would not be able to get over it, but now she could see that he had really figured it out. Don't worry about divorce and life. Moreover, his whole spirit is positive, which is completely different from when he is at work. It seems to be even more charming in a subtle way. Her best friend Xia Wanting also closed her eyes and began to enjoy the food, whispering, "Oh my god, this is the first time I've eaten such delicious crabs in such a long time in Shanghai. You have such a rich friend. Why didn't you introduce him to me earlier?" Kong Feng said, "Ah? No, he's 60. And he used to be our property security guard. He just got divorced and has some savings in the stock market. Is that also one of your options?" Xia Wanting looked at Chen Shu, who was enjoying his meal, and said, he went to work as a security guard to experience the life of us low-class people. This meal must have cost at least 100,000 yuan. And did you notice that the suit he's wearing is from Hermes? It's the latest model this year, at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Kong Feng looked at Chen Shu's clothes in surprise. It is indeed very different from the temperament when she only wore security uniform before. A lot younger. It is full of the charm of an old man and looks very luxurious. I didn't expect it to be Hermes. She felt that her brain was not enough. Is this still old Chen? There have been huge changes in the past 2 days. Xia Wanting continued, the key is that he's 60, but he looks only about 40. Do you know Kuo Pincheo? He's 45 and looks like he's 20. He must have spent a lot of money on maintenance to look so young. He's only 10 years older than me, so it's not a problem at all. I declare that he is my target. Kong Feng. She just felt a little confused. My best friend fell in love with a 60-year-old security guard. What's wrong with this world? However, upon closer inspection, Chen Shu has undergone a huge transformation in the past 2 days. He had a head full of white hair before, but now it looks a bit grey, and coupled with his spirited look, he really looks different. Some charm. You know, Xia Wanting is also a face lover and she really cares about appearance. Chu Hong, who was sitting next to Chen Shu, didn't enjoy the food very much. The king crab was indeed delicious, but what about Manager Kong and her best friend who were sitting next to Chen Shu? His eyes kept glancing at Chen Shu. Chu Hong felt like she had to protect her food. Chen Shu didn't care at all about these people's messy thoughts. He is really enjoying the food now. The next dishes came quickly, including braised abalone with green onions, sea urchin with sourdough bread, bluefin tuna belly sashimi, etc. 10 dishes were brought up one after another by the waitresses in Chongsam's. After the class, Chen Shu frowned. Less. The amount of food is less. Originally it was calculated to be enough for 7 or 8 people, but now it's enough for 11 people. Chen Shu called Manager Sun, who was guarding the door, over and said, Manager Sun, please give us a few more dishes. They are served faster. Manager Sun said, right now, the kitchen has fresh lobster and Iberian ham. Chen Shu said, 3 lobsters and 4 plates of ham, please. Oh, and what kind of wine do you have? There's Romani Conti red wine. I don't want red wine, do you have mutai? Yes, sir. 2 bottles, please. Okay, wait a moment, sir. When Chen Shu was talking to Manager Sun, no one else dared to interrupt. So domineering. Chen Shu ordered food here as casually as if he were eating at a roadside restaurant. He didn't even ask how much the lobster cost. Xia Wanting swallowed her saliva and whispered, Kongzi, I once went to a restaurant with a wealthy woman and had a loin for 9,888. This place is only expensive, not cheap. A plate of ham is at least 5,000. Your old colleague must be a multimillionaire. A millionaire would never dare to eat like this. Kong Feng was also dumbfounded. I originally thought it was just an ordinary dinner among colleagues, but I didn't expect the cost to be so high. That's too exaggerated. If I were to invite him back in the future, how would I be able to do that? Lao Lu said from the side, Brother Chen, that's enough. Chen Shu waved his hand and said, not enough. The food here is good, but the portions are too small. I've invited everyone to a meal, so of course I have to make sure they're full. A moment later, mutai came up. Chen Shu and Lao Lu poured a glass. Ladies and children who don't drink alcohol can just eat the vegetables. Chen Shu had only drunk mutai once, at the wedding banquet of a former colleague's son. Been thinking about this bite ever since. Unexpectedly, 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. And because his family is strict, he hasn't touched alcohol for 2 months. So, after drinking a glass of wine, people get drunk even without drinking the wine. Ding! The host has invited his middle-aged self to a banquet. Let's enjoy a glass of wine and reminisce about past romances. Reward, 1 million yuan. Post views, 67. Ch016 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 15. Only men understand the value of this game of treating your former self. Chen Shu couldn't help but feel touched. At 60, I drink what I wanted to drink at 40. Wine is always wine. But it was 20 years too late. How many 20 years can we have in our life? This was a regret in life, but now Chen Shu has fulfilled it. Therefore, being rewarded 1 million by the system is actually not too much. A man's regret, that one isn't worth a million? After drinking a glass of 52 proof mutai, Lao Lu next to him also had tears in his eyes. Like Chen Shu before him, he is a man who is almost crushed by life. He was betrayed by his own son and became a dishonest person. He has to support the whole family and work as a security guard, but his wife still despises him for not making enough money. But what can he do? Usually, cigarettes don't cost more than 10 yuan. The only alcohol you could get was the big green sticks that cost 3 yuan, and you could only drink them secretly. This sip of mutai costs tens or hundreds of yuan, and I have never tasted it in my life. The taste may not be much better than cheap erkuatu, but the taste of this bite is a new experience in life. For Lao Lu, it surpasses the seafood on the table that he has never eaten before. Lao Lu felt that it was right to know Brother Chen. The two old men expressed various emotions during the meal. It's a pity that other people may not understand it very well. Everyone was attracted by the various top-quality seafood. Especially Lao Liu's two grandchildren, each of them was very satisfied. The same goes for Kong Feng. Even though she was a property manager and earned tens of thousands of yuan a month, she had never eaten such a good meal. Chen Shu and Chu Hong also enjoyed the top-notch dining of their dreams. Only after the lobster and ham were served did everyone feel full. If it were in the past, Chen Shu would definitely complain that the food here is expensive and the portions are small. But now, Chen Shu just said, "It's delicious, I'll come again next time." Lao Lu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother Chen, you can't come here too often. You can't afford the money you made from stock trading." In Lao Liu's opinion, Chen Shu's current net worth is at most a few 100,000. A meal can be made in half. Of course, the remaining money should be saved. Otherwise, you will be left alone when you are old and your future will be miserable. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Old Lu, your brother Chen is not short of money now." After he finished speaking, he said to the door, "Manager son, pay the bill." Manager son immediately came over with the card machine. "Mr. Chen, the original amount was 188,000, but since we added the lobster and ham, the total is 236,000. Chen Shu nodded, "Okay, swipe the card." After saying that, he took out a bank card. Manager son took it respectfully with both hands and swiped the card to complete the transaction. "Mr. Chen, thank you for dining at our Royal Prince's private kitchen. We look forward to your next visit." Chen Shu nodded, "Next time I will bring my granddaughter, the quality should be the same as today's." Manager son was immediately happy, "Okay, Mr. Chen, as long as you have any requirements, we will definitely arrange it in advance." Everyone else in the private room was shocked. Over 200,000 yuan for a meal? Old Lu couldn't even hold the toothpick steadily. In his hometown, this is the down payment for a house. Just eat it up like this? Seeing Chen Shu's nonchalant way of paying, Old Lu opened his eyes wide. Is this still Brother Chen who used to pick up cigarette butts with him in the community? With a wave of the hand, more than 200,000 yuan was spent? Old Lu just feels that he is old and his brain is not enough. This is too scary. The grandson next to him said excitedly, "Grandpa, your friend is so handsome, he must be a rich man, like a big shot." Old Lu nodded, "That's right, your Grandpa Chen is indeed not an ordinary person." Chu Hong and Xia Wanting were stunned when they saw Chen Shu paying. Money is meant to be spent for women to see. Men are most attractive when they spend money. Kong Feng originally thought that this meal might cost tens of thousands. "I really didn't expect it to cost more than 200,000. Then she would have to re-examine Chen Shu's wealth. This old man might really be a low-key millionaire or even a multimillionaire." Because Chen Shu didn't even blink when he paid, he was very casual and definitely not pretending. It really surprised her. This man has changed so much after his divorce. It looked like he was kicked out of the house with nothing that day. Now it seems that Chen Shu seems to have a backup plan. Just think about it, how could a man who has lived for most of his life and been married twice divorce his wife without some means? Kong Feng was also relieved. She was confident in Chen Shu's character, and that Chu Hong must be just his roommate. Although the two seem to have a special relationship, Chu Hong is only 30 years old after all. She shouldn't be interested in Chen Shu, right? But when Kong Feng saw the look in her best friend Xia Wanting's eyes, she felt dizzy. Could it be that this girl really likes Chen Shu? Even the young female waiters at the front desk looked at Chen Shu differently. Even though this is in Shanghai. But there are still only a few people who can spend 200,000 yuan on a meal. Kong Feng was helpless. What was wrong with this world? Is it possible to bridge such a huge age gap? She doesn't know that one day she will fall into Chen Shu's charm trap without knowing it. Ding! The host has made up for the regret of not treating colleagues to a meal, and at the same time, enjoyed the most expensive meal of his life. He feels that he has no regrets in his life. Reward, 6 million yuan. 6 million. He spent more than 200,000 yuan and got back more than 6 million yuan. Plus the more than 1 million before. There is about 27 million in Chen Shu's card. Chen Shu felt very satisfied. Although the gift this time is relatively small compared to before, I am still satisfied. But there is still a long way to go. He also wants to own a luxury house of his own in Shanghai, like the Arc de Triomphe, but this may not be enough. Of course, as long as we continue like this, it will not be a problem to buy a luxury house this year. After finishing the meal, the group went downstairs one after another. Chu Hong first took a taxi to send the young ladies at the front desk away. Next came old Lu and his grandchildren. Tonight, Lao Lu straightened his back. Because the two of them only drank one bottle of mutai, and the other bottle of chincha was taken away by Lao Lu. After all, we are old brothers, so this doesn't matter. Under the satisfied gaze of their grandchildren, the three of them got into the car. Soon, only Kong Feng and her best friend Xia Wanting were left at the door. Chen Shu asked, "Manager Kong, how did you get here?" Kong Feng said, "I drove here by myself." "It's okay, Lao Chen. Your temperament is very different now." "Not bad, not bad. How is your heart disease?" Chen Shu said, "After going through so much, I've finally come to terms with it. My cardiologist said I have a good attitude and can live another 2 years. Thank you, Manager Kong, for your concern." Kong Feng nodded and said, "That's good. I need to learn this from you." Xia Wanting jumped out from beside Kong Feng and said, "Uncle Chen, I want to learn some stock trading knowledge from you. Can we add each other as friends?" Chen Shu had also been observing this woman with a great figure for a long time. Her appearance is comparable to that of Chu Hong and Kong Feng. He naturally accepted everyone who came. Okay. Post views, 67. Ch017 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 16. Kong Feng also knew what her somewhat flirtatious best friend was planning. But it was difficult for her to stop it in front of everyone, not to mention that Chen Shu agreed. She could clearly feel that Chen Shu had become a little different, like a completely different person compared to before. Could it be that divorce is also a kind of nirvana for old men? Kong Fang asked curiously, "Old Chen, what are you going to do next? Are you going to trade stocks full-time? Do you still want to find a job?" He thought that all Chen Shu's money was now used for stock trading. This is the only reason that can explain why Chen Shu is not short of money now. Chen Shu was too lazy to explain. "I'm not looking for it anymore. I'm tired. I've figured it out. Life is just a fleeting few decades. I can't tire myself out too much. Otherwise, when I'm old and look back, I'll find so many things I did right and so many regrets, and I'll feel like I've lived in vain." Manager Kong, you're still young and can't feel it, but I still advise you to take a break and not work so hard. Who will be responsible if you burn yourself out? Just enjoy life. Xia Wanting next to her said, "Uncle Chen is right. Hehe, do you want to go traveling in the future? Uncle, I'm a private tour guide. I can accompany you. I can give you discounts as acquaintances. I can take you to interesting places anywhere in the world. You're not to mention." Chen Shu really had such a plan. As a man who was somewhat literary when he was young, what he longed for in the past was to go on a spontaneous trip to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of his motherland. As the burden of life weighed on him, he no longer dared to have any more fantasies. But now, he has plenty of time and money. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll really have to trouble you in the future. I was planning to do that." Xia Wanting's face lit up with joy. It turns out that wealth and opportunities are something you have to fight for yourself. Chu Hong, who was standing next to her, had already started to sound the alarm in her mind. This woman is really proactive. It seems like the age difference between the two people doesn't matter at all. Chu Hong compared herself with Xia Wanting in her mind. Both of them looked similar, but the breasts of the girl opposite her were 2 sizes larger than hers. I looked down and felt a little inferior. Bad thing. Could it be that I can't compete with the latecomers? I don't know what Uncle Chen is thinking, but he seems to be accepting everyone who comes. After the two sides chatted for a while, it was getting late and they both went home. Back to the Arc de Triomphe. As the wind blew, Chen Shu became drunk. He wasn't a particularly good drinker, and since he hadn't drunk for a long time, he was really a little drunk and felt dizzy. After returning home, I felt a pair of delicate hands helping me take off my clothes in a daze. He was drunk, and he pulled the soft and fragrant thing into his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Wake up the next day. Chen Shu discovered that his original clothes had been replaced with newly bought pajamas. Just as I was thinking about the details of what happened last night, Chu Hong opened the door and walked in. Chen Shu asked, "Xiao Chu, help me change my clothes." Chu Hong chuckled and said, "Yes, Uncle Chen. You drank too much last night, and your clothes were stained with alcohol. I helped you change your clothes." Chen Shu was stunned. Was it possible that his 45-year-old body had been seen naked? Thinking of the sweetness and softness of last night, Chen Shu felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry about last night," Chen Shu said proactively. Chu Hong laughed softly and said, "I didn't expect that you, Chen Shu, are 60 years old, but you are still as energetic as a 40-year-old man. You even pulled my wrist red. Look at that." After saying that, she stretched out her snow-white wrist. There was actually a red handprint on it. Chen Shu said embarrassedly, "That." Chu Hong said, "I understand, Chen Shu. At your age, it's normal. Nothing happened. Be careful next time." Chen Shu was puzzled. Why is the atmosphere so weird, even a little sexy? How could there be a next time? Chen Shu felt the majesty and grandeur inside the quilt. It was so good to be young. If I had been a little more forceful last night, I might have broken the window paper between the two of them. But Chen Shu also knew that Chu Hong must be hesitating. After all, there is a gap between the two people. Moreover, Chen Shu has no plans to get married again in this life, so he cannot give the other person a legal status. Besides, even if two people want to get what they want, they still need a chance. Chen Shu was not in a hurry and said, "Your hands are empty. I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Go buy a bracelet as my apology for last night." I transferred 50,000 yuan directly to Chu Hong's WeChat. 50,000 is not too much, but not too little for Chu Hong. It is mainly to express her feelings and facilitate the development of the relationship between the two in the future. Chu Hong was stunned for a moment, then joked, "Uncle Chen, you're not going to support me, are you?" Chen Shu followed up and said, "Are you willing?" Chu Hong didn't expect Chen Shu to be so direct. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Her chest kept rising and falling, making Chen Shu, who had just woken up, feel a little dry in the mouth. After a moment, Chu Hong asked, "Uncle Chen, are you planning to get married?" Chen Shu shook his head. "Marriage? I've been married twice in my life. One buried my youth, and the other buried my middle-aged and old age. Do you think I should get married?" Chu Hong was stunned. She just heard yesterday that Chen Shu was divorced, but she didn't know that it would hurt Chen Shu so much. Chu Hong didn't say anything. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Chen Shu thought about it and felt bad. Could it be that this silly girl is here to get married? This is not in line with Chen Shu's mentality of playing the game of life. If this is really the case, then Chen Shu would directly propose to go their separate ways without mercy. After a moment, Chu Hong said, "It's not time yet. I'm going to work." After saying that, he slipped out as if escaping. Just a moment later, he accepted Chen Shu's transfer and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Chen Shu, who was sitting on the bed, laughed out loud, "Interesting. Isn't it time?" Chen Shu thought about it and decided that the money he spent was probably not enough. But there's no need to rush. After all, both of them have taken a step forward. Ding! The host didn't hide his inner thoughts at all, looked directly into his heart, and bravely made a request to the woman. Although he was rejected, his courage is commendable. Reward: Fitness Potion. After use, you can obtain 5 years of fitness effects. What the hell is Fitness Potion? Chen Shu directly notified the system to use it. Next, I felt that the loose muscles under the skin began to become firm, the chest muscles gradually became fuller, and the 8-pack abs gradually appeared. At the same time, I feel that my body strength has increased. Is this the result of 5 years of fitness? Chen Shu got up and looked at his figure in the bedroom mirror. He seems like a dedicated fitness trainer. All the fat on the body has disappeared, leaving only tight muscles and very strong arms. If I had acquired this set of muscular muscles earlier, Chu Hong wouldn't have been able to escape last night, right? Chen Shu muttered. Chu Hong walked out of the door and her face turned red and her heart beat fast in the elevator. In fact, she is also very conflicted. I know that Chen Shu's purpose is not to get married. When you are 60 years old, you have seen and played everything you want to see. Do you want to find someone to divide your property with? Isn't this courting death? But Chu Hong couldn't accept it for a while. The idea hasn't changed yet. Of course, she was also a little worried that she was being cheated by Chen Shu. After all, the financial resources Chen Shu had displayed at the moment were enough to shock her, but the largest expenditure was only 200,000, which was not enough to make Chu Hong surrender automatically. Both of them were pulling frantically. Post views, 69. Ch018 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 17. After Chu Hong left. Chen Shu also got up early and called the community owner restaurant to send 2 steaks. He is now full of tendons and muscles. If he wants to keep it that way, he needs to eat more protein and meat. Only after experiencing an old body yourself will you truly cherish your figure. Look at yourself in the mirror. He dresses stylishly, has bulging arms and a muscular face with only a few wrinkles. He looks steady rather than old, especially with his grey hair. Handsome. Old handsome guy. Even more attractive than when she was young. The young body of my dreams is now there. Now Chen Shu just wants to live a good life and play the game of life seriously. What should I do next? Well, maybe buy a car. Chen Shu thought for a while. Chu Hong goes to work, but he just needs to enjoy his life. A successful man must have his own shelter from the wind and rain. A car. Chen Shu thought for a moment and said, the Maybach I saw one day was pretty good. It was quite comfortable to sit in. I'm thinking of finding someone to look at cars with me. It would be inappropriate to continue letting Chu Hong do this. This little girl has a huge appetite and needs to be left alone while still trying to maintain her pitiful dignity. What is dignity? When Chen Shu was at his lowest point, he used his pitiful dignity to exchange for an overtime benefit of 200 yuan a month. The dignity of the poor is a joke. Xie Wanting, whom I just met last night, is a good person. She is very proactive and very much to Chen Shu's liking. If one doesn't work, try another. This is the attitude of playing life. He won't be a lickspittle who only knows how to lick one person. He is already 60 years old and time is very tight. At this time, Xie Wanting was getting a good night's sleep. As a private tour guide, there is actually no formal company at all. I just expose some photos of my travels on the internet and small age books, and then try to get the job. Sometimes we may not receive a single order in a month. Sometimes hungry, sometimes full. Ding dong. The phone rang. Xie Wanting took a look and found that it was the Diamond Bachelor from last night. Xiao Xie, do you have time today? Come with me to buy a car. Xie Wanting was stunned. A rich man wants to buy a car? She didn't know Chen Shu's net worth, but she thought that if someone spent more than 200,000 yuan on a meal, then buying a car must cost at least 1,000,000 yuan, right? And why look for yourself? Xie Wanting also understood. After all, as a private tour guide, she knew men very well. Especially an old man like this. But Xie Wanting was a little confused. She seemed to have seen a woman next to Chen Shu who was as beautiful as herself last night, so why did she come to see her the next day? This is too despicable. Old scumbag. But he's a scumbag, so be it, as long as he's willing to spend money on me. Xie Wanting thought and replied immediately. She didn't care what kind of scumbag he was. Uncle Chen, I've put the order off. I'll go with you to buy a car. Where should we meet? Chen Shu also smiled when he received the news. This is too fake. But Chen Shu didn't expose her, he just said, I'll take a taxi to pick you up. Where do you live? After Xie Wanting reported a location, Chen Shu used a taxi app to call an A6 and picked up Xie Wanting. After getting on the bus, Chen Shu glanced at Xie Wanting. It was exquisitely dressed. She wore a casual white shirt on her upper body, but it couldn't hide the waves under her crystal neck. She wore jeans underneath, which outlined her round and full thighs. After getting in the car, Xie Wanting asked, Uncle Chen, I haven't seen you for a day. You look even better. I can't tell your age at all. What kind of car do you want to see? I wonder if I know any salesperson who can recommend one to you. Chen Shu said, let's go with the Maybach. It was quite comfortable to sit in before. Xie Wanting nodded and said, okay, Maybach is good. As the saying goes, Rolls-Royce is too high profile. Maybach is just right. It suits you. It's low-key. I happen to have a friend who works as a salesperson at a department store. Let's go take a look. Chen Shu nodded, okay, thank you, Xiao Xiat. Xia Wanting hugged Chen Shu's arm directly and rubbed her plump breasts against his arm. You are too polite, Uncle Chen. It is my honor to let me accompany you to buy a car. It shows that you trust me. Don't they say there's an inexplicable bond between people? Last night, I saw you and I felt close to you, closer than my dad. And the next day, you came to see me. This shows that there's a bond between us. Maybe we were a family in our past lives. This guy who had worked as a private tour guide was different. He was eloquent and made Chen Shu very happy. At this time, Chen Shu's cell phone rang. Looking at Chen Wen's name above, Chen Shu suddenly fell silent. This is his daughter. The two have not been in contact for more than a year. Chen Shu felt a little guilty towards his daughter. When he got married for the second time, Chen Wen was firmly against it, but Chen Shu was alone for a year and was deceived by Ye Mei's sweet words. After getting married, Chen Wen had less contact with others and lived alone in her hometown county. She only started meeting people formally after getting married. At that time, Chen Shu only left 50,000 yuan to Chen Wen. Because Ye Mei managed all his money. After they had 2 children, Chen Shu often went back to accompany his children, and the relationship between the two eased a little, but it did not return to a normal father-daughter relationship. After all, Ye Mei is in the middle. Now that his 2 grandchildren have grown up, it is difficult for him to find a reason to go back to his hometown, and the 2 of them have become estranged again. We haven't been in touch for over a year. It was always his granddaughters and grandsons who called him. Chen Wen, why did you think of calling me? For a moment, Chen Shu's voice was choked. The bond between blood relatives cannot be felt by outsiders. All I could hear on the other end of the line was breathing. But Chen Shu knew that it was the sound of his daughter's breathing, so he kept waiting. A moment later, Chen Wen's voice came, Dad, do you have any money? Chen Shu was stunned, and he felt a voice in his heart, yes. Dad is so poor now that he only has money left. Chen Shu knew that his daughter was naturally stubborn and strong-willed, and usually wouldn't ask for help from others. She must have encountered difficulties now. He asked, it's okay, An? Yes, what's going on at home? Chen Wen said, Wang Tao had an accident at the factory and his entire palm was cut off. He needs to save money for surgery. We've already put Chen Pingping's wedding money into it, but it's still not enough. I'm afraid. Chen Shu's heart broke when he heard his daughter's sad voice. He immediately said, how much do you need? I'll transfer it to you right away. Chen Wen said, I don't know, but the doctor said it would cost at least 500,000 yuan, and I need to be transferred to a city hospital. Chen Shu said, no problem. I'll go out. The most important thing is to keep Wang Tao's hand. What's your WeChat number? Add me on WeChat first. Post views, 67. CH019 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 18 Wang Qiang is Chen Shu's son-in-law. This son-in-law is also an honest man who works in a factory in the county town and is a classmate of Chen Wen. Chen Shu also has similar interests with this son-in-law. Both of them like fishing. When I was at home with my children, I would go fishing with my son-in-law when I had time. He never expected that his honest and hard-working son-in-law would suffer such a misfortune. As his father-in-law, he naturally could not stand idly by. After I hung up the phone, WeChat on my phone rang. Chen Wen added herself as a friend. Without saying a word, he transferred 3 million directly. Nanjing County, People's Hospital. Wang Tao was pale from blood loss. Forget it, An. I can just give up my hand, but this is Pingping's wedding money. If I use it, what will happen to his marriage? Will his girlfriend agree? I will never be able to get over the fact that our child can't get married. He was a worker in an auto parts factory. Today, because he worked the night shift for too long, he accidentally had his entire palm cut off by a cutter. After contacting the boss, I learned that their insurance was not signed with the factory, but with a parts factory in another place. It would definitely take a long time to get compensation, and they simply didn't have time to wait. The doctor said that reattaching the palm would require very advanced medical skills, and he would have to go to the top surgical hospital in the provincial capital, and the cost of the operation would be astronomical. For an ordinary family, a palm is not worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chen Wen said decisively, "You should talk less. I called my dad and he can lend us some money. We need to keep our hands clean so that we can have a future." If Chen Pingping can't even bear to let go of his girlfriend, then he might as well not have a daughter-in-law. Wang Tao endured the pain and said, your dad doesn't have much money. I'm afraid he can't even take care of himself." Chen Wen said, "Whatever he has, he's my last resort. If it's not enough." At this time, her cell phone rang. "Transfer from Big Tree, 3 million yuan, please receive the payment." Chen Wen lowered her neck and took a closer look. Tens, hundreds, millions, and tens of millions. 3 million? She vaguely remembered that her father used to be a security guard in the community. Even if he had some private money, it would probably not exceed tens of thousands of yuan. He could actually come up with 3 million? This was far beyond Chen Wen's imagination. Wang Tao next to him said, "What's wrong? Is it because you don't have enough money? Let's go." "Throw my hand away." Chen Wen said in disbelief, "My dad gave me 3 million. Your hand can be saved. Doctor, we need to transfer to another hospital." Wang Tao, Mr. Duo. It seems impossible for the father-in-law in his mind to have so much money, right? But he was also somewhat relieved that his hand was definitely saved. "Dad, where did you get so much money? Did Aunt Ye agree to give me so much?" Looking at the message on the phone, Chen Shu replied with clumsy finger movements. "I made money from stock trading. I'm divorced and now I'm alone. The other party is typing. The other party is typing. Dad, Ping Ping is getting married on April 28th. Remember to come back and attend his wedding. Anan wants to visit you in a couple of days." Chen Shu replied, "Okay, I'll be there on time. I'll use the remaining money to hold a grand wedding for Ping Ping. If you need money, just let me know." "Okay," smiley face. This moment, Chen Shu closed his eyes. He felt as if he had completed a redemption of himself. When he divorced Chen Wen's mother, he was sorry for his daughter. After that, he married Ye Mei, which made his only daughter's relationship with her become increasingly distant. Now, he finally has a chance to redeem himself. Ding! The host has fulfilled his debt to his daughter, made up for his regrets towards her, and healed his inner wounds. Reward, 60 million. Chen Shu was not at all surprised by this reward. "Because this is the biggest regret in my heart." Being able to help Chen Wen made him feel extremely satisfied. The reward of 60 million is not too much. It took a long time to calm down. Chen Shu slowly opened his closed eyes. He really wants to help his daughter through this difficult time now. But Chen Wen is naturally strong-willed, and I can't help her now. It will only affect Chen Wen's mood, so just showing up will be enough. Leave other matters to professional doctors. He just needs to continue with his plan. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Wanting, who was standing next to him, was very sensible and hadn't said a word. Seeing Chen Shu slow down, she asked, "Uncle Chen, what's going on?" "Your daughter." Chen Shu nodded and said, "Well, there are some things happening at home." Xie Wanting looked out the window. "I understand. At your age, many things always come unexpectedly into your life. That's life." What can you do? Chen Shu looked at Xia Wanting with admiration. This woman was quite interesting. Her attitude towards life seemed to be more insightful than his. Chen Shu didn't say anything else along the way. I keep thinking about the past. After getting off the bus, his mentality finally changed. He has already helped his daughter, but he still wants to play with his life. But this time when buying a car, he had a new idea. His eldest grandson is getting married next month, and as his grandfather he will definitely have to contribute some money. The debt to my daughter can also be made up through my grandson. But giving money is too direct. Moreover, Chen Shu knew very well that it would be difficult for ordinary people to manage a large amount of money if they received it all at once. People can only control the money within their own cognition. Money that is beyond our understanding will be lost in various ways. Chen Pingping is only 23 now. In Chen Shu's eyes, he is still very young. It is easy for him to lose himself if he is given a few million. But marriage is a big deal after all, so giving him a car is naturally the best choice. This will also allow him to save face in front of his wife. The two people soon arrived at the Mercedes Pujiang Star Force sales store in Shanghai. The sales hall here is extremely grand. After entering, Chen Shu saw luxury cars parked on both sides. Chen Shu doesn't know much about luxury car brands. Basically, they are the three major ones: Audi, Mercedes, and BMW. This was the most popular car brand in his era and a symbol of wealth. So he chose the Mercedes brand. Moreover, the previous Maybach was very comfortable and made him very satisfied. After entering the door, before the salesperson arrived, a man from a young couple next door who were looking at cars walked towards them. Isn't this the class beauty? Is this your dad? Are you accompanying your dad to buy a car? The man raised his eyebrows and spoke in a bad tone. Chen Shu frowned, feeling unhappy. Young people nowadays are so rude. When Xia Wanting saw this man, she also chuckled, "This is my boyfriend." Chen Shu was stunned. What is this drama? Is there a story between these two people? The man said, "No way, are you really looking for a 40 to 50-year-old? Xia Wanting, you have no taste." Xia Wanting sneered, "As long as she's richer and more attractive than you, that's all you care." Post views, 70. Ch020 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 19. Chen Shu watched the two people making such a fuss and was a little curious about the story between them. "Xia Wanting, you really love money," said the man opposite. Xia Wanting said, "Why, is it wrong to love money? With a man much older than you for money? Why not? Is there anything wrong with loving money?" The two people exchanged a few words. After a while, the man took into consideration the feelings of his girlfriend next to him and walked aside to look at the car. Chen Shu asked curiously, "Ex-boyfriend?" Xia Wanting shook her head and said, "No, it was just a suitor of mine named Lu Wei. At the time, I saw that he only made 4,000 yuan a month and couldn't even support himself, so I rejected him. Who would have thought that I despised him for being poor? He started to spread rumors about me at my workplace, which led to my dismissal. But it just so happens that I also found that my personality is not suitable for work. I just happened to be fired, and the company also compensated me with an N+1 plan. It can be said that there are gains and losses. I just can't help but be angry. If you don't have money, go earn it. Why are you picking on me? A man like this is really despicable." Chen Shu also laughed. "So that's how it is. Xia Wanting's personality is really straightforward. She doesn't hide her thoughts at all. She is a bit of a gold worshipper, but she is not a green tea and does not hide herself." Who knew that Lu Wei felt looked down upon and couldn't bear the blow, so he started to retaliate. Xia Wanting turned to Chen Shu and asked, "Uncle, is it wrong to love money?" Chen Shu shook his head and said, "Of course it's true. Everyone has their own preferences and can decide their own lifestyle. This kid is indeed inhumane. You're rejected for not being able to make money, and you feel like your pitiful pride has been hurt, so you take revenge? You're just a pathetic clown." Xia Wanting said, "Uncle Chen is the one who sees things clearly." Chen Shu laughed. Once upon a time. Thinking about it, the two of them went to see the car. A moment later, Xia Wanting's sales friend ran over. She is a woman in her 20s. Xia Wanting said, "Xia Wang, this is my Uncle Chen. He's here to look at cars. The Maybach in your shop is over there. Take us to have a look." The two people met at a bar nightclub. Nowadays, it is common for young people to go to nightclubs. Wang Ting also often comes into contact with the upper class. After all, 70% of the people who visit Mercedes stores in Shanghai buy C-Class and E-Class cars, but 30% buy G-Class and Maybach cars. There are still a lot. She saw the Hermes on Chen Shu at first sight. Coupled with Chen Shu's superior temperament in his every move and perfect body management, he is definitely a wealthy man. "Mr. Chen, please come in. The Maybach exhibition area is on our second floor. The cars on the first floor may not be suitable for your social status," Wang Ting said with a smile. It's no wonder that Mercedes' sales are professional. Flattery leaves no trace. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Okay, let's go upstairs." Not far away, Lu Wei, who came to see the Mercedes C-Class, was also secretly observing Xia Wanting and Chen Shu. He wanted to know what these two people were doing here. "Are you buying a car like them?" Lu Wei's girlfriend asked. "Who are they?" Lu Wei casually said, "That woman is a former colleague of mine. She loves money very much and even pursued me, but I rejected her because she is too greedy for money. The old man next to her must be the rich man she is dating." His girlfriend nodded and said, "It can be seen that the old man next to him is indeed very rich." Lu Wei asked curiously, "How do you know?" "Girlfriend, the shirt he was wearing was from Hermes, it cost 30,000 yuan, and the whole outfit was at least 70,000 yuan. He also had a very good temperament, just like the millionaires I've met." Lu Wei's girlfriend is a bank employee and has met many wealthy men in Shanghai. The vision is naturally very sharp. Of course, there was one more thing she didn't say, which was that this old man was quite charming and had very deep eyes. Chen Shu's charm potion demonstrates its effect at all times. If a man is just charming, it won't be enough. Lack of money won't have such a big effect either. Lu Wei's face looked a little ugly. He never imagined that he, a young top student, could not compare to a white-haired old man in his 50s. What made him even more jealous was that they had also been to the second floor. He just took a look and hurried down. None of the luxury cars above are worth less than 2 million. He brought his girlfriend here today, and brought a down payment of 100,000 yuan to mortgage a Mercedes C-Class. The above are luxury cars such as Maybach, Rolls-Royce, and Mercedes G-Class, which are not available for loan. Of course, even if he could get a mortgage loan, Lu Wei couldn't do it. After all, he himself is not sure whether he can drive a Maybach in his lifetime. "Humph, having a few coins is nothing big," Lu Wei said stubbornly. The girlfriend next to me thought silently, "If we had money, we wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy a house in Shanghai." She felt only envy. Because in some ways, the old man was indeed a very good partner. Just old. But is age still a problem now? Are there not many cases of old man and young wife, or old wife and young husband in the entertainment industry? As long as two people are suitable, age doesn't matter. Those are all worldly perspectives, and they can be broken. Chen Shu had no idea that his casual appearance had made Lu Wei's girlfriend restless. When the two of them came to the second floor, the female salesperson that Xia Wanting knew became enthusiastic. "I wonder if Sir has a model you like?" asked salesperson Wang Ting. Chen Shu thought for a moment and said, Maybach, take me to see it. Wang Ting immediately raised her left hand and led the two people to the innermost area. This is our latest Maybach model this year. I recommend the S-Class 680, which perfectly suits your temperament. Wang Ting's voice is so sweet that it cannot be described. This car costs 4 million yuan, and if she sells this car a month, her commission is guaranteed. If it's suitable, you can take a test drive. Wang Ting offered. Chen Shu said, Oh, my driver's license is from 10 years ago. Wanting, how about you come? Xia Wanting shook her head repeatedly, Chen Shu, I dare not. If I touch it, I can't even afford the compensation with my life. Chen Shu was helpless. Wang Ting said, It's okay, Mr. Chen. We have cooperated with the Vehicle Management Department. Your driver's license can be renewed at any time. As long as you provide your identification information, of course, you have to buy this car. Chen Shu was surprised. Is this what luxury cars are for? A little capriciousness of money? I originally thought he would have to take the driving test again. Chen Shu nodded and said, Okay, let's experience it first. Please drive, beautiful lady, and I'll experience it from behind. Wang Ting smiled and said, This is what our Mercedes company should do, Mr. Chen. Post views, 70. CH021 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 20. When Lu Wei and his girlfriend were carefully testing the Mercedes C, they had just driven out. I saw a car rushing out from the next lane. Be careful, that's one of our cars. It's a Maybach. You can't afford the compensation if you hit it. The salesperson sitting in the passenger seat said this without any politeness. Lu Wei looked embarrassed, but he could only slow down and give way. Then I could clearly see Xia Wanting sitting in the passenger seat. The girl who would rather cry in a Maybach than laugh on the back of a bicycle finally got her wish. This made Lu Wei feel like a waste, good for nothing. Even if others are materialistic, they are still successful. Do you have any success in yourself? The salesperson next to him didn't think he was adding fuel to the fire at all, and said enviously, This is the latest model of Midnight Black. It costs over 4 million. It can buy 20 C-class cars. If it weren't for you, I might have been the one to receive those two people. Sigh. The salesperson didn't say. But Lu Wei and his girlfriend could both understand what he meant. Okay, our car is worth 200,000 yuan and it is mortgaged, so the commission is small. Will it affect your ability to make big money? In fact, their unhappiness is entirely due to their jealousy and envy. When Lu Wei was rejected by Xia Wanting, he was talking about being arrogant and looking down on women who like money. But in fact, he is completely unable to be noble. While he insults the ugliness of money, he also desires to become a rich man. Generally speaking, there is only one reason, that is, he is not the rich one. In this respect, even Xia Wanting is not as good as her. At least Xia Wanting is a woman who never hides her inner feelings. This guy is not even as frank as a woman. Chen Shu sat in the back seat of the Maybach. He turned on the zero-gravity mode and then asked Wang Ting to play an old rock song, Rock on the New Long March, which was a song that Chen Shu liked when he was young. Close your eyes and enjoy it quietly. The sonorous sound coming from the 31 Berlin speakers brought Chen Shu back to that summer afternoon when he was lying on a mat listening to the radio. Ding! The host used top-notch speakers to hear his beloved rock songs from that year, feeling the passage of time is irretrievable. Reward, 500,000 yuan. An inner feeling, rewarding myself with 500,000. Chen Shu was even calm. People at his age. Maybe at that moment you will feel that time flies. Moreover, he now has more than 20 million in his card, and these 500,000 is just a drizzle for him. He wanted to experience the sound of Berlin more. It is indeed much better than any car I have ever ridden. The previous online ride-hailing model didn't seem to be the top-of-the-line model. This one is the top model. It is true that some configurations cannot be felt unless you feel them carefully. The power of this Maybach is also very good and smooth. You can't feel the acceleration or deceleration at all when sitting in the back. Even feel a little sleepy. No wonder those bosses aren't sleepy at work. Love is like taking a nap in the car. So don't listen to those bosses' toxic chicken soup, just sleep 4 hours a day. The boss drives a Maybach, and cattle and horses can only take the subway. How can he catch up on sleep? Enjoyed it for half an hour. Chen Shu expressed great satisfaction. Wang Ting said, Mr. Chen, you can also choose to install a starry sky roof, but you may have to wait for a while before you can pick up the car. Chen Shu shook his head and said, don't bother. Let's take this one. Pay in full. I'm going to drive away today. I'll leave the registration and my driver's license with you. Wang Ting swallowed back the words she wanted to say. This is a truly wealthy boss that you only see once a year. I paid the full amount directly. Wang Ting gave Xia Wanting a look, saying, Sister, you are really awesome. You gave me such a big order. I will definitely thank you very much in the future. Xia Wanting was also a little excited. This Uncle Chen is really a rich man. Kong Fang said that he was a security guard. I guess it's just to experience life. Nowadays, the richer people are, the more willing they are to experience the life of the lower class. Now that the experience is over, are we going to return to the upper class life? Just raise your hand and you'll get a Maybach. Where can I find such a charming and good-looking old man? Return to the forest store. Chen Shu also started to prepare to pay. When walking towards the VIP room, I turned around and saw a square box parked there. Chen Shu fell in love with the car at first sight. Everyone here who has bought a luxury car knows that as long as you have money in your pocket, the car is more about your appearance. If you like it, there is no need to care about other configurations. What is this car? Chen Shu asked curiously. Wang Ting said, oh, it's a G-Class, commonly known as the Big G. This one was ordered by a previous customer, and they'll pick it up this afternoon. Chen Shu walked over and took a look around. This square G-Class really made him feel very satisfied. Wang Ting introduced, this car may not be as comfortable as the Maybach, but its off-road capability is very strong and its power is stronger. Xia Wanting looked at Chen Shu curiously from the side, not knowing what Chen Shu was thinking. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to this G-Class again? It turns out that every man can't resist the temptation of the G-Class. She also knows this car. As the saying goes, a scumbag drives a G-Class, and this is what it means. Chen Shu asked curiously, how much is this? Wang Ting introduced, this car is about the same price as the Maybach you just ordered, but it needs to be parallel imported, so you will have to wait a while before you can pick it up. When Chen Shu was young, he often went fishing in the wild in his hometown. He dreamed of driving an off-road vehicle like this one and galloping freely in the fields. He also wants to travel around the country in the future, so a car like this might be just right for him. Xia Wanting came to Chen Shu and said, Uncle Chen, you're not really planning to drive a $4 million G-Class off-road, are you? Chen Shu asked curiously, why? Is it not possible? Isn't this car made for off-roading? Xia Wanting was convinced by this. In fact, this car is a show-off in the minds of young people, but who would actually drive a luxury car worth more than 4 million to go off-road? So there are only so many G-Class vehicles in the country, and 99% of them are driving on smooth roads. Few people actually go off-road. Chen Shu thought about it and decided to give a Maybach to his grandson as a wedding gift. Of course I have to keep one for myself too. Maybach is for enjoying from the back seat. But this Big G has accompanied me over mountains and across seas. In that case, it wouldn't be a problem to buy both of them, as the price won't exceed 10 million. Of course, after spending this money, Chen Shu believes that the system will reward him more. He was spending more and more money. Naturally, I don't care about that. Wang Ting saw that Chen Shu was already seriously considering it, and she was very excited. Mr. Chen, do you want to? Chen Shu said, I'm driving away the Maybach today and ordering a G-class. I'll pick it up in 2 days. Post views, 69. CH022 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 21. You want both? Xia Wanting widened her eyes in disbelief. You know, both cars are top-of-the-line luxury cars in the Mercedes series. Owning one is already the pinnacle of what ordinary people can achieve. No, the pinnacle for ordinary people is to have E-level or C-level, which they will have in this lifetime. But Chen Shu was calm and composed, as if he was casually taking 2 packs of cigarettes from the convenience store downstairs from his home. Is this a rich man? The rich man that Xia Wanting dreamed of finally appeared. Although he is a bit old, he is still a real rich man. Originally, Xia Wanting wanted to find a rich second-generation man, but after thinking about it, she felt that rich second-generation men were too extravagant and were not as practical as older men who would be more considerate and caring. Not to mention that Uncle Chen's charm as an old man is about to explode. Wang Ting was even more surprised. As a luxury car salesperson, she has met many wealthy people, even some with a net worth of over 100 million. But he is the first customer who is as carefree as Chen Shu, who spends money without any hesitation and without any burden. Too casual. You know, Maybach is the life of many people. Mr. Chen, you are not kidding, are you? Wang Ting's voice trembled a little. This person's performance is about to explode. Due to economic reasons, the entire domestic luxury car sales market has shrunk completely. Even rich people don't dare to spend lavishly. Chen Shu, on the other hand, was fearless. He smiled and said, "Look at you, little girl. Why would I lie to you? Hurry up and get the card machine. First, take the Maybach. Then, how much is the deposit for the G-class? Let's transfer them together." Wang Ting is now very sure that the uncle in front of her is not lying to her. Go to the manager and get the contract immediately. In just one morning, 2 million level luxury cars were sold at once. Even the manager was surprised. He personally brought a cup of freshly brewed coffee and invited Chen Shu, who was waiting, to have their employee meal. The manager personally served the meal. The little capriciousness that money brings. Chen Shu enjoyed it very much. Isn't the purpose of life to appear noble in front of others? When Chen Shu was being respectfully served by the manager as he walked out of the internal staff restaurant, he happened to see Lu Wei and his girlfriend completing the mortgage procedures and getting the car keys. Lu Wei saw Chen Shu and Xia Wanting again. Obviously not as crazy as before. After being taught a lesson about reality by the sales staff at the sales center, Lu Wei lost his original mood to pick up the car. Xia Wanting looked at the car keys in Lu Wei's hand and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad, I'm driving a Mercedes." Lu Wei knew very well that Chen Shu was talking about a Maybach, and he knew that Xia Wanting was making fun of him. He said, "Hey? What's there to be proud of if you're with an old, ugly man just for money? Do you really think you'll be happy? Is money that good?" When Chen Shu heard this, he wondered why he still had his own business to attend to. "You can't catch up with her, why are you mocking me?" Chen Shu said from the side, "Young man, don't mock money and be so vain. Everyone has their own aspirations. And loving money is not a mistake. Wanting is at least more open-minded than you. If you regarded money as dirt, you wouldn't be taking out a mortgage to buy a luxury car. The most hypocritical thing in life is to say one thing and do another. You say money is bad because you don't have it. If you had money, you wouldn't say that. After saying that, he looked at the girl next to Lu Wei and asked, "Madam, how about I give you 1 million and be my girlfriend for a day?" The girlfriend next to him was stunned. I looked at my boyfriend next to me. Biting her lip, she remained silent. But Lu Wei just felt like the sky was falling. This old pervert actually set his sights on his girlfriend? The key is that my girlfriend didn't say anything. 1 million. Oh no, Lu Wei felt a little moved. 1 million. His current monthly salary is only 7,000 yuan. 1 million is enough to buy him more than 10 years. Xie Wanting was stunned. Chen Shu, who was always easygoing, was too cruel. Even if Lu Wei and his girlfriend could go home today, they would not be able to sleep together at night. Once there is a gap between two people, they will bring up the past whenever they are unhappy. Chen Shu's move was too sinister, but Xie Wanting liked it. Lu Wei left in shame. The mood of picking up the new car today is gone. He never thought that he would lose to an old man. But after thinking about it, it's not unfair for an old man who can drive a Maybach to lose. Mercedes Sales Center. Chen Shu has already got the keys to the Maybach. This is a display car that just arrived at the sales center this month. Chen Shu really doesn't want to wait any longer, so he asks the sales center to let him pick it up directly, and he doesn't ask for any discounts. After all, Chen Shu is not short of money now. If you spend this money today, you can get it back immediately. The sales center manager also took 2 hours to help Chen Shu get a new driver's license. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Shu finally drove away. It cost 6 million. 4.5 million is the cost of landing Maybach. 1.5 million is the deposit for the G-Class, and you can pick up the car in about a month. When Chen Shu drove the Maybach out of the sales center, the manager and Wang Ting stood at the door and waved goodbye. I waited until I could no longer see the Maybach's tail lights before going back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending a fortune and buying the car of his dreams. You are the only one who can truly master the art of living. Reward, 80 million yuan. Chen Shu, who was driving a Maybach and listening to Burmester, saw that the balance in his system had reached 98,917,323 yuan, which was about to exceed 100 million yuan. Complete a small goal right away. This system has been bound for a while, and I can finally become a real billionaire. Chen Shu was in a very good mood. Xie Wanting next to her was touching the car all over. She had test-driven it before, but now she was actually driving the car away, so the feeling was naturally different. Although Xie Wanting was just a spectator, ordinary people did not have many opportunities to watch transactions worth millions. It's really nice, worthy of being a car worth more than 4 million. But I feel like something is missing. Xie Wanting said. Chen Shu asked curiously, "What's missing?" Xie Wanting thought for a moment and snapped her fingers quickly. "You don't have a watch on your wrist, Uncle Chen, where's your watch?" Chen Shu looked at his bare wrist and was surprised. How could a top billionaire not have a watch? This watch has nothing to do with whether you tell time or not, it is a symbol of status. A man must have a watch. Chen Shu said directly, "Let's go buy a watch." "Where can I buy watches?" Xie Wanting said excitedly, "There is a Rolex store over on the Bund." Chen Shu directly set a navigation, and after stepping on the accelerator, the V12 twin-turbo engine erupted with a beast-like roar, attracting the attention of many people on the street. This was also the first time for Chen Shu to drive such a top-of-the-line luxury car. I have to say, when he stepped on the accelerator, the roar hit his soul directly, and he felt that his old heart instantly became much younger. There was a commotion on the street for a while, but this was Shanghai, so it soon returned to calm. There is never a shortage of luxury cars in Shanghai. Post views, 70. CH023 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 22, Coming to the Bund. Parking is actually a very troublesome thing. But that is a difficulty that ordinary people encounter. This little girl Xiaowanting is quite something. Before coming, I called the Rolex store and said I wanted to go shopping and needed to arrange a parking space. They immediately arranged it. Chen Shu learned something from Xiaowanting. He would never have thought of this before. Whenever he goes out, he will try his best to avoid bothering others. If parking is difficult, he will take a taxi. He has never thought of asking others to arrange a parking space specifically for him. Is this what it means for brave people to enjoy the world first? Chen Shu was quite touched. You are really amazing, Wanting. I never thought of this before. Xiaowanting chuckled and said, when I first entered society, I didn't understand it either. But then I met more people, and being a private tour guide requires courage. So I gradually learned a few things. When facing the world, you just have to be brave and put forward your own demands. After all, failure is nothing. However, if it were in the past, I wouldn't call and ask someone to reserve a parking space for us. It's because Uncle Chen, you drive a Maybach, which is our business card. You don't think that the manager of a Rolex store will reserve a parking space for us just because you drive a cheap car, right? Chen Shu laughed. Arriving at the Bund, Xiaowanting made another phone call, and a salesperson from the Rolex store was standing at the corner to greet her. We are a Maybach, license plate Shanghai A. Just as I finished speaking, I saw a young woman in a professional tube skirt standing in front of the car and waving. Guide Chen Shu to drive into a parking space inside the hotel. Welcome Mr. Chen and Ms. Xie to our Rolex store. Please come this way. The salesgirl smiled and led the two people into the store through the back door. This is the privilege of the rich. Driving a Maybach means you can use the back door at will. This was also the first time Chen Shu knew that there was such a way to enter a specialty store. Moreover, after entering, Chen Shu discovered that there were two areas. There are several large counters in the outside area. A quick glance shows that most of them are Rolexes worth thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. The Rolex brand is not doing well now. Although it is still considered a luxury brand by everyone. But there are few young users and sales acceptance is low. Sales volume is not high, so potential customers like Chen Shu are taken care of in every possible way. Not to mention that Chen Shu came in a brand new Maybach. The young and beautiful Xiaowanting next to him also increased Chen Shu's identity value. Coupled with Chen Shu's own charm, there is no need to say more. Sir, you can take a look at our new models this year first. The salesgirl said politely. Xiaowanting said directly, where is the green submariner here? Show it to us. The salesgirl then said, yes, but there's only one model left, so the price is a bit high. The green submariner is a relatively famous model among Rolexes. Because it is famous, there are many fakes. Of course, the green version is produced in very small quantities, so the premium is very high. Even their store only has one. Chen Shu said casually, the price doesn't matter. Bring it here for me to see. He doesn't care about the price at all. Watches were also the accessory he most wanted to wear when he was in his 20s and 30s. There aren't many accessories that men can wear. Watches are definitely the accessories that best reflect one's social status. This is much more upscale than those necklaces and bracelets. The salesgirl quickly brought over an exquisite box. A watch with a lustrous green dial lay quietly inside, and Chen Shu fell in love with it at first sight. Not bad, I'll try it on. Chen Shu said. The salesgirl said with a somewhat embarrassed look on her face, Sir, our store has a rule that if you want to open this watch, you need to verify your funds because we are afraid of disputes. Chen Shu chuckled. He didn't expect that buying a watch would require capital verification. But I looked at the price tag on the watch. It is now 280,000. The premium of this green submariner is really serious. But money can't buy my happiness. Since it is an attitude of playing life, what's wrong with it? Furthermore, the balance in his card has now reached over 90 million, and he happened to buy a watch this time, so maybe there is a chance that it will exceed 100 million. Accomplishing my small goal of 100 million yuan was something I used to dream about. Chen Shu nodded. I understand. I'll check my bank card balance. Salesgirl, yes, sir, thank you for your understanding. Chen Shu directly showed the balance in the ICBC app on his mobile phone. After Xia Wanting took a glance, her heart skipped a beat. More than 90 million. Less than 100 million. As a private tour guide, Xia Wanting believed that she had met many wealthy people, so she was immune to money and low-end bootlickers. But this balance of 90 million really opened the door to a new world. It's so scary. If this happened to me, I would just lie down for the rest of my life. She had a clear understanding of Chen Shu's strength. There is almost 100 million in the bank card alone. Then not a lot of assets will fly away. Age is not an issue this time. Is it okay? Chen Shu asked curiously, looking at the salesgirl squatting in front of him in a daze. The salesgirl finally came to her senses. There are many wealthy people in Shanghai, but only a few of them can keep nearly 100 million yuan in liquid funds in their bank cards. After all, assets are assets and working capital is working capital. The money in this bank card is more than enough to buy their entire store. Okay, sir, please stretch out your right hand and I'll put it on for you. The salesgirl half knelt on the ground and put the watch strap on Chen Shu herself. Chen Shu used to feel a little awkward about this kneeling service. But now, my mentality is different, and I sit there calmly. Because he deserves it. As long as she gets this green submariner, the salesgirl will get a commission of at least 10,000 yuan. This is called bowing down for money. And she was still very happy. After putting on the green submariner, Chen Shu's overall temperament was elevated to a higher level. The salesgirl praised him, Sir, it would be a shame if you didn't become a star with your temperament. You are so handsome, even more charming and elegant than those handsome old stars. Xia Wanting rolled her eyes and said, Why do you always snatch the words I was about to say? Chen Shu felt the weight of his wrist, which was just right. Coupled with the green dial, it really showed off his masculine charm. And this watch is obviously worth a lot of money. This luxury item is really worth taking. This is it. I'm choosing a few others. Chen Shu said. Rich people play with watches, and no man can resist having a few more watches in his drawer. Wanting, please help me choose. Xia Wanting's eyes lit up, okay. In an instant, the salesgirl next to her also became more friendly towards her. Post views, 63. CH024 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 23 Xia Wanting usually serves others. How could you possibly be served enthusiastically by a salesperson who usually looks down on you in a luxury store? Today I really experienced what it feels like to be rich. It really feels like every detail has been carefully taken care of by others. So cool. Xia Wanting was not polite either. Basically, she would let Chen Shu try on any watch style she liked to see how it felt. I originally thought I couldn't buy too much, after all, every watch here is very expensive. However, after thinking about the balance on Chen Shu's bank card, he no longer had any intention of saving money. Saving money for people worth hundreds of millions? Will people care about the little money they save for him? Maybe they think you are too stingy. There is no need to save money. It is right to help Uncle Chen spend his money. Xia Wanting knows how to cooperate with Chen Shu and please Chen Shu. After a busy period, Chen Shu tried more than a dozen watches on his wrist and finally decided on 6. Chen Shu didn't hesitate. Pack these 5. Also, Wanting, go pick out 2 watches for yourself. Don't worry about the money. Pick the ones you like. Xia Wanting was surprised, really? Chen Shu said, is it possible that I'm lying to you? I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't pick one, we'll leave. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Xia Wanting immediately cheered, gave Chen Shu a light kiss on the face, and started running towards the counter. Chen Shu felt a little numb. Why doesn't this little girl know the occasion? At least do it in the car later. Is this so crazy in the store? Young people nowadays. Chen Shu smiled helplessly. However, the sales girls in the specialty store all responded with a smile, and everyone was quite understanding of the situation. Besides, Chen Shu doesn't look that old. His physical age is only 45 years old, while Xia Wanting is only 30 years old. The difference is only 15 years, which is very normal. There are people who marry 20-year-old wives when they are 80 years old. 45 and 30 years old are just a perfect match. It's just that the way the two people address each other is a bit weird. Why does he just call Chen Shu Uncle Chen? Ding! The host has gained the favor of a young woman and received a bottle of youth potion. Chen Shu heard the voice in his mind. Okay, here's another bottle of youth potion. His current physical age is already 45, which would make him 40 if he were to take another potion. The difference between a 60-year-old's body and a 40-year-old's body is quite huge. Chen Shu remembered that when he was 40 years old, he was very popular in the middle-aged blind date market because of his clean face and newspaper staff. He has a bit of the temperament of the star brother who. The women in the blind date corner, ranging from those in their 70s and 80s to those in their 30s and 40s, were all frantically asking for his contact information. If I were to take it again now, the changes would be huge. He needs to change little by little. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lao Lu to explain when he meets Kong Feng in the future. I don't plan to use this potion for now. Just pulled my attention away from the system. Xia Wanting came over. Uncle Chen, I've picked 2. What do you think? Xia Wanting shook her fair wrist towards Chen Shu, on which were 2 exquisite ladies' watches. There is nothing wrong with Rolex's designers. In fact, in Chen Shu's eyes, the design of each model is almost the same. However, Chen Shu still said politely, sure, Wanting, both styles are suitable for you, go ahead and get them. Xia Wanting was very excited. Because the combined price of these 2 watches is 180,000. She wouldn't be as timid as those green tea bitches when faced with such a thing. Let her choose. Anyway, she has made all the preparations in her heart. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Xia Wanting can't put down watches. Chen Shu directly asked the shopping guide to swipe the card. There were 8 watches in total, and Chen Shu spent a total of 1.3 million yuan. Chen Shu didn't even blink. He looks forward to feedback from the system. Really? The system feedback came the next second. Ding! The host purchased their first luxury watch, a keepsake on their wrist that controls their destiny. Reward, 15 million yuan. 15 million. This reward is still very powerful. Host Game Life Experience Gold exceeded 100 million yuan for the first time, sign-in upgraded to LV2, daily sign-in gold increased to 20,000 yuan. I didn't expect that we could still have such a good argument. Chen Shu was very happy. Looking at his current bank card balance. As much as 113 million. Is this what it feels like to be a billionaire? There are so many zeros at the end. If it were the old Chen Shu, he would probably feel like he was dreaming. But now Chen Shu just thinks that this is a string of emotionless numbers. Because he spends more and more money. At least with the mentality of playing life, as long as the money serves one's own emotional value, one will return it crazily. At this moment, Chen Shu understood what it meant that I was not interested in money. But men are greedy. Chen Shu felt that even though he now had 100 million yuan, it seemed completely insufficient. 100 million is totally incomparable to those top wealthy people. This is just the beginning of opening the door to a new world. We must learn to never be satisfied. Chen Shu said to himself. You know, Rolex was actually a popular luxury product in Chen Shu's era, and it was popular among office workers, but people always have to look forward. Apart from Rolex, Patek Philippe is actually the top luxury watch of this era. But Chen Shu was naturally not in a hurry. These were enough to capture Xia Wanting. Patek Philippe, there will be plenty of time later. I was personally escorted to the parking space by the Rolex store manager and 2 young and beautiful female shopping guides. Chen Shu and Xia Wanting didn't even need to carry the watches they bought, nor the gift boxes given by the store. When people reach a certain status, they really don't need to do some small things themselves. They are not like giant babies because there are too many people trying to please them. After rejecting the store manager's request to add WeChat, Chen Shu drove away from the Bund with Xia Wanting. The two of them have been shopping for a whole day. Chen Shu suddenly felt hungry. In the past, Chen Shu didn't feel hungry so many times in a day. Now that his activity level has increased, and his 45-year-old physical age, coupled with the effects of 5 years of fitness, has increased his body's metabolism. And he gets hungry quickly. This is the body of a young person. Chen Shu said, Wanting, do you have anything to do tonight? If not, let's go have dinner. Xia Wanting was very happy to receive 2 luxury watches today. She smiled and said, Sure, I know a nice restaurant somewhere. It's not crowded, the environment is elegant, and you can even see the river view. It's on a ferry. To be honest, Chen Shu has worked hard in Shanghai for 40 years and has never eaten on the Bund ferry. Because the cost is too high. Normally, if you go there for sightseeing without eating, you will need to pay several hundred yuan for a ticket. Chen Shu couldn't bear to go. But today is different. Chen Shu was very happy. He felt that the pace of life had suddenly slowed down from a brisk pace, allowing him to slowly appreciate the scenery passing by in life. His net worth is already less than 100 million yuan, and he wants to sit on the ferry and feel the night view of the city. When people have money, they really have more time, and the ancient saying that time is money is true. The place Xia Wanting went to was pretty good. After all, as a private tour guide, she knows how to spend money to please guests. A medium-sized ferry was selected. The ticket to board the ship cost 3,800 yuan for 2 people. But the advantage is that the boat is very big, but there are few people and it is quiet. Probably because the tickets are expensive. Ordinary people really can't bear to give up these. Post views, 73. Ch025 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Chapter 24. This yacht is really nice. How much is it? Wanting, do you know? After getting on the deck of the yacht, Chen Shu asked curiously. This yacht reminded him of a time when he went fishing at sea during a team-building activity at the newspaper office. At that time, he felt a little emotional. If he could own a yacht of his own and go fishing leisurely every day, life would be so comfortable. He felt that this was how life should be. It's just that the price of yachts in the millennium was so expensive that it was unimaginable. At that time, his salary was only over 1,000, while the yacht was worth millions. Of course, the same is true now. And the prices are a bit inflated. Although Xia Wanting is a private tour guide, the circle she comes into contact with is not that high level. After all, private tour guides come into contact with more young people. At best, young people can open a luxury hotel, rent a luxury car in Tibet, and show off. Apart from these, they are good for nothing. As for luxury cars and yachts, there are few opportunities to come into contact with them. Xia Wanting said vaguely, well, Uncle Chen, I don't know either. It's probably over 1 million. Isn't it also over 100 million? It's said that Jack Ma has a luxury yacht worth over 1 billion. A smaller one might be cheaper. Uncle Chen, Do you want to buy one too? She was a little unbelievable. Even if Chen Shu is a billionaire. But today he spent 10 million to buy 2 luxury cars and now wants to buy a luxury yacht. What's wrong? Can't he live like this? But looking at Chen Shu's age, it seems understandable. She saw Chen Shu's ID card when she bought the car. He turned 60 this year, and it was reasonable for him to want to experience life. She also thought of what Kong Feng had told her before, that Chen Shu seemed to have a heart disease and was about to get divorced. Therefore, it is normal to feel hurt and start spending recklessly to enjoy life. But this luxury yacht seems a bit too exaggerated. It's really not something ordinary people can afford. Even if your net worth exceeds 100 million, you may have just crossed the threshold. Chen Shu smiled and said, I have this idea. I will buy it later. He spoke with extraordinary certainty. After all, his money is increasing, and even a yacht worth tens of billions is just a matter of time for him. I originally thought that being a billionaire was good enough. I didn't expect that I couldn't even compare to a hair of the richest man. But everything will be there. Xia Wanting has started to develop a habit of fantasizing about women. She imagined the blue sky and white clouds, the blue sea, and the yacht. She was wearing a bikini, lying on a lounge chair on a luxury yacht, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun, enjoying the carefree life. That's life. Xia Wanting hugged Chen Shu's arm and said, I wonder if there's room for me on Uncle Chen's yacht. Chen Shu smiled and said, of course it depends on your performance. He could feel Xia Wanting's thoughts. As a single old man, he naturally would not reject the initiative of a 30-year-old woman. Besides, Chen Shu felt that Xia Wanting could resonate with him in her outlook on life. Of course, if someone wants to get married with him, it is naturally impossible. If you want to get something from me, you have to first see what you have and what you can give. Xia Wanting punched Chen Shu in the chest with her pink fist, not serious. Looking at the shy posture of this 30-year-old woman, Chen Shu felt his heart, which had been buried by the trivialities of life, slightly stirred. I don't know how long it has been, but his world has been all about working, making money, and supporting his family. The youthful interest and excitement have long gone away. At this moment, I am looking at the night view of Shanghai opposite the yacht. The beauty beside him folded his arms. He felt alive again. Fuck marriage. Go to fucking work. This is the life Grandpa wants to live. Chen Shu laughed. After a while, after calming down, the two of them came to the top floor of the yacht. This is a buffet-style restaurant. The meals here are some of the best you can find in Shanghai. Because of the scene of spending more than 200,000 yuan on a previous meal, the buffet of 1,888 yuan per person this time did not impress Chen Shu much. He was more moved by the night view of Shanghai from the river. The red wine here is pretty good. It costs over 8,000 yuan a bottle in the bar. Would you like some, Uncle Chen? Xia Wanting said, holding up a bottle of red wine on the dining table. Chen Shu is old and has no habit of drinking red wine. But after thinking about it, isn't life all about trying? Do things you have never done before, see scenery you have never seen before, and meet people you want to meet. Then, on the top floor of a luxury yacht, two people sat there drinking red wine, tasting delicious food, and sailing along the boat in the center of Pujiang River. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that the yacht slowly docked. At this time, both of them were already a little tipsy. Chen Shu has no problem drinking red wine. Xia Wanting's alcohol tolerance was obviously average. Her face was flushed, her steps were a little unsteady, and she walked unsteadily. Chen Shu, who was supporting her, didn't dare to lower his head. Her breasts are like a pair of grapefruits. The car can't be driven, what should I do? Chen Shu was thinking. Xia Wanting pointed to the Waldorf Astoria hotel next to her and said, Uncle Chen, how about we stay in a hotel tonight? Chen Shu was stunned. Was this a hint? In fact, he thought that Xia Wanting should not be knocked down by 2 or 3 glasses of red wine. But some things cannot be said too clearly. In fact, Xia Wanting has been very proactive throughout the journey today. You can't just say, "Uncle Chen, I'm attracted by your money, please support me." Sometimes hitting the ball straight can be disadvantageous. Chen Shu nodded, this is the only way. As for designated driver or something, don't ask, Chen Shu is old and can't handle these things. He only knows not to drink and drive, and not to drive after drinking. He supported Xia Wanting and walked to the Waldorf Hotel. The security guard at the door was very tactful and came over to open the door. "Get a suite," Chen Shu said directly. The hotel receptionist looked up at the two of them and said nothing. Just 2 people took out their ID cards. When the receptionist saw Xia Wanting skillfully take out her ID card from her bag, she understood. This is not something that can be forced. But I was a little surprised when I saw Chen Shu's ID card. 60? Just look at the brand new green submariner in Chen Shu's hand and the Maybach keys he took out along with his wallet, and you will understand. This scene is very common in hotels. The only available suite is the Supreme Suite, sir. It's 18,888 yuan a night. It was also the first time that Chen Shu knew that the hotel here cost nearly 20,000 yuan a night. But the location here is needless to say. The suite overlooking the river is worth it. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Open it, swipe the card." He is not very used to paying with his mobile phone, he is more accustomed to swiping a card. The two of them entered the spacious Supreme Suite. Chen Shu was confused because there were 2 bedrooms. How is this a chance? Not as good as a double room for 188 a night. Xia Wanting said casually, "Uncle Chen, I'm going to take a shower." Post views, 69. Ch026 Divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 026. Chapter 25 Chen Shu stood alone in the living room of the suite. There is a leisure area and a fitness area here, where you can drink tea and enjoy the night view of the Bund on the Huangpu River. The night view here is slightly different from the Arc de Triomphe where Chen Shu rented a house. Maybe it's because it's closer to the Bund. Looking at the crowds strolling around the Bund at night, under the influence of alcohol, it is easy to feel heroic and superior to others. Afterwards, Chen Shu lay down in the master bedroom. He had the habit of going to bed early. Combined with the alcohol, I was already feeling a little sleepy. After a while, there was a slight snoring. While he was dazed, someone fell on him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xia Wanting, who was only covered by a bathrobe. A pair of eyes, full of spring light, full of desire. Chen Shu is not a piece of wood. If he has no ideas at this time, he is really not a man. So what happened next was a natural progression. No need to say more. The next day, Chen Shu was awakened by the sunlight outside. He usually gets up very early. I stayed up a little late last night. After all, he hasn't had sex in many years. As an old man who still has to go to work, how can he have any extra energy? Besides, 60-year-old Yemei has no idea. Xia Wanting is at her best at the age of 30. If it weren't for his physique at the age of 45 and the effects of 5 years of fitness training, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. The strength of the two people is barely equal. When Chen Shu moved, Xia Wanting's eyelashes trembled slightly and she opened her eyes. Seeing Chen Shu looking at him, even though Xia Wanting was calm, she felt a little shy at this moment. Thinking of the madness of last night, she found it hard to believe whether Chen Shu was actually 60 years old. When I saw Chen Shu's tendon muscles, I found they were really stronger than those of some young people. "Uncle Chen, Xia Wanting didn't know how to start. Chen Shu said, "Marriage is impossible. I can give you 200,000 yuan a month. I won't restrict your freedom, and you shouldn't restrict mine. If you have enough fun one day, you can leave at any time. I will give you enough money." Xia Wanting's eyes turned, "You old bastard." A pillow hit Chen Shu. Chen Shu was stunned. "I don't know what Xia Wanting means." Xia Wanting said, "Can't I like you if the only thing we're talking about is money?" Chen Shu was slightly surprised. Could it be that this woman really fell in love with him? He was a little surprised. In fact, he really underestimated his charm. After 2 bottles of charm potion and a financial offensive, there is no woman who doesn't like a handsome, rich bachelor. Xia Wanting really fell in love with this not-so-old man. Of course, there are financial reasons as well. But Chen Shuzi's attitude of not talking about money but feelings made her a little angry. That's how women are. I want both. After Chen Shu figured it out, he smiled and said, "Wanting, at my age now, it's not appropriate to talk about love. It's better to be materialistic. I've been in 2 relationships, and they ended up getting kicked out. So it's better to be practical. I've transferred 100,000 yuan to your phone. You have 10 minutes. If you accept, it means you accept my terms. If you don't, you can walk out of this room and still receive the 200,000 yuan, but we won't have to meet in the future." Xia Wanting frowned. She approached Chen Shu because she was attracted to Chen Shu, who had a wealthy temperament. But now, she is really stuck. Think for a moment. She also knew that Chen Shu was badly hurt by his 2 marriages, so there was no need for her to think too much. 100,000 a month without having to work, isn't that the life you're pursuing? Xia Wanting gritted her teeth and said, "As for the relationship issue, we can talk about it later. The money can be obtained immediately. For her who likes to enjoy pleasure in the moment, it is naturally enough." See Xia Wanting receive his transfer. A smile appeared on Chen Shu's face. Ding! The host has broken free from the constraints of emotion and is being practical. This attitude is worthy of encouragement. Reward, 1 million yuan. Chen Shu smiled. I just spent 100,000 and the system rewarded me with 1 million. It's really timely. At this time, Xia Wanting pounced directly on his shoulders from behind. Just as I felt the pressure on my back, my phone rang. See the name displayed on the phone. Chen Shu answered, "Xiao Chu, what's wrong?" Chu Hong's voice came, "Uncle Chen, why didn't you go home last night?" Chen Shu, "I have something to do, so I'm staying in a hotel." Chu Hong seemed to understand, "Okay, I'll go to work." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Shu was speechless. Why do I feel like I've done something wrong? Xia Wanting heard a voice from Chen Shu's shoulder, "Who was that, Miss Chu? Are you living together now?" Chen Shu said, "Just living together, nothing else." Xia Wanting said, "Oh," but she didn't think anything of it. Because she didn't want to care about Chen Shu's freedom. She was just a 30-year-old woman with a pretty face and ordinary background. She didn't have much ability, but she had big breasts. How could she possibly care about a man worth hundreds of millions? If it was a young person, she might still have a chance, but Chen Shu is already 60 years old. He has lived and seen a lot, so it is naturally not easy to be manipulated. What's more, Chen Shu has already given him a vaccination. Chen Shu was a little uneasy. Chu Hong is a good woman. She is capable, beautiful, and treats him well. Naturally, he doesn't want to miss her. It's just that this woman wants too much. So Xia Wanting got there first. When he met Chu Hong before, Chen Shu felt that the first woman after his divorce should be someone like Chu Hong. I didn't expect Xia Wanting to be so proactive that I couldn't refuse. This even made Chen Shu feel guilty about cheating. After all, the 2 of them had fallen in love with each other before. Wrong. This guilt is misplaced. Chen Shu woke up immediately, he was going to play the game of life. Besides, Chu Hong and he were just roommates. It's so abominable. I almost became a dying turtle man. I must always be vigilant against such thoughts. Chen Shu reminded himself. He is here to enjoy life, not to make himself uncomfortable. We must never have such humble thoughts. After figuring this out, Chen Shu felt relieved. Naturally, his life cannot be tied to one woman. Yamei can't do it, Xia Wanting can't do it, and Chu Hong can't do it even more. Chen Shu got up, stretched his body, and washed up, then he received a call from his niece Chen Anan. Grandpa! My high-speed train is arriving at the station in an hour. Can you come pick me up? I'm going with 2 classmates. Chen Anan's voice came. Chen Shu's tone was gentle. Okay, send me the exit later, and Grandpa will pick you up right away. Xia Wanting asked curiously, Uncle Chen, do you have a granddaughter? Chen Shu said as a matter of course, I'm 60 years old, isn't it reasonable? Xia Wanting chuckled and said, of course it makes sense. Then I'll go first. Chen Shu nodded and said, let's go. My granddaughter and 2 of her classmates are coming together, and there's no room in the car. Xia Wanting pouted, but before leaving, she still pecked Chen Shu on the face and left happily. Chen Shu smiled, tidied himself up, and started to pick up Chen Anan. Post Views, 62. Ch027 Divorced at 60, the system came Chapter 027. Chapter 26 Chen Shu feels guilty towards his daughter, Chen Wen. After marrying Yamei, Chen Wen lived alone in her hometown and got married. Her boyfriend Wang Tao's family was not wealthy, they were a typical peasant family and they could not afford the betrothal gift at the beginning. Chen Wen was alone and helpless in her hometown. After her mother and father divorced, neither of them returned to their hometown. So Chen Wen didn't want anything. She only had one request, that the child take her surname. Wang Tao felt guilty towards Chen Wen at the time. In 2005, he only had 1,000 yuan in his pocket for the wedding, not even enough for the wedding banquet, so he won the bargaining. For Wang Tao's family, Chen Wen, who is young, beautiful and independent, is out of their league. Chen Shu only found out about this later. Chen Wen had no sense of security at the time. It was after his divorce that he finally got his wish, and he was so obsessed with Yamei that he neglected his daughter. Now that I think about it, I really deserve to die. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to make amends. When he saw the sign for Hongqiao Station, Chen Shu slowly stepped on the brakes. There are managers here who not only clear out non-compliant online ride-hailing vehicles, but also prevent them from being parked for too long and occupying space on the road. But today, Chen Shu waited here for half an hour, and no one came to chase him away, or asked if it was an online car-hailing service or something. All I can say is that Maybach is a person's business card, which has helped him solve a lot of unnecessary troubles. I received another call. It turned out that Chen Anan and her classmates were visiting Shanghai for the first time. The high-speed rail station was too big and they had trouble finding the exit. Chen Shu gave instructions slowly, then got off the train and asked the high-speed rail station manager to give instructions over the phone. The manager of the high-speed rail station is a 40-year-old woman who is plump and charming. Looking at the extraordinary Chen Shu getting out of the Maybach, his eyes instantly became blurred. After returning the phone to Chen Shu, she said, "Brother, are you here to pick up the kids?" Chen Shu smiled softly and said, "Yes, it's just that my granddaughter just finished the college entrance examination and applied for Shanghai University. She came here first to adapt to the environment." The staff member looked at the green submariner on Chen Shu's wrist and said, "Yes, children nowadays are much more delicate than we were back then." Chen Shu thought, "Do you know how old I am? I am already 60 years old, and there is actually a generation gap between us." But Chen Shu didn't say anything and continued chatting with the 40-year-old woman. The woman was quite proactive and said that she had just divorced and her child had graduated from college. Chen Shu thought to himself, "What does this have to do with me?" Thinking about it, Chen Anan, who was wearing a baseball cap, came over with two young female students. Chen Anan was chubby and cute when she was a child. As she grew up, she became slimmer and more like her mother. A beautiful lady with a fresh face. If she enters Shanghai University, won't she charm a lot of boys? Chen Shu knew very well that he had to let his granddaughter see the world. Otherwise she would easily be cheated by those yellow-haired people in his hometown who drove ghost lights to blaze the streets. Fortunately, Chen Wen inherited some of her literary and reading-loving temperament, so there is no problem with Chen Anan's family education. Anan, I'm here. After Chen Anan and two female classmates walked out of the exit, they were scanning the taxis on the roadside. In Chen Anan's memory, when she came here 2 years ago, Chen Shu took a taxi to pick her up. Today is no surprise. But just as I walked out of the station, I heard someone calling me from the private car lane. Then I saw a younger version of Grandpa, wearing clothes that looked very elegant, waving at me. Oh! Chen Anan looked at her grandfather, whose hair had turned from grey to black, with a bewildered look on her face. Is this my grandpa? Before she could react, the staff at the platform next to her reacted first and helped the 3 girls pull their luggage to a luxury car. These 3 girls are so pretty. This tall one must be your granddaughter, brother. She really looks a bit like you. Chen Anan was a little confused. When I came to the platform before, these staff were very arrogant and looked like they didn't want to talk to me. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Is it even a bit like trying to curry favor with Grandpa? Also, what's the deal with this luxury car? Did Grandpa borrow the car? Or did he rent it? Didn't Mom say Grandpa was broke? Why doesn't that seem to be the case? There were 100 question marks in Chen Anan's mind. But now is not the time to ask. Chen should have felt that this 40-year-old woman was a bit too enthusiastic, so after letting Chen Anan get in the car, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The staff member in his 40s looked regretful. Oh, this handsome bachelor doesn't even give me his WeChat. Is it because my makeup today is not good enough? What a pity, otherwise I could just be a mistress. That little girl is so lucky, she can ride in a Maybach right after graduating from high school. In Maybach, Chen Shu drove skillfully, weaving in and out of the lanes. There are many luxury cars in Shanghai. But there are still many car owners who stay away from the Maybach when they see it, and do not honk when being overtaken, allowing Chen Shu to drive very smoothly. Chen Shu asked, Anan, is your father's hand healed? Chen Anan said with some distress, it's fine now. The doctor at the city hospital said it was delivered on time and the hand was well preserved. The surgery to reattach the hand took 18 hours, and now it can move. Mom told me to tell you thank you, Grandpa. I still have over 2 million left, and I'll return it to you when Dad is discharged from the hospital. Chen Shu shook his head and said, that's for your mother. You don't have to return it. Forget it. Your brother is getting married in a few days. I'll go home and talk to you. Chen Anan introduced, Grandpa, these are my 2 classmates. We applied to Shanghai University together, but we're not in the same department. This one is Li Xiaoman, and this one is Ji Yunyu. Hello, Grandpa. Thank you for your hard work. Hello, Grandpa. Chen Shu greeted them with a smile, hello, you will all go to college together, and Anan will still need your care. He observed that Li Xiaoman's family should be well off, as she was wearing branded clothes. Ji Yunyu was wearing faded canvas shoes and dressed very simply, which showed that his family was probably not well off. However, both of them have pure looks, clear facial features, and clean eyes without any impurities. The 3 little girls were full of youthful energy and instantly filled the space inside the car. Chen Anan started to liven up her mood, Grandpa, this car looks very expensive. Did you borrow it? Chen Shu smiled and said, that's not the case. I bought it. Chen Anan exclaimed, bought it? This car is quite expensive, right? My mom said you seem to have become rich. Chen Shu said, well, I did make some money. Chen Anan carefully touched the speakers in the car, full of curiosity. Chen Shu felt very at ease. Isn't the purpose of life to live for family? Seeing Chen Anan's happy expression, Chen Shu felt very satisfied. As for Li Xiaoman, who was sitting in the back seat, Ji Yunyu looked at her with some envy. On the high-speed train, they heard Chen Anan say that Chen Shu was just a security guard. But now it seems that is not the case at all. How can a security guard drive a Maybach? He must be kidding. Post views, 61. Ch028 Divorced at 60, the system came Chapter 028. Chapter 27 Li Xiaoman's family is pretty good. My father is a civil servant and my mother is an accountant at a county-level urban investment company. She has a good family background and is beautiful. She is also the school belle of Nanjing County No. 1 Middle School. Because of her good family background, the people she comes into contact with are all relatively wealthy men. This made her feel a little vain, and she looked down on Chen Anan, a grandfather who worked as a security guard in a residential complex in Shanghai. When Li Xiaoman heard Chen Shu say that he bought it, her eyes were full of disbelief. She admitted that the old man seemed to be quite charming, younger than she had imagined, and more elegant than her grandfather who was a director in the city. But she knows this car, it's a Maybach. Those bosses who do construction projects in the city only buy the low-end version, but this is a high-end version, a luxury car worth millions. How could a security guard possibly afford it? But when she saw the green water ghost in Chen Anan's grandfather's hand, she became a little confused. After all, you can rent a car, but there's no need to rent a watch, right? What a strange old man. Ji Yunyu next to him showed no curiosity, only inferiority. Because her family is the worst among the three. It is a single-parent family with a lame mother and a younger brother who is in junior high school. In fact, Ji Yunyu came to Shanghai to find a summer job. This not only allows you to adapt to the environment in advance, but also allows you to work and earn tuition fees. Shanghai University is a 211 university, and the tuition fee is actually not expensive, only 5,000 yuan a year, but this is indeed unaffordable for Ji Yunyu. She is from a small village on the edge of Nanjing County. The family's annual income is only 3,000 yuan. She relied on grants and scholarships for high school, but when she went to college, the tuition and living expenses combined were enough to overwhelm her small family. So she sat in this luxury car, feeling very restrained, timid, and uncomfortable, with her legs together and not moving at all, for fear of dirtying the interior. Chen Shu took a look through the rearview mirror and even felt a little sorry for the timid girl. Oh, by the way, didn't I promise to buy you a cell phone after you get into college? Here it is. Chen Shu took out the Apple cell phone he had bought from the glove box. Chen Anan said with surprise, Grandpa, you really bought it for me? And it's the latest pink color. Thank you, Grandpa. Seeing Chen Anan's happy expression, Chen Shu was very satisfied. The sense of indebtedness towards my daughter has eased a little. Li Xiaoman at the back looked at the brand new phone in surprise. I feel a little envious. She also asked her family to buy her a new phone as a graduation gift, but her family did not agree because a new Apple phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. She could only use the contract phone issued by her father's company that he had not used before. Although I was a little reluctant, at least it was a top domestic brand and was worth more than 6,000 yuan. However, compared with Chen Anan's new Apple phone, it is somewhat inferior. Li Xiaoman was a little confused. Is this a security guard? Damn, Chen Anan wouldn't lie to us on purpose, would he? It's really abominable. This old man doesn't look like a security guard at all. Chen Anan was also a little hesitant after getting the new phone. She had been to Shanghai before and remembered it clearly. At that time, she took a taxi and didn't bring any gifts. Grandpa was obviously a little afraid of the stepmother, so he took her to visit the Bund and the Pearl Tower in a hurry, and then nothing happened. It was just a one-day trip, so rushed that we didn't even have the chance to stay overnight. In fact, there was no room for her in Grandpa's house. And today, he bought her a luxury car and an expensive mobile phone, which made her unable to believe it. Is this still the same timid and stingy Grandpa? So handsome and charming. From childhood to adulthood, Chen Anan only envied other classmates' parents who were rich and had high social status, but she never thought that her grandfather would become a wealthy man. Chen Anan's little brain couldn't accept it for a moment. Chen Shu drove the car to the Arc de Triomphe. The gate could not recognize Chen Shu's license plate number, after all, it had no level. Chen Shu could only call Chu Hong, who worked next door. A moment later, Chu Hong rushed over. She might have been a little angry on the phone, but now her eyes were full of smiles. She looked at Chen Anan sitting in the passenger seat and said, "You are Anan, right? Your grandpa always mentions you. You are very beautiful, very obedient, and a good student. If you come to Shanghai, I will take you out to play." Chen Shu smiled and said, "This is Grandpa's roommate. You can just call her Sister Chu." Chen Anan said obediently, "Sister Chu." Originally, Chen Shu planned to let Chu Hong take Chen Anan out to play. After all, he is old enough, and there is still a generation gap when playing with little girls who just graduated from high school, and the three girls will not be able to let go. It would be best to let Chu Hong follow. Chu Hong quickly registered Chen Shu's license plate number with the property management, and then followed them home. After going upstairs, Chen Anan looked at the house of more than 300 square meters in surprise, as well as the exaggerated balcony where one could look at the Pujiang River and run. "This? Grandpa, is this your new house? Where is Grandma yet?" Chen Anan looked at the house in surprise. "This is much bigger than the house Chen Shu lived in before." Chen Shu said directly, "Your grandpa is now alone and divorced." Chen Shu hid his first divorce from his daughter. But he discovered that some things had signs from the beginning and would be discovered by careful people. If he kept trying to hide them, it would not be a good thing. Besides, Chen Anan is grown up now, and her relationship with Ye Mei and the others is average, so it won't have any impact if Chen Shu says it directly. As expected, Chen Anan asked in surprise, "Not together anymore?" Chen Shu nodded and said, "Yes." Chen Anan was still very happy. She really couldn't like her stepmother-in-law. Ye Mei was too strict with her and often lectured her meaninglessly whenever they met. Chen Anan asked, "Can I take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments?" Chen Shu said, "Take as many pictures as you want. This is your home. You'll stay here tonight. Take as many pictures as you want." Chen Shu didn't plan to let Chen Anan stay in a hotel. It was not safe for three girls who had just obtained their ID cards to stay in a hotel. Needless to say, the security of the Arc de Triomphe is very high. Even he couldn't get in with a Maybach, let alone others. Chen Anan and her two classmates quickly stood inside the house and took selfies back and forth. Chen Shu discovered that Ji Yunya was using an old mobile phone with a broken screen, but he was still gently taking pictures of the river view outside the window. There was a glint of longing for the future in his eyes. At this time, Chu Hong seemed to have noticed this as well. She walked out of the bedroom and said, "Little sister Ji, come here. Your phone screen is broken. I just happen to have an old phone here. I'll give it to you anyway." Ji Yunya shook her head repeatedly and said, "Sister Chu, this is fine for me." Chu Hong's eyes were filled with tears as she forced the old phone into Ji Yunya's hand. "Don't be polite to me. Now that we've entered this house, we're family. I don't need this old phone, so I'll give it to you as a gift for me to let go of. Be obedient." Chen Shu watched from the side. I'm curious why Chu Hong takes such good care of Ji Yunyu. Post views, 55. Ch029 divorced at 60, the system came chapter 029. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 28. Ji Yunyu still accepted it. Her phone doesn't have many functions at all. Apart from being able to log into WeChat, it can't do anything else. It can't even watch short videos. This made her feel as if she and her classmates did not belong to the same society. This made her always stay outside the circle of classmates. There are only two good friends, Chen Anan and Li Xiaoman. Thank you, Sister Chu. Ji Yunyu lowered her head and said softly. Chu Hong smiled and said, You're welcome. Sister likes you. You look so much like your sister when you were in school. Chen Chu began to understand a little. Soon the three girls became lively. Before, there were only Chen Chu and Chu Hong in such a big house. Basically, the two of them could only get together at night, and it was barely lively. Now the chattering of the three girls was filled with life for a moment. Chen Chu called the community's exclusive restaurant for homeowners and prepared a sumptuous lunch for the girls. They are basically the most expensive seafood ingredients. This was an eye-opener for the three girls. In the small county town, the best meal they had ever had was just a buffet with an average cost of over 100 yuan per person. The seafood was just some big shrimps and some terrible crabs. Looking at Chen Anan holding a king crab leg and gnawing on it alone, Chen Chu showed a happy smile on his face. Had Chen Chu not imagined this scene before? Taking a pair of grandchildren out to play and enjoy life? This is the life Chen Chu has always dreamed of at the age of 40. But at that time, all he tried his best to do was to take Chen Pingping and Chen Anan to eat KFC. It was impossible not to feel inferior at that time. Chen Chu's wish from 20 years ago has now been fulfilled. Ding! The host has made up for the regret of 20 years of delay, but regrets are regrets after all. I hope the host understands the true meaning of life, cherish the present and leave no regrets. Reward, 5 million yuan. A small regret of 20 years, worth 5 million, not bad. Chen Chu is now worth over 100 million yuan. The price of 5 million is still good. Seeing Ji Yunyu eating cautiously, Chen Chu said, Don't worry, eat, little Ji. If it's not enough, there's more. Look how thin you are. There's no flesh on your face. This little girl is also quite pitiful. Moreover, Chen Chu learned that Ji Yunyu was also the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Nanjing County No. 1 Middle School. Due to her family reasons, she worked very hard. After the three girls finished their meal, they didn't plan to rest. Maybe it's because high school life is so depressing. Once the holidays come, I feel like a canary flying out of a cage. I can't enjoy a moment of peace and want to fly freely in the sky. Chen Chu directly transferred 200,000 yuan to Chu Hong and said, Xiao Chu, please take the three of them out for a walk. Little girls love beauty. Buy them some new clothes and have some fun. Tomorrow, take them to Disneyland. We'll meet at the Royal Prince restaurant for dinner tonight. Chen Chu quickly arranged the day's schedule. Perhaps even Chen Chu did not notice that the confidence he exuded in his every move was overflowing, just like a company chairman, planning and controlling everything, attracting the attention of the three girls and one woman next to him. He exudes the charm of an old man all the time. Chu Hong said unconsciously, Okay. Originally, she was feeling a little resentful because Chen Chu didn't come back yesterday. In addition, Chen Chu drove back a new car and didn't let her accompany him to buy the new car, which made her feel a little resentful. But when I saw Chen Chu today, that resentment seemed to dissipate on its own. She hated herself for not living up to her expectations. But she and Chen Chu don't seem to have any special relationship. Just roommates. Well. Chen Chu didn't think too much about it. After winning over Xia Wanting, he felt relaxed both physically and mentally, and no longer cared as much about Chu Hong as before. However, it is impossible not to feel itchy when facing a woman like this as a roommate. Chen Chu did not end his money offensive. Taking out the key to the Maybach, Chen Chu whispered, Yesterday, because Xia Wanting has an acquaintance there, I went to her to buy a car. I also found a C-class for you. I'll take you to pick it up in a couple of days." He did not hide it from Xia Wanting. Because there is no need. Chu Hong is a smart person, and a smart person will definitely find his or her own place. Chu Hong was angry because he had communicated with Xia Wanting without telling her. Frankly, it's the best. Chen Shu has not lived these 60 years in vain. Sure enough, when Chu Hong thought of Chen Shu and Xia Wanting looking at cars together and thinking about her, she felt happy in her heart. It seems that Chen Shu has not forgotten himself. Okay, but if these 200,000 are not enough, I will ask you for more. Chu Hong said in a low voice. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Of course." 3 girls sitting on the balcony eating ice cream were whispering. Li Xiaoman whispered to Chen Anan, "There's something wrong between your grandfather and that woman." Chen Anan's eyes were full of innocence. "Xiaoman, what do you mean?" Li Xiaoman said, "There's something wrong with the way that woman looks at your grandpa. There must be something going on between the two of them." Li Xiaoman didn't say it in her heart, "Your grandpa is trying to cheat on me." When she first caught her father with his mistress, they both had the same furtive glances. So she could tell at a glance that the two people had an unusual relationship. Chen Anan scratched his head, "Isn't it more than just roommates?" Li Xiaoman looked around the house. "It's possible. They probably started out as roommates and developed a relationship. Isn't your grandpa divorced? And he looks so young, only in his 40s. They still look a good match. Your grandfather is also very handsome." Chen Anan chuckled and said, "My grandpa is indeed very handsome. Anyway, my grandpa is divorced, and my mother won't say anything. Mom always said that grandpa has his freedom." Li Xiaoman thought to herself, "That's indeed the case. Even the two of them look perfect, with the man being strong and the woman being gentle." She stopped commenting. Ji Yunya didn't say anything beside him. She felt that this was someone else's business and it was not appropriate to point fingers. Chu Hong got the key to the Maybach and looked at it carefully. She knew it was not hers, as hers was still in the store. But she knew very well that Chen Shu's financial resources were not as simple as they seemed. "This is the new Maybach. Let's go, 3 beautiful little girls. This afternoon belongs to us." Chu Hong smiled and left with the 3 little girls. These 4 people, one is full of mature charm, and the other 3 are full of youthful liveliness. No matter where they go, they are a beautiful landscape. Chen Shu is enjoying his leisure time at home. In the afternoon, Chu Hong took 3 prospective college students to the Bund, visited the Pearl Tower, and went on a shopping spree. A limit of 200,000. Chu Hong had never fought such a prosperous battle before. Post views, 51. CH030 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 29. At night, Chen Shu took a taxi to meet the prince and Chen Anan and the other 3. Originally, reservations were still required for the prince's place. But Chen Shu spent more than 200,000 yuan last time, so the restaurant manager simply waived the reservation process. Only then did Chen Shu realize that the appointment process was used to screen out ordinary customers and leave only high-end users with money to spend. Coming to this top restaurant in Shanghai again, Chen Shu's mentality was different from the first time. The ingredients are also top-notch. The last time I came here, I felt like I was the best for the first time. This time I was very calm. I put aside the influence of my mentality and was able to savor the taste of the food more seriously. This king crab tastes really good. Chen Anan's mouth was full of grease, and she didn't forget to ask Chen Shu, "Grandpa, this meal will cost a lot of money, right?" Chu Hong beside her said with a smile, "Anan, your grandpa is not short of money now. Even if he eats here every day, he won't go bankrupt." Chen Shu nodded and said, "Anan, Don't worry about eating and playing these 2 days. Your grandpa is different now. He has no shortage of money. Chen Anan was very confused about grandpa's change. The last time we met was a year ago. It's only been a year, and he seems like a different person. It really impressed her. Meanwhile, she suddenly thought of something and started taking pictures of the half-eaten meal on the table and posting them on her moments, and at the same time, she also wanted to let her mom and dad know she was safe. Chen Anan's circle of friends instantly surprised a group of people. The first one is Chen Anan's father Wang Tao, who set the reminder at home. At this time, Wang Tao's hands could already move simply. He lay on the hospital bed, playing with his mobile phone leisurely. I was worried about not having enough money for my son's upcoming wedding. But the child's grandfather gave him and his wife 3 million, which relieved their worries. See the reminder from the mobile phone banner. Wang Tao clicked on it and saw a series of moments posted by Chen Anan today. Honey, our daughter's car today is a Maybach. Is this where your dad lives? Isn't it in a pigeon cage neighborhood? Why is the photo next to the Pujiang River? Anan bought a lot of clothes, and they ate king crab. Wang Tao sat up straight on the bed in surprise. Chen Wen, can you please be quiet? The doctor said your stitches haven't been removed yet, so you can't move. Wang Tao said, don't worry about me. How much money does your dad have? Didn't they say they were divorced? Why is he driving a Maybach? Chen Wen frowned and said, how would I know how much money he has? He remarried after his 2 children started elementary school, and we only see each other a few times a year. It's just that this time it's really strange. He seems to have become even richer after the divorce. He probably made it from stock trading with his own money. He's already 60, so he can't be doing anything illegal. Wang Tao said, isn't he a security guard? Chen Wen said, what's wrong with being a security guard? My dad has always loved reading financial books. Isn't it okay for him to become a stock god after he turns 60? Wang Tao nodded and said, okay, you're right. The 3 million he gave. Chen Wen thought for a moment and said, wait until Ping Ping gets married and he comes to see what he says. If he wants it, I'll write him an IOU. Wang Tao looked at the stubborn Chen Wen and said helplessly, don't be so distant. I think Uncle Chen didn't contact you before because he felt sorry for you and didn't have money. Now that he has money, he should compensate you. As a father himself, Wang Tao could still understand Chen Shu. Chen Wen nodded. I understand. Don't worry. I've already forgiven him in my heart. I'm just angry. Can't he come to see us if he doesn't have money? Do I, Chen Wen, value money so much? He just cares about Yamei. We should have divorced long ago. Wang Tao looked down at the photo of Chen Shu and Chen Anan on his phone and said, your dad looks a lot younger now. Chen Wen had already seen her daughter's circle of friends and read the first post as soon as it was published. Yet, what daughter doesn't want her father to stay young forever? In her heart, she was happy for her father who had a cheerful smile. He finally escaped from his unhappy marriage. Some are happy, some are sad. Shanghai. Inside Xingkan International Garden Community. Ye Jingkai, Ye Mei and Du Chunyi stared at Chen Anan's circle of friends and studied it together. Is this still the old man? Why does he look so young? That was him we saw that day. I remember the woman next to him very clearly. She looked like this. Ye Mei's eyes wandered. She originally thought that Chen Shu would definitely leave penniless. But now, she wasn't sure. Ye Jingkai said, I felt that he was too straightforward when he said divorce that day. It turns out he had already left a way out for himself. No, Mom, we can't just let him go like this. You should get half of his money. Du Chunyi nodded in agreement. According to the law, the property within this marriage is jointly owned by the husband and wife. Mom, this is what you earned. Ye Jingkai said, he actually bought a Maybach. I should be the one driving it. Ye felt a little complicated. She saw Chen Shu's appearance as a young man in the photo. After the divorce, his mentality has improved a lot and he looks very younger. But what made Ye angry was that Chen Shu seemed to have left behind 800,000 yuan in a house, but he actually left without telling her. That beautiful woman in her 30s must be his new love. It's only been a few days since the divorce, and he's already hooking up with another woman. Or it's the money used within the marriage. The money should have been divided between the two of them. He actually managed to hide the truth from everyone. Go find him at his workplace. Ye blood pressure rose instantly. She has not been in a good mood these past 2 days. Ye Jingkai is now a full-time stock trader. Yesterday, A shares plummeted. He originally had more than 1 million yuan in funds, but after buying high and selling low, he was left with only more than 300,000 yuan. If this continues, I won't be able to pay my mortgage and even support my family will be a problem. The three of them took a taxi and headed to Xingken International Garden Community. They also thought that Chen Shu was still working as a security guard in the community. When I came over, I saw Lao Lu and his new colleague standing at the door on duty. Seeing Ye appear with her son and daughter-in-law, he was originally smiling to greet them, but when he saw the angry Ye, he remembered that Chen Shu had already divorced Ye. Sister-in-law, how come you have time to come here today? Old Lu still asked politely. Old Lu said, Brother Chen? He resigned a long time ago. At this time, Kong Fang happened to pass by. She had also seen Ye before. And yet, why are you here? Ye said indignantly, Girl, you know I'm divorced, right? Who knew this old man would hide it from me, refuse to share our marital assets, and go off to live his life? Look at what he's done, buying a luxury car and keeping a mistress. Kong Fang understood it as soon as she heard it. Indeed, Chen Shu lived a carefree life after his divorce, and anyone would definitely be suspicious. But doesn't Kong Fang understand Ye and Chen Shu? Definitely not that kind of person. But it is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. Kong Fang advised, and yet, I still believe in Uncle Chen's character. He wouldn't lie to you. Besides, I heard from Uncle Chen that he paid the down payment for your house, helped pay off a lot of the mortgage, and even gave your son 800,000 yuan to invest in stocks. Ye face looked a little ugly. She didn't expect Chen Shu to tell her about his family affairs. But she still insisted, he also concealed his marital assets. I will sue him. Kong Fang shook her head. She was well aware of this family's blood-sucking ability. Because she herself has such a family. I can only pray that Uncle Chen has thought about the distribution of his property. Post views, 55. Ch031 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 30, Chen Shu, Chen Anan, and Chu Hong just came out. Chen Shu and Chu Hong drank some white wine and couldn't drive. While I was thinking about how to get back, the restaurant manager came over quickly with someone. He trotted over to Chen Shu and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, our restaurant has free designated drivers. I've arranged a car to take you all home. This is when it becomes clear why this is a top restaurant. What is considerate service? It was a Toyota Alpha that came to take 5 people home. This restaurant still has some strength. Chen Shu also understood why rich people didn't have so many worries, because the people around them took the initiative to solve them. The rich only thought about how to make money and stayed away from the trivialities of life. Get into the car. Chen Shu's cell phone rang. Manager Kong, how come you have time to call me? Chen Shooting asked curiously. Kong Fang said, Uncle Chen, Aunt Ye just came. She said you hid your marital assets from her. I heard she's going to sue you. Chen Shu was a little surprised. Sue me? What for? Kong Fang said, according to our country's laws, a divorced couple must discuss the division of property. If Aunt Ye finds out about you buying a car and living in a luxury house, she's bound to sue you. Chen Shu sighed. A husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. No matter what, he has done his best for Ye Mei and stepson Ye Jingkai. When I got married for the second time, I used my savings to pay the down payment for Ye Jingkai, and also used my monthly salary to subsidize the household expenses and help pay the mortgage. I definitely did my best to repay that family. In the end, the money he had saved for his grandson's wedding was used by his stepson to speculate in stocks, leaving him penniless. Isn't that enough? Is Ye Mei eyeing the money after the divorce? Chen Shu finally understood what it meant to be greedy. Before, Chen Shu had always seen on the news that a man was eaten up and abandoned, but he never thought that he would encounter such a situation. Well. Chen Shu sighed, feeling sad for Ye Mei's family. How could Ye Mei become such a despicable old woman? He said, "Don't worry, Manager Kong. The money I have now is all earned after marriage. It has nothing to do with my ex-wife's family. But what should I do if the other party sues me?" Kong Fang nodded, "That's good. If you want to sue, you can just find a lawyer. But lawyers cost money. I can help you. I majored in law in college, so I'm not as good as Uncle Chen. Can you let me cut the lawyer's fee in half?" Chen Shu said, "Of course. Manager Kong is a very dedicated and responsible person at work. It would be great to let her help me deal with these things. Chu Hong and Xia Wanting are both beautiful women, but the medicine they use is not suitable for their condition. It would be great to have an intellectual urban beauty like Kong Fang to help him." Kong Fang seemed to be in great need of money, and since she offered it on her own initiative, Chen Shu certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the system has handled all matters. If Chen Shu's financial transactions are investigated, it can be easily found that all his funds come from the futures market and the stock market, without any loopholes. It was not difficult for Kong Fang to collect them. If you investigate, you will find that after Chen Shu's divorce, he transformed himself into a stock god. If the other party files a lawsuit, I'll have to trouble Manager Kong. Chen Shu said politely. After all these years, Chen Shu knows that having a friend who studies law is very helpful. Not to mention urban beauties like Kong Fang. Kong Fang said, "I am the one who troubles you. She actually wants to make money. Because her younger brother is getting married and needs money, although her family did not ask her to pay and she is not Voldemort, as an older sister and currently single, it would be difficult for her to explain herself if she did not use money to shut up her relatives. It just so happens that Uncle Chen doesn't seem to be short of money this time." Through his best friend Xia Wanting, he learned that Chen Shu was worth over 100 million yuan. So helping Chen Shu now can be considered as earning extra money. After all, those divorce lawyers have to deal with both ends of the case. An inexperienced and honest person like Chen Shu can easily be deceived. Helping him can also help him avoid the pitfalls, and she will also give him discounts. Although she is not a professional lawyer, she has a lawyer's license. It's just that when she was an intern lawyer, the boss of the law firm was a little dishonest, so she resigned and came here to work as a property manager. Put down your phone. Chen Shu didn't take his ex-wife's family seriously. Anyway, this is all my money, and even if I were the king, I couldn't take it away. However, Chu Hong next to her became concerned. What's going on? Chu Hong said. Chen Shu told her what happened. Chu Hong nodded, that's the right thing to do. We must have a dedicated lawyer to handle this, otherwise we will suffer a great loss. She also felt a little sorry for Chen Shu. I'm still uneasy after getting divorced in my 60s. This is probably what it means when wealth brings troubles. Chen Anan next to him was also smart. Grandpa, did I get into trouble? Shouldn't I post on WeChat moments? Chen Shu comforted him, this matter has nothing to do with you, Anan. Don't worry, Grandpa can handle it. You can have fun in the next 2 days and don't worry about anything else. On the contrary, Chen Shu was very positive about Chen Ainan's behavior of posting on WeChat moments. Is there anything wrong with him sharing it happily? I just want Ye Mei's family to take a good look at his current life. From being kicked out of the house to driving a luxury car and living in a mansion, he made them very envious. Chu Hong touched Chen Ainan's head and said with a smile, Ainan is really sensible. Chen Ainan stuck out her tongue. Li Xiaoman was curious about how much Chen Shu was worth. Ji Yunyu sat in the back seat with a confused look on his face. These things never existed in the world of the poor. Back to the Arc de Triomphe. The group returned home carrying large and small bags with the enthusiastic help of the property security guard. Chen Ainan and the other 2 girls had been out and about all day, taking the high-speed train and shopping, and they were tired. So the 3 girls moved into the master bedroom and lay down to sleep. Chen Shu sat on the balcony and lit a cigarette. Chu Hong walked over and said, Today we spent a total of 160,000 yuan. Most of it was bought for Chen Ainan. Li Xiaoman wanted less, but they were all high-quality items. Ji Yunyu didn't want anything, so I made the decision myself and bought her a lot of clothes. Chen Shu exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, Okay, no problem. Ji Yunyu is a good girl. Do you like her? Chu Hong said, She's like me, both from the countryside. She studies hard and is pretty. Looking at her reminds me of when I was in school, when I felt low because I had no money. So now I really like money. Only enough money can give me a sense of security. Chen Shu glanced at Chu Hong. I'm sure I drank too much. It seems that red wine is also very intoxicating. That night, Chu Hong told Chen Shu her past story, and Chen Shu also understood this contradictory woman who was very inferior but also had a strong sense of self-esteem. It's also quite charming. Post views, 59. CH032 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 31 Evening Time. Chen Shu talked a lot with Chu Hong. Chu Hong said that when they were shopping in the afternoon, Ji Yunyu secretly went to the counter of the mall alone to ask if they needed summer students. This made Chen Shu feel a little sorry for the little girl. The same age as Chen Ainan. Even though Chen Ainan's family has no money, they have never thought about working during the summer vacation. The 2 discussed it and decided to sponsor Ji Yunyu's college tuition and living expenses in Chu Hong's name. Ji Yunyu was admitted to the Finance and Economics Department of Shanghai University. Chen Shu also thought that his money would only increase more and more, and he would need someone to manage it in the future. Ji Yunyu is a good example of hard-working and ambitious girl with a good personality. Now that we have sponsored her, she will be able to participate more in managing Chen Shu's funds after she graduates from university. If it were in the past, Chen Shu felt that he could just sit back and relax as long as he had 100 million yuan in his hands. But as the money grows, it is necessary to hire a professional to manage this large amount of funds. In order for the chicken to lay the egg must first lay the chicken, and investing in capital is the right way. The plan for the next day was for Chu Hong to take the 3 girls to Disneyland. As a first-tier city, Shanghai doesn't have many truly fun places, except for Disney, the Bund, the zoo, and the aquarium. In fact, Chen Shu has lived here for 40 years and has never been to Disneyland. This does not prevent outsiders from yearning for Disney. Chen Shu still transferred 200,000 yuan to Chu Hong so that he could have a good time with Chen Ainan. Chu Hong naturally would not save money for Chen Shu, so she directly applied for 4 unlimited diamond cards, spending nearly 20,000 yuan. But the advantage is that there is no need to queue for most projects, and you can also be admitted to the hospital early, and you get parking tickets and so on. That night, the 4 of them stayed in a Disney hotel and watched the grand fireworks show. Chen Ainan was somewhat touched. This is the coming-of-age gift that my grandpa gave me. I am so happy. The two little girls, Lee Xiaomin and Ji Yunyu, could only envy her. Who doesn't want to have a grandfather worth billions? Lee Xiaomin never envied Chen Anan. But now, I have really changed my mind. Chen Anan was like an ugly duckling transforming into a swan, so dazzling that she was caught off guard. Of course, Lee Xiaomin is not a bad girl. She has been friends with Chen Anan for such a long time and is just envious of her. Only the little girl Ji Yunyu had clear eyes, and she simply longed for Chen Anan's carefree life in the future. The three little girls spent 5 days playing in Shanghai. During this period, I also went to Shanghai University in advance. Although the three girls have different majors, fortunately they are all in the same campus. Besides, Chen Chu will also be in Shanghai in the future, so the three of them can come to Chen Chu's place to play when they have nothing to do. The three people standing at the high-speed rail station are full of longing for their future university life. The three of them didn't bring anything when they came, but they left with a lot of bags. Chen Chu also took a taxi to come and send the three people off with Chu Hong. Chu Hong came to Ji Yunyu and said, "This is a bank card for you. There's 300,000 yuan in it. It's enough for your tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. Don't worry about it. It's my investment in you. When you graduate, you can work for me and pay it back." In fact, the money was paid by Chen Chu. However, if Ji Yunyu thought that the money was given to her by Chen Anan's grandfather, it would definitely affect her relationship with Chen Anan. Although Chen Anan is not that kind of girl, Chen Chu is here after all, so it will always have an impact. It would be much smoother if Chu Hong came. Ji Yunyu is extremely sensitive, and she must not be allowed to feel that she is pitied. However, Chen Chu and Chu Hong still underestimated Ji Yunyu's intelligence. The person who came from a poor family and became the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanjing County was not just a nerd. Ji Yunyu had sensed it, but she didn't expose it. She just said, "Thank you, Sister Chu, and thank you, Grandpa Chen, for your hospitality these past few days." Lee Xiaomin next to her also said, "Thank you for the expense." Chen Chu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Grandpa is happy to see you guys happy. It makes me feel a few years younger." Chen Anan asked, "Grandpa, my brother is getting married next month, are you coming?" Chen Chu said, "Of course I will go." Chen Anan felt relieved that she would be able to see her grandpa again soon. The three girls quickly got on the high-speed train. This time, they sat in the business class seat that Chu Hong had booked. The spacious business class cabin has only 5 seats, but the other 2 are empty. The three girls started chattering. Lee Xiaomin said, "Chen Anan, is your grandfather really 60 years old? Was he a security guard? How could he be so rich? We've spent at least hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past 2 days." Chen Anan frowned, "I don't know either. Grandpa has changed so much in a short time. I almost didn't recognize him. He looks much younger and richer now. He wasn't like this before. The last time I was here, he was sleeping on the balcony. Grandpa isn't lying to us, is he?" Ji Yunyu said, "How could they possibly cheat us? We spent so much money, how could it be fake? I believe Grandpa Chen is a good person and would not cheat us." Lee Xiaomin nodded and said, "He's very good and handsome. Did you see how he arranged things for Sister Chu? He's just like the company boss in the movie, so charming." Chen Anan laughed and said, "Xiao Man, you are not in love with my grandpa, are you?" "Ah! Stinky Anan, are you kidding me? Do you want me to be your step-grandmother?" The business class suddenly became lively. After hearing this, the flight attendant standing at the door thought, "It's great to be young." Sent away 3 girls. On the way back to Shanghai, Chu Hong was driving the car, while Chen Chu was sitting in the back, holding a cigarette in his mouth and enjoying the sound of Berlin. Chu Hong couldn't help but pursed her soft lips and said, I have become a full-time driver. Chen Shu said from behind, how about you take a leave in a couple of days and go back to my hometown with me? Chu Hong thought for a moment and said, in what capacity? Chen Shu said in a joking tone. What is the status of your girlfriend? Chu Hong shook her head and said, forget it. I don't mind calling you that in front of outsiders, but I can't bear it in front of your family. Your daughter should be older than me. Chen Shu said, age isn't a problem these days. Even gender and species aren't issues. Are these still problems? Chu Hong chuckled, agreeing as she did, but she said, in front of your family, we are still just roommates. Chen Shu said, okay, roommate. The two people have actually gotten closer without realizing it. Chu Hong gradually turned into the shape that Chen Shu wanted. That's right. Chu Hong turned the steering wheel with her white fingers and said, since I'm going to attend your junior's wedding, I need to prepare some clothes. The same goes for you. You can't wear something too casual. Unconsciously, Chu Hong has begun to take on the responsibilities of a wife. Chen Shu snapped his fingers and said, okay, go buy it. Post views, 58. CH033 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 32. After spending these few days together, Chen Shu also understood that Chu Hong was a woman who lacked a sense of security, was sensitive and had low self-esteem. 30 years old, and still a solo mother. This is a rare species in society. Of course, Chu Hong has many suitors, including colleagues and superiors. It's just that Chu Hong looks down on these ordinary office workers whose monthly salary barely exceeds 10,000 yuan. They can't give Chen Shu the same sense of security. After the conversation in the car, the relationship between the two people has been secretly clarified. Chu Hong doesn't care about worldly opinions. This is actually the same as Xia Wanting. Very open-minded. As long as she has enough money and feels secure, what does other people's opinions matter? She knew that Chen Shu was not a good man. But in this era, what does it mean to be a good man? Being nice enough to your girlfriend, but then achieving nothing, constantly promising her the best, but earning a few thousand yuan a month and still not being able to support your family? This may be considered a good man. But in Chu Hong's eyes, such a man is better off not having him. Because what she wants is not tenderness, but a sense of security. Men have legs and can run. Money won't. That's enough. Her best friend is already married. The husband is a good man, but he has no money. Is he happy? Maybe, only you know the real situation. But Chu Hong definitely didn't want to ask her husband for help in buying a 200 yuan lipstick. Isn't Maybach attractive? On the wide streets of Shanghai, Maybach is still the most handsome car in the traffic. The last time I took Chu Hong shopping, she was quite serious. In my heart, I treat Chen Shu as my own client and protect him. This time, she treated Chen Shu as her old boyfriend, hugging Chen Shu's shoulders all the way, being very intimate, just like a couple who had just started dating. Ding! The host has been successfully liked by the opposite sex, and his attitude towards gaming life has been recognized by his female companion. They understand each other tacitly and are highly compatible. Reward, 30 million yuan. 30 million? I never thought that being liked by women was also part of the game of life. His current assets have reached 156 million. However, Chen Shu felt sad, as if he had really become a bad old man. But after thinking about it, the root of being a scumbag is lying. But he wouldn't lie. This is a romantic point. Just like Li Sunhuan. It's no wonder that there are not many scumbags among Chen Shu's, because in his era, he only knew Li Sunhuan. The two of them were still shopping. But this time, after Chu Hong dressed up Chen Shu, she also bought a lot of things for herself. 2 Bulgari necklaces, 80,000. Patek Philippe ladies watch, 50,000. A Chanel suit costs 20,000 yuan. Chen Shu was also very happy. He was afraid that Chu Hong would not spend money. After all, two people basically don't talk about feelings, they only talk about money. Sure enough, that night, Chu Hong knocked on Chen Shu's door. What surprised her was that Chen Shu, who was 60 years old, had a muscular body and his facial features showed that he was in his 40s. Then the physical fitness level should be around the age of 30. Chu Hong understood that she had seen her treasure, the baby. A mature and stable age, a healthy and young body, and a huge fortune. Chu Hong felt that it would be impossible for her to meet such a perfect boyfriend in her life. What surprised Chen Shu was a red rose on the bed sheet. In other words, it's a win-win situation. After Chen Shu got up, he saw Chu Hong with a pair of straight long legs stretched out from under her loose nightgown. She was cooking in the kitchen, but her posture was a little crooked. I overexerted myself last night. There's no way around it, his physique is too good, and his kidneys are as terrifying as a Maybach's V8 engine. Don't cook anymore. Call the community restaurant and ask them to send some chicken soup over to nourish you. Chen Shu said. Speaking of nourishment, Chu Hong's face turned red. No, I can bear this little bit of suffering. Chen Shu. Bitter? I think it's sweet. However, Chen Shu had gotten the advantage and didn't want to be ungrateful, so he just enjoyed the warmth of the moment. This is the life of a free person. If he had known this earlier, he would not have endured so much pain. It's just that when people are happiest, there will always be a disgusting person or thing. For example, now. Chen Shu's cell phone rang. See the number above. Although Chen Shuxin only had a few people's numbers saved in his phone, the string of numbers on it still let him know that it was Yamei's number. Should I answer it or not? This is a problem. After thinking about it, Chen Shu accepted the call. After all, the two of them have been sleeping together for more than 10 years, so it's no problem for them to answer a phone call. Chen Shu. I knew you were hiding money from me. You're looking for a woman right after your divorce, right? And you're driving a luxury car. I shouldn't have trusted you in the first place. I've been married to you for over a decade, and you're hiding so much money. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Are you worthy of Jin Kai's respect for you? Chen Shu. Yamei really speaks eloquently. I have worked for your family all my life, and I am just a stepson. Do you really want to take advantage of me? Chen Shu said, my money was earned after the divorce. It has nothing to do with your family. I helped to arrange the house and mortgage, and I used my housing fund to pay for it. Yamei choked. What Chen Shu said is not wrong. But this isn't an excuse for you to act carefree after the divorce, Chen Shu. If you have a conscience, transfer your car and that Arc de Triomphe house to my name. Then I'll forgive you and even be willing to remarry you. Chen Shu stood up instantly. Remarry? Yamei, are you kidding? Isn't Xia Wanting, who is good at sex and not clingy, attractive anymore? Is the gentle Chu Hong no longer attractive? I finally got out of the quagmire, and now you want me to go back? Yamei was self-righteous, of course, just like when we first got married, this is just a test. As long as you pass the test, I will still be your wife. Chen Shu laughed, don't worry, I can't pass this test. You can use it to test other 60-year-old Lao Deng. Chen Shu is now watching short videos on his mobile phone and has learned a new word. Lao Deng. This word is very suitable for old men who can't see through life. Yamei never imagined that Chen Shu had such a clear understanding of life. Marriage and family were things that Chen Shu cherished as much as his life in the past. But now, Chen Shu doesn't care about them. To be precise, it is the family that doesn't care about Yamei. After all, other people's families have nothing to do with you. Yamei was obviously so angry that she laughed. Okay, Chen Shu, you can. I'm afraid you have already planned it, so that you can divorce me easily one day. Just wait, you hid your money from me, I will sue you in court. What Yamei said was a matter of course. Chen Shu didn't want to pay any attention to it at all. At this time, Chu Hong next to her couldn't stand it anymore. He walked over and said loudly in a clipped voice, Chen Shu, breakfast is ready. Yamei was furious when she heard this. Okay, Chen Shu, you're going to live with that slutty vixen now, right? You're going to get what you deserve. Post views, 59. CH034 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 034. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 33, as soon as Chu Hong came out, Yamei was like a lion with its fur standing on end, and started cursing on the phone. Chen Shu really had a headache. I hung up the phone and blocked him. After all, no matter what tricks Yamei comes up with, Chen Shu can handle it. He didn't care if Yamei sued him. Xingqian International Garden Community. Yamei, her son, and daughter-in-law were also very surprised. They didn't expect Chen Shu to be so tough. Du Chunyi was surprised and said, "Why does Chen Shu talk to mom like that?" Yamei snorted coldly, "I said men become bad when they have money. Wasn't I right? And there's a vixen blowing wind next to his pillow. How hateful." "Son, how is the lawyer you contacted?" Ye Jingkai said, "Don't worry, Mom. That's a friend I met at the party. He specializes in divorce cases and has a 100% success rate. I've asked him to apply for an investigation into Chen Shu's assets. He's been in this business for over a decade and knows a lot of people. He'll be able to track down Chen Shu's asset flow very quickly." "Really?" He soon received a call from his lawyer friend. "Jinkai, I've checked the bank statements of the person you're looking for. He does have money, but I'm not sure if it's premarital assets. If we continue investigating, we'll have to file a formal lawsuit and use the power of the public security, procuratorate, and courts to find out. But I think it's 90% concealed, because it's impossible for someone to become rich so quickly after a divorce. From penniless to a net worth of 100 million in less than a month, it's impossible. Even if Warren Buffett came, it would be impossible." Hear what the lawyer said. The three of them widened their eyes. "Seize the young master? 100 million? Du Chunyi couldn't sit still any longer. "Hurry up and send me the detailed bank statements. If it was just a few million, they wouldn't be so anxious and would slowly resolve it through legal procedures, which would be equivalent to making some extra money. But now, that's 100 million. Not to mention getting 100 million in total. If their family can get 50 million, they won't have to struggle for the rest of their lives and can live a good life just by living on the interest." Soon, the other party sent Chen Shu's bank statements for the past few days. At the beginning, it was tens of thousands transferred from a bank, then it became more and more, and then I saw that I started spending it. The accounts of the Hermes store and the Rolex store all have expenses of tens of thousands. The more they watched, the more jealous they became. Soon we arrived at Big Head. The Mercedes Center collected more than 6 million. One is the full price of the car, the other is a deposit. They only saw that Chen Shu was driving a Maybach, and had no idea that Chen Shu had actually ordered another car. Finally, the money is continuously deposited into the account. Watching the balance in Chen Shu's account slowly increase, Yamei became more and more angry. "How much money has this guy hidden from me? It's really hateful. This money should have been given to me." Yamei had already entered into fantasy at this time. As long as this money is given to their family, they don't have to worry about mortgages, car loans, etc., and the whole family can just go on a leisurely trip. Yamei's dream when she gets older is to travel to the prairie with her family or her best friends. Feel the flowers and plants. When you have nothing to do, go square dancing all over the country. This is how all the rich ladies in Shanghai play. Why can't she, Ye, do it? This Chen Shu is also abominable. I have been married to you for 20 years, is there no love left between us? You divorced me and went on a free and easy life, and you even have 100 million. She must get at least 50 million. This is her right granted by law. The three of them are now extremely excited. It seems like the money has already been received. I've already figured out how to spend it. Ye Mei is going to travel with her best friend. Ye Jingkai insisted on driving Chen Shu's Maybach over to show off to his former colleagues and current friends. Du Chunyi was staring at big brands like Hermes, Rolex, Versace, etc. Inside the pigeon cage in the New City International Garden Community, three people all dreamed of getting rich. Chen Shu had no idea that he had already completely taken advantage of the three people's fantasies. If he knew, he would find it ridiculous. But it's also reasonable. Just a few million is enough to make some people extremely greedy and abandon their morals. This is more than 100 million yuan. Even if it means sacrificing their lives, I believe some people will take the risk. Not to mention that as long as Ye Mei finds an opportunity, she can take away half of the property without taking any risks. Chu Hong's bad taste was satisfied. A victorious smile on his face. Chen Shu smiled helplessly. Chu Hong still had a bit of a little woman's attitude. She knew that she couldn't win Chen Shu over, but it was still fun to make Chen Shu's ex-wife angry. Chu Hong said, "Your ex-wife is still quite infuriating." Chen Shu said helplessly, "So I got divorced." Chu Hong asked with some longing, "How does it feel to be married?" Chen Shu thought about it and spoke frankly, "It feels like I'm trapped. Every day is just the daily grind of life. Maybe for others, it's a stable life, but only I know whether it's bitter or sweet. Some people pursue a day-to-day life, while others pursue excitement and novelty. I used to think I was the former, but now I'm the latter." Chu Hong said, "Looking at you, I really don't plan to get married." Chen Shu said, "Don't be so sure." Chu Hong misunderstood, "Do you want to marry me?" Chen Shu shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. What I mean is, what if you meet someone you like in the future?" Chu Hong thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so. I only feel safe with money, but how could those wealthy second generations be interested in me? Those girls in their 20s are much more flirtatious than me." Chen Shu secretly confirmed in his heart that what Chu Hong said was right. Young women in their 20s are indeed very attractive. However, for 60-year-old Chen Shu, each has its own advantages. The two of them finished their breakfast. Chen Shu said, "Xiao Chu, how much is your monthly salary?" Chu Hong, who was putting on makeup, replied, "I can get 20,000 this month." Chen Shu saw that his daily check-in amount was already 20,000. Chu Hong worked hard for a whole day, but it was not as good as the system's 1-second check-in amount. Life is indeed hard for workers. But this is better than before. He only made less than 3,000 yuan a month as a security guard. "Don't go to work anymore. I will support you and give you 150,000 yuan every month," said Chen Shu. Chu Hong shook her head and said, "If you give me 150,000, I can't refuse. But Uncle Chen, I don't want to be your canary. Chu Hong is a clear-headed person after all, and she doesn't want to be kept as a concubine in a golden house." Chen Shu respected Chu Hong's choice and transferred 150,000 yuan to her to give her a sense of security. "You can't get it for free." Chen Shu doesn't have that habit either. Chu Hong quickly set off for work. Chen Shu continued to enjoy his life. Since no one was around, he called Xia Wanting and went out shopping and playing. Life is finally getting better. Post views, 57. Ch035 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 035. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 34. Chen Chu has been very tired these 2 days. Because after Chu Hong, the iron tree, blossomed, she seemed to have tasted the sweetness, which made Chen Chu quite passive. He was forced to use a youth potion to adjust his body age to 40, so that he could barely withstand the fighting power of this 30-year-old woman. Of course, part of the reason was that Chen Chu went to the hotel to find Xia Wanting during the day, which caused energy leakage, so his combat power was insufficient. Under the pressure of money, Ye Mei and her son acted really quickly. It has already entered the litigation stage. The courts in Shanghai are very efficient. So soon, Chen Chu received a call from the court, asking him to go and get a subpoena. This left Chen Chu speechless. When he received the call, he was shopping with Xia wanting to buy some wedding gifts. My grandson's wedding is in a week. In addition to a car, grandson Chen Pingping, as an elder, must be invited to the stage to drink tea according to the rules of Nanjing County. You need to prepare red envelopes and gifts. He is her grandfather, so naturally he doesn't need to take Ye Mei with him after the divorce. But his ex-wife was going to attend. He naturally couldn't perform worse than his ex-wife. The gifts you give should not be inappropriate. After all, having been married twice, he knew that a wedding is supposed to be a day for couples to show their love, but in reality, it is a day for both parties to show their financial strength. Whichever family demonstrates sufficient financial resources will be able to take the lead in the family in the future. And the right to say, I don't even want to talk about getting married. Marriage is the fruit of love. But if you want to maintain the smooth surface of something like crystals, you can't just say I love you twice. So he asked his daughter about his grandson's wife's information and learned that young people like diamonds, necklaces, jewelry, bags, and so on. He bought 500,000 worth of things in one day. I was just feeling happy when I received a call from the court. Okay, I'll go right away. Chen Chu's mood suddenly became bad. Xia Wanting next to him asked curiously, Uncle Chen, what's going on? Chen Chu smiled and said, the debt collector is here. Come with me to find Xiao Kong. Xia Wanting also knew the situation of Chen Chu's family and was not surprised at all. If she were in this matter, she would not hesitate to choose to sue Chen Chu for his 50 million. Xia Wanting also loves money. But she won't keep pestering him. Because she cares about money, but she also cares about face. If she knew through legal means that the money could never be divided, she would rely on her personal abilities to attract the other party. If they can't attract people, they will replace them. Soon, 2 people drove a Maybach to the community. When I arrived at the gate of the community, I met Lao Lu. Old Lu also misses Brother Chen very much at this moment. Brother Chen, you finally came to see me. Lu Keibo was very excited. Ever since Chen Chu took him to eat the prince last time, he had a feeling that this was how life should be. Moreover, the king crabs he brought last time and the luxurious dinner he took his 2 grandsons to have also made him very proud at home. The 2 children also had the capital to brag at school that they spent more than 200,000 yuan on a meal. But this matter has a time limit, and it has been more than a week now. Lu Keibo once again missed the taste of the meal that cost him over 200,000 yuan, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Chen Chu pointed across and said, of course, I miss my old buddy. What happened to the Liu Dao Liangzi bathhouse across the street? Is it being renovated again? Why did they change the facade? This location is not far from the Arc de Triomphe, but Chen Chu doesn't come here often. After all, there was nothing here to attract him. Old Lu said excitedly, it's because of the renovation and upgrade. I heard that a new batch of technicians came, and each one is very beautiful and young. Chen Chu thought for half a second. Since this was a game of life, he should enjoy it. He planned to go to the bath center across the street to apply for a membership card. After all, I've been very tired these past 2 days. But now is not the time. Chen Chu said, when we have some free time one day, let's have a drink together, and then go to the bathing center across the street to get a foot massage and enjoy it. Liu Keibo became excited instantly. You should know that the oldest technician on the opposite side is only 35 years old, and they are all good looking. The entrance fee to that bath center is a card worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. In the past, when the two of them were on duty, they could only look at the opposite side and enjoy the morning exercises, but they never thought about going over to enjoy themselves. But now my brother Chen is different from before. If you hang out with brother Chen, you'll find technicians. I have something to do with Xiao Kong and Lao Lu. Let's talk later. Chen Shu said. Liu Keibo was secretly surprised. You used to be called Manager Kong, but now you are called Xiao Kong. Things are really different now. Old Liu just wants to quit his job now and follow Chen Shu. Not to mention that there was a beautiful woman with big breasts next to Chen Shu. The two of them were so close to each other that it was obvious that something was wrong between them. This made him very envious. I thought of the stinky 50-year-old woman in my family with a pair of dead fish eyes. What a gap! But does brother Chen dare to file for divorce? I dare not. Come to the property manager's office. Chen Shu heard the sound of quarreling inside. Kong Feng's voice was a little angry. Manager Wang, please respect yourself. I know you have a family. If you do this again, I will tell your family. Chen Shu frowned. Xia Wanting was also excited and pushed the door open and rushed in. Kongzi, is this the regional director Wang you mentioned who often harasses you? That bald old bidden. Can you take a piss and look at yourself? You still want to harass our Confucius? Xia Wanting came up and started bombarding crazily. After Chen Shu followed in, he saw a fat, middle-aged man with big ears sitting halfway on the desk, with a greasy and wretched look on his face. When the man saw Chen Shu and the other two approaching, he immediately stood up and said, "Who are you? This is our property management company's office. Please get out." Xia Wanting said, "Get out if you want." Chen Shu came to Manager Wang. A face full of contempt. "Young man, this is not the way to pursue someone. You either have money or connections. You don't have anything you want. Do you want to force yourself? Get out of here right now. If I see you harassing Xiao Kong again, do you believe I'll bring the security team to your house?" Chen Shu warned. When he worked here before, Kong Feng often helped him. This time when Kong Feng was in trouble, he naturally would not stand idly by. And I believe that several veteran security guards in the security team also think the same way. They all received help from Kong Feng. Manager Wang stood in front of Chen Shu, lowered his head, looked at Chen Shu, and found that Chen Shu had a lot of tendon muscles. With black and white hair, it is impossible to tell how old he is. Chen Shu sneered, "What are you looking at? First of all, you can't beat me. If we fight and the police come, I'll just lie on the ground and blackmail you into bankruptcy. Believe it or not. Chen Shu is a 60-year-old man. As long as he lies on the ground, this guy won't have diarrhea even if he eats less." Post views, 57. Ch036 Divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 036. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 35. The fat and big-eared manager Wang obviously also realized that Chen Shu's identity was not simple. As a regional manager for listing work, you may not be capable enough, but you will definitely not be stupid. It can be seen from the accessories and temperament of Chen Shu that he is definitely not an ordinary person. People in the upper class basically care about their reputation. But Chen Shu's words were just to blackmail him. This shows that this man is not a simple man. As long as he can succeed, he doesn't care whether he does things decently or not. Such people are the most terrifying. They will do anything to achieve their goals. Can you imagine a billionaire lying on the ground blackmailing others? So when Chen Shu said this, Kong Feng and Xia Wanting were both surprised. Chen Shu's charm has increased again. This time it was not relying on the charm potion, but on Chen Shu's own behavior. Kong Feng looked grateful. Manager Wang knew that if this continued, it would not be good for him. Although his mother-in-law's family worked at the headquarters and could support him, if the security team here blocked the door today, he would be in big trouble. Wait until he leaves. Kong Feng said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen. If it weren't for you today, it would have been quite troublesome." Xia Wanting said, "How about this, Kong Zi? Why don't you just quit this crappy class? You're more beautiful than me, so why not find a rich second-generation man and become his beautiful wife? Why are you suffering here?" Chen Shu. "I thought, do you think everyone is like you?" Kong Feng smiled softly. "It's okay. I can handle this. Have you forgotten that I graduated from the law school? See that rose? There's a camera underneath it. I can report him to headquarters and I guarantee he'll be fired." Kong Feng's personal abilities are still fine. After all, a person has spent such a long time in society, looking beautiful and safe. Xia Wanting was a little confused as to why Kong Feng was so determined to make a name for herself. "Don't understand but respect." Chen Shu couldn't say directly that he could help her, so he just said, "Manager Kong, I still need to trouble you with my divorce. The court has sent me a summons." Kong Feng was stunned. Are they so anxious? Xia Wanting also knew the inside story. Uncle Chen is now worth hundreds of millions. If he wins the lawsuit, he can get 50 million. How can they not be anxious? Kong Feng asked curiously, "Is Uncle Chen so rich now? It seems that the 200,000 yuan he spent on you before was a bit too little." Chen Shu actually admired Kong Feng a little. Because if she were an ordinary woman, she would probably be surprised to know that she is worth hundreds of millions. Kong Feng behaved very calmly, as if he had seen the world. And it is obvious that Kong Feng also knows the relationship between Xia Wanting and herself, but she still treats Xia Wanting as a best friend, which is definitely not something an ordinary woman can do. Chen Shu said with a smile, "As long as I don't lose money this time, I will definitely continue to treat Manager Kong to a big meal." Kong Feng said, "It's a deal. Let's go to the court to get the subpoena. I guess the lawyer on the other side will be waiting." "On the way," Kong Feng said. She had worked as an intern in a court when she was in college. In a lawsuit like this, Chen Shu had a very high chance of winning. In the car, she looked at Chen Shu's account statements. "When I found out that all the funds were transferred from an international bank in Switzerland, I knew it was safe. Because this international bank treasures the privacy of its private clients, many wealthy people in China have opened accounts here. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would not be able to find any problems with these transfers. Moreover, each transfer was only said to be given to Chen Shu by the bank, which did not mean that it was deposited during Chen Shu's marriage. This naturally cannot prove that Chen Shu concealed marital assets. Of course Chen Shu knew that this was the work of the system." Kong Feng said, "This lawsuit is too simple. If the lawyer on the other side is knowledgeable, he will probably give up directly." Chen Shu thought for a moment and said, "Then we can only hope that this lawyer can persuade them to give up. If Ye Mei really gives up, then Chen Shu will let bygones be bygones, and they can go their separate ways and live their own lives. If the other party continues to pester him, Chen Shu will definitely file a counterclaim. He could have left the house with nothing. The house was transferred to Ye Jingkai without him asking for a penny. To be honest, if he wasn't a billionaire now and really couldn't make ends meet, would Ye Mei and the others give him a penny? Is it possible?" Chen Shu felt that they would not be so kind. Kong Feng put down Chen Shu's phone and said, "I didn't expect that my first personal lawsuit commission would be so easy. Forget it. I don't want the attorney's fee. This case is too simple." Kong Feng felt a little embarrassed. It was too easy to earn this money. But Chen Shu said, "How can that be? The amount is what it is. If I don't have you, what if I meet a scumbag lawyer and I lose 50 million? We agreed on 500,000 yuan before, not a penny less. Kong Fang felt a little embarrassed to take the money. But Chen Shu doesn't care about money. What he cares about is whether he can make himself happy. When he turned 60, he couldn't stand any grievances. Kong Fang thought about it and decided that it was okay. Chen Shu wasn't short of this little money anyway. As long as Chen Shu felt that he could vent his anger about this bad thing, it would be fine. She still understands the situation involved in divorce cases very well. Driving a Maybach, we arrived at the court in the new district. In fact, when it comes to serving a subpoena, basically all you need to do is just notify the court staff, and there is no need for the other party's lawyer or the party involved. But the key point is that Ye Mei and the other two also realized that the chances of winning seemed slim. The lawyer they hired also told them that without sufficient evidence, the judge would naturally not support their case. So they decided to put some pressure on Chen Shu. But Chen Shu blocked Ye Mei's phone number, so the three of them couldn't find Chen Shu at all and couldn't talk to him at all. They thought Chen Shu probably didn't understand marriage law. But no one expected that Chen Shu came with people. When three people appeared in the mediation room, Ye Mei and the other two were dumbfounded. There is a new woman beside Chen Shu. Moreover, this woman has a better figure than the one she had seen in Chen Ainan's circle of friends before. She looks more wild and more seductive to men. Ye Mei immediately stood up. Chen Shu, what's going on with that woman next to you? Chen Shu really didn't want to see the faces of Ye Mei and the other two, so he said with some disgust, "This is my freedom. We are divorced. What does it have to do with you?" Ye Mei said with an unpleasant expression, "So, you really don't want to remarry?" Chen Shu sat down and said, "When we divorced, you didn't keep me. It's impossible for us to remarry." The staff nearby knew at a glance that there was no need for mediation in this divorce case. Both parties are already in their 60s. Divorce at this age is definitely a well-considered decision, and the rate of not remarrying is very low. The key is to stand in the perspective of the staff. The man is young, handsome, manly, and seems to be quite rich. What's the point of remarrying? Looking for a 60-year-old wife? Plus a money-making stepson? Post views, 62. Ch037 Divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 037. Chapter 36 Okay, since both of you are here, why don't we start the process now and begin mediation? As the saying goes, a husband and wife once married last 100 days of grace. There's no need to make such an awkward scene over money. Let's sit down and have a good talk. Originally, the staff's task today was just to issue a subpoena to Chen Shu. The plaintiff who filed the lawsuit was waiting for him to call the defendant, as if he would not give up until he got the call, and he started working at 8 o'clock in the morning. According to normal procedures, mediation must be conducted before the formal trial. Now that everyone is here, we might as well proceed with the procedure in advance. Chen Shu knew that the staff also had a routine and that these words were probably repeated every day. So there was no need for him to get angry at the staff. It's not easy for people to face so many bad things every day. Chen Shu asked, "How do you reconcile?" The staff member said, "You two should sit down and talk it over." "Mr. Chen, have you concealed any marital assets?" Before Chen Shu could say anything, Ye Jingkai said directly, "He must have been hiding something. He thinks he's a stock god. He made nearly 200 million yuan from stock trading in just a few days? He's kidding." Chen Shu frowned, "Did you investigate me?" He was very unhappy. It feels like someone opened a box online. Although he didn't do anything illegal and naturally felt guilty, he felt a little uncomfortable about having his secret exposed. Kong Fang was also a little curious about how the other side got these things. This is obviously not in accordance with the procedure. A man in a suit and tie next to Ye Jingkai touched Ye Jingkai's arm silently. Ye Jingkai also realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Chen Shu spread his hands and said, "Yes, I'll tell you the truth. My luck changed after the divorce. I used the 2,000 yuan salary that the property management company gave me to buy futures, and it kept doubling in value, leading to my current net worth. I also played before my divorce, but I had bad luck and couldn't make any money." Chen Shu said that he would not only kill people but also destroy their hearts. "Before the divorce, I didn't earn a penny. After the divorce, my luck took off." "That's luck." Of course, Ye Mei didn't believe Chen Shu's nonsense. "Even if you hid the money, I knew your retirement pension from the newspaper was so small. There must be something wrong." Chen Shu was too lazy to explain. "As long as people suspect you, no matter what you say, it is just a cover-up." Chen Shu glanced at Kong Feng, meaning to let Kong Feng speak for me. Xia Wanting next to her was watching all this with a smile on her face. But I was still a little worried about Chen Shu. After all, if half of Chen Shu's money was taken away, she would also be affected. Would the maintenance fee decrease? Kong Feng received the court summons from the staff and said, "It seems that we no longer need to mediate. However, in order to avoid troubling the court staff, I have a copy of Mr. Chen's bank account information. The court can also verify this information. I can show it to the other party's lawyer first." The staff nodded. Everyone knows that this is a lawsuit worth tens of millions. Chen Shu naturally cannot give up on it, and Ye Mei cannot give up on it either. So there is absolutely no room for mediation in this matter. The lawyer next to Ye Jingkai was very curious about Kong Feng, as she seemed to have no reputation in the legal community in Shanghai. Otherwise, wouldn't such a beautiful female lawyer be famous in the legal profession? He had some doubts about the other party's professionalism. When the lawyer on the other side saw the printed document that Kong Feng took out, he was dumbfounded. A Swiss international bank account? This involves the diplomatic level. How can a district court in Shanghai investigate this? And there's no point in finding out. Even if he was Nanshan Pizza Hut, he could not provide evidence to prove that Chen Shu transferred the marital property. The only way is to investigate the funds transferred out of Chen Shu's marriage. But the key is that Chen Shu only has one bank card, which contains his pension insurance, retirement pension, social security, etc., and the transaction records are very clear. Either he was making money for Ye Mei or paying off the mortgage. Even the lawyer hired by Ye Jingkai felt a little sorry for this 60-year-old man. "I really worked like a slave for my family for nearly 20 years, but in the end I got nothing." Ye Jingkai's lawyer fell silent. The documents produced by the other party naturally cannot be fake. If the court finds out that the certificate was forged, the person will be in big trouble. In order to increase the chances of winning the cases he has been entrusted with, the lawyer doesn't want to play around anymore. "Jingkai, would you like to consider it?" said the lawyer. Ye Jingkai scratched his head. "Old Li, what do you mean?" Lawyer Li said, "The other side's evidence is very sufficient. Our chances of winning are slim." Ye Mei said, "He has already forged the certificate. It's all fake." Lawyer Li said, "Auntie, even if it's fake, you still have to prove it to the judge. Can you produce evidence?" Ye Mei stopped talking too. Then he looked at Chen Shu who was about to leave. "Chen Shu, after 20 years of marriage, are you unwilling to give me some money?" Chen Shu chuckled, "When we divorced, I asked for the 800,000 yuan back, but you never gave me a cent." Ye Mei was suddenly speechless and unable to refute. What Chen Shu said is the truth. He continued, "Since we were once husband and wife, if you drop the lawsuit, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, see you in court." After saying that, he left with Kong Feng and Xia Wanting, leaving Ye Mei and her group at a loss. Walk out of the court. It's scorching summer heat outside. But Chen Shu felt a little cold inside. After so many years of love, it still can't resist the charm of money. He was so disappointed with Ye. He doesn't even let himself go. Money is really a good thing. Chen Shu looked at the Maybach key in his hand with a wry smile. Ding! The host sees through the essence of a failed marriage, understands that money is the foundation of all life, is disappointed with his ex-wife, and has an open-minded attitude towards life. Reward, 10 million yuan. Okay, today's visit was not in vain. Xia Wanting next to her agreed, Uncle Chen is right. Kong Fang shook her head. These two people really got along well with each other. Apart from the age difference, they are quite compatible in other aspects. But Chen Shu seemed to have become much younger. Even if you have money, you can't support her like this, right? Is it true that people will become younger after they relax their mindset? Kong Fang said, Uncle Chen, you can leave the rest of the matter to me. You don't even have to appear in court. She was sure that the other party would not give up. This is a no-cost business. It succeeded, and he got half of Chen Shu's net worth for free, which is less than 100 million. Even if you fail, the other party will not lose anything. Who would give up something that can make a lot of money? Since everyone has already torn their relationship apart, there is nothing wrong with going to court. Aren't there many divorce lawsuits these days? Chen Shu nodded and said, then I'll trouble you, Kong Fang. If the other party refuses to give in, can I file a countersuit and get my house and the 800,000 yuan back? Kong Fang also knew this and said, it's unrealistic to take it all back, and the court won't support it. The same goes for the house. Considering your current net worth, I might give you a symbolic compensation. Chen Shu said, it doesn't matter how much you get back, the key is to get it back. Kong Fang knew that Chen Shu didn't need this little pocket money now. The main purpose is to retaliate against the other party's relentless behavior. Kong Fang laughed and said, Uncle Chen, why are you acting like a child? Chen Shu laughed, maybe I'm getting younger as I get older. Xia Wanting nodded and said, that's right, Uncle Chen is really strong. Kong Fang blushed. Can't you say these things in private? Wanting was really open-minded. Post Views, 61. Ch038 Divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 038. Chapter 37 Chen Shu left in a cool manner. But Ye Mei felt uncomfortable. The court staff also took a look at the printed documents that Kong Fang brought over and said, these evidences have proven that all of Mr. Chen's current money was obtained after the divorce, and we have no way of verifying the original source. Therefore, I still advise you that the court will not support your attempt to divide Mr. Chen's existing property. Ye Mei was furious after hearing this. Why doesn't the court help us poor people? The staff member glanced at Ye Mei, who was persisting. I thought, what's going on? Are the poor in this world always right? It is a hard truth that the poor must become stronger. Taking advantage of your own poverty to divide your ex-husband's assets? Wouldn't that make the world a mess? The staff member said coldly, what are you talking about? The court acts according to the law. There is no such thing as helping anyone. Be careful with your words. Ye Jingkai asked the lawyer next to him, Old Li, what should we do now? Lawyer Li said, I advise you not to fight this matter. He has very complete information. The judge will not support your request. At most, considering he is worth hundreds of millions, he may give you some humanitarian compensation. Ye Mei asked, how much is the humanitarian compensation? They also thought about going to Chen Shu to cause trouble. They knew that Chen Shu lived in the Arc de Triomphe, where they couldn't get in at all. As for forcibly seizing Chen Shu's Maybach, Shanghai's public security is not achieved for nothing. Now we can only hope for humanitarian compensation. Lawyer Li said, it's hard to say. It could be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Of course, it's also possible that you won't get a cent at all. Ye Mei thought for a moment and said, let's take as much as we can. We'll continue to sue. I don't believe he really doesn't care about our friendship anymore. Lawyer Li thought to himself, are you really blind? Can't you see the two women next to him? Isn't one of them as pretty as a 60-year-old woman like you? Isn't her skin whiter than yours? Why should people be nostalgic? But since Ye Jingkai guaranteed that the lawyer fees were sufficient, he didn't care. Let's have fun. Okay, I'll try my best. Lawyer Li said. Chen Shu gave full authority to Kong Fang to handle the lawsuit. Because this is not a criminal case, the parties involved can just hire a lawyer to attend. Chen Shu had only one request: if the other party refused to give in, Kong Fang would immediately file a counterclaim and ask the other party to divide the 800,000 yuan. Let Ye Mei, her son and daughter-in-law, have a taste of the pain of losing more than they gain. Don't think about these bad things. That night, Xie Wanting also wanted Chen Shu to take him to the hotel. Chen Shu is still thinking about his old buddy Lao Lu. And he's been tired these days. In order to keep himself healthy, he basically goes to the community gym every morning to work out and lift weights to maintain his body shape after 5 years of fitness training. Only when you get old will you truly realize the importance of a healthy body. So tonight, Chu Hong was allowed to eat at home alone, and Xie Wanting also gave up the fight and walked to find Lao Lu alone. I took Lao Liu's electric car to go to Liu Dao Liang's place across the street to have my feet washed. Seeing the two old men trying their best, the people in the bath center were not surprised. But seeing that Lao Lu was wearing a security uniform, if Chen Shu next to him hadn't been wearing Vans and a green submariner, he would have been kicked out long ago. If it were in the past, Chen Shu would have entered the bathing center like Lao Lu, and would have felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, with a guilty conscience. But now it's different. With his current spending level, he can easily afford to buy this bath center. Top up a card with 500,000 yuan. Chen Shu took out his mobile phone directly. The heavily powdered woman at the front desk immediately broke into a smile. There were many people who recharged 500,000 or 1 million yuan. But the key point is that Chen Shu is obviously a new face. Although he was accompanied by an old man who looked like a security guard. However, he should be the boss of this security guard, and he brought his employees for team building. Old Lu swallowed hard. Brother Chen, this is 500,000 yuan. How about we just top up 10,000 yuan to cover our expenses tonight? We can't spend that much with 500,000 yuan. Chen Shuxin said, just shut up, old Lu. You are useless. The 500,000 yuan recharge is not to be spent tonight, but to enjoy high-end services. How can a customer who recharges 500,000 yuan as soon as they enter the store receive the same service as a customer who recharges 10,000 yuan? The technicians are of different levels. Lao Liu's level is only suitable for a fat technician who pays 200 yuan a night and has his face painted like a ghost on the Ghost Festival. Bringing him here would be a waste of the technicians here. But no matter what, brothers should not forget each other when they become rich and powerful. When Chen Shu first started working as a security guard, he used to work at a newspaper with a regular staff. At first, he felt embarrassed and was not used to dealing with troublesome owners. He also had difficulty adapting to some of the dirty and tiring work. Old Lu, who had worked as a security guard for many years and had a lot of experience, took him with him. Old Lu did all the hard work and helped Chen Shu a lot. Chen Shu is a man who knows how to repay kindness. No matter what, we have to let our old brother enjoy the rest of his life. Chen Shu said, Lao Lu, I'll take you to enjoy life and broaden your horizons. Then he turned to the cashier and said, get me 2 of the most expensive technicians in your shop. They must be skilled, have a great body, be young, and have beautiful looks. Can you do that? The cashier said excitedly, yes. Chen Shu was very satisfied. I'll arrange a midnight snack, open a bottle of Fishan Mutai, and arrange a private and quiet box for me. Old Lu was a little envious of Chen Shu's smooth arrangements. You can tell at a glance that he enjoyed himself a lot. Who would have thought that Brother Chen's divorced life would be so great? The two people came to the private room with aromatherapy on. The lighting is very dim. Once the little pink light is turned on, that feeling comes. Soon, two technicians, number 66 and number 88, who were both fair-skinned and no older than 25, arrived. Chen Shu took a look. It is worthy of being a bathing center that is located behind the Arc de Triomphe. The quality of this technician is beyond reproach, on par with Xia Wanting, Chu Hong, and Kong Feng. Of course, looking at the numbers of the two technicians, you can tell that this is also the quality control department. People come up and say it sweetly. "Hello, gentlemen. We are only doing costs in our store. I wonder if you have any requirements?" Technician number 88 introduced. "Chen Shu? Defeating Pri? I don't understand, just do it normally." Old Lu hesitated to speak. He understands. His granddaughter likes to cos characters from anime. How fun is that? "Brother Chen, you don't even understand this?" But he didn't say it. After all, it seems a bit inappropriate. In fact, he didn't know that if Chen Shu knew what cos meant, he would also be able to play it. The money has been spent, so what's wrong with enjoying yourself? Post views, 60. CH039 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Chapter 38, you really can't touch this foot washing thing. The more you touch it, the more addicted you become. That night, the two of them spent nearly 30,000 yuan. Both of them are happy both physically and mentally. At a certain moment, it seemed as if I had seen through the emptiness of life. The next morning, Lao Lu was so comfortable that he couldn't get up from the private room and was about to be late. Fortunately, my workplace is right across the street, otherwise I would be fined 50 yuan for being late and my day's work would be wasted. Last night's foot washing experience made Lao Lu nostalgic. He thought, how nice it would be if he could live in a bathing center in this life. No wonder men always like to wash their feet. What you are washing is not the feet, but the dusty and dead heart. Lao Liu's life seemed as bright as glass after being wiped, and the light of hope in life appeared again. Chen Shu also benefited. He did not receive any reward for recharging 500,000 yuan. However, when the slender technician number 88 was on his back, Chen Shu inexplicably dreamed that he was lying on the prairie, smelling the fragrance of the grass, with colorful butterflies flying on his back. Then he received a reward of 1 million yuan. The next morning, the two men sat at the breakfast stall next to the security booth to eat steamed buns and rice porridge. Chen Shu hasn't had such a cheap breakfast for more than a week. It's quite delicious to eat it now. Just treat it as a spice in your daily life. This is life. Chen Shu greeted the new day with high spirits. After signing in, he received a sign-in quota of 20,000 yuan, which was equivalent to pocket money issued by the system. Old Lu reluctantly put on the security uniform that was washed clean by the young lady in the bathing center, and with the lingering fragrance, he walked at the pace of an ox or a horse. When Chen Shu was crossing the street, Lao Lu was reluctant to let him go and said, "Brother Chen, please come more often when you have time. You live so close, it's only a 5-minute walk, and there are more than 400,000 yuan in it. We can't waste it anyway." Chen Shu naturally knew that Lao Lu had taken a fancy to Miss number 66. He just wanted to say that the girls in the bath center were just playing around. Do you really take it seriously? A gambling father, a sick mother, a brother who goes to school, and a broken woman. For ordinary people, all kinds of tricks really win people's hearts, and it is obvious that Lao Lu has been deeply trapped in it. But even though he was deeply trapped, Lao Lu was still very realistic. As a community security guard who only knows how to guard the gate, he only gets less than 3,000 yuan a month. How could Lao Lu be willing to give up both the clocks of technician number 66? Needless to say, most of his money is with his wife. The salary cards are all in my wife's name. Because he had been deceived by his son and became a dishonest person, any money in his bank card would be transferred away immediately. Chen Shu opened up a corner of the sky for him, allowing him to look up for the rest of his life. However, it can be regarded as a touch of color in Lao Liu's otherwise grey life. Ding! The host helped a friend experience the upper-class life. The friend was grateful. Reward, 1 million yuan. Chen Shu was surprised. I didn't expect the system to give rewards. The money spent on Lao Lu was directly returned almost 100 times. What would happen if all this money was spent on old Lu? Chen Shu thought with a sense of evil. After returning to the community, Chen Shu felt relaxed all over. At the age of 40, his body was in its prime and full of energy after a night of rest. He went straight to the community gym. He likes fitness, and it's definitely not because there are a lot of young women wearing yoga pants in the gym in the morning. But what surprised him was that Chu Hong was also here. Aren't you going to work today? Chen Shu asked curiously. Chu Hong asked, I'm taking a day off today. Where did you go last night? Chen Shu did not hide it, because there was no need. If Chu Hong could not accept it, he could just change someone else and said, go to the next room to wash your feet. Chu Hong nodded and said, didn't you go to the 5th floor? Chen Shu, ah? 5th floor? What's there? Chu Hong said, it's good that you didn't go. If Chen Shu didn't understand what she said, he would have lived for 60 years in vain. I understand. I'll go and see it next time. Chu Hong frowned and said, if you get sick, you'll die faster. Chen Shu chuckled, I'm kidding. With you here, what would I do there? I'd just go get my feet massaged and my back patted. Nothing else. Chu Hong said, I can also massage your feet and I can also step on your back. Chen Shu, next time for sure. Can you have the same feeling at home as outside? Chu Hong naturally understood, but she didn't care about it and turned around to practice yoga with the people in yoga pants next to her. In fact, most of these women in yoga pants are similar to Chu Hong. They are canaries raised by some rich people. Otherwise, how could they practice yoga here in broad daylight without having to look after children or do housework? I'm all sweaty after exercising. After returning home to wash up, he received a call from the car dealership. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Wang Ting, a sales representative from the Mercedes Center. Remember? The black G-Class you ordered has arrived at the airport. You can pick it up at the store this afternoon. We're waiting for you anytime. The sound is very clamped. Chen Shu instantly thought of Wang Ting, who was wearing a professional suit with a V-neck. Well, Xiao Wang, that's fine. I'll go there this afternoon. I remember your center has a red E-Class car in stock. Do you have any left? Chen Shu asked. This car is for Chu Hong. Chu Hong likes red. After all, she is the woman who gave him her first time, so of course he prefers it. He made a lot of money from spending on Chu Hong these days. Giving a car as a gift gives a sense of security, and both people get what they need. Wang Ting said, it's still here, Mr. Chen, do you want to see it? Chen Shu said, I won't read it anymore. I'll pick it up this afternoon. Just keep it for me. Wang Ting was very happy. She actually sold a car by just making a phone call. It turns out that women who love to laugh will never have bad luck. But the red one is definitely for women. Then this woman is most likely that friend, Xia Wanting. Wang Ting could only feel envious. When Chen Shu bought the car before, he coaxed Chu Hong by saying that he had ordered a car for her. Today he just happened to make up for the lie he told afterwards. Chen Shu thought, I should not lie anymore in the future, it is too tiring. Well, try not to lie. At noon, Chu Hong also returned home and started cooking. Chu Hong's hometown is located in the Central Plains. In the summer, she especially likes to eat noodles and bean sticks. Fortunately, her cooking skills are fine, and there are not many bean sticks in Shanghai, so she can still eat them. It is not convenient for Chen Shu to eat seafood such as abalone every day. It's okay to eat some home-cooked food. After dinner, Chen Shu said, "I'm going to take a lunch break. I'll take you to pick up the car this afternoon. The car I ordered for you has arrived." Chu Hong was flattered, "Mine?" Chen Shu nodded and said, "Well, remember to bring your ID card and driver's license. You'll need them when registering your information." Chu Hong was somewhat touched. She originally thought that Chen Shu had just lied to her, but she didn't expect that Chen Shu really remembered it. "Thank you, Uncle Chen," Chu Hong said seriously. Chen Shu said, "I will definitely do what I said. I never lie. If I say I'll book it for you, then I'll book it for you." Chu Hong, yet. She decided that no matter what Chen Shu did in the future, she didn't want to care about it anymore. Post views, 54. Ch040 divorced at 60, the system came chapter 040. Chapter 39 afternoon. Chu Hong drives a Maybach. Chen Shu opened the zero-gravity chair in the back and continued to listen to Rock on the New Long March, tapping the beat with his green submariner hands. Hum softly, comfortably. Chu Hong was driving in front and said, "Uncle Chen, don't you feel that your life is empty?" Chen Shu, "Empty? Xiao Chu, how could your uncle feel empty? It's just that you made me feel a little weak these past 2 days." Chu Hong blushed and spat, "I'm talking about finding some work." Chen Shu was surprised and said, "I just didn't have to go to work, and you want me to be treated like a slave again." Chu Hong said, "What I mean is, for example, starting a new company and feeling the feeling of nurturing it." Chen Shu thought about it and thought about his 20s when going into business was the mainstream. Once upon a time, he also wanted to be one of those people who drove a Santana and held a mobile phone and earned 10,000 yuan. He wanted this at that time. Going to work is actually not free. However, due to his family's requirements and the fact that he was one of the few college graduates of that era, he had to find a job to gain recognition from mainstream society. At that time, jobs in newspapers were still very attractive. Once you enter the newspaper office, it's like being in a deep sea, and from then on the boss is just a stranger. Gradually, I forgot my dream of becoming a boss. Are you the boss now? It seems pretty good. But now is not the time. I haven't finished enjoying this rich life yet. Chen Shu said, "Don't worry, wait for the opportunity in the future." In today's society, starting a business is no different from gambling. Chu Hong also asked by the way. Because Chen Shu's appearance reminded her of the chaebol tycoons on TV. She felt that if Chen Shu became a chaebol boss like those in Korean TV dramas, he would definitely be charming. Chen Shu didn't think too much about it. It's not impossible for him to start a company, but he absolutely cannot manage the work himself. So let these things take their course. Wouldn't it be better to take a rest? The two people came to the Mercedes Center. Wang Ting held the Rolls-Royce delivery umbrella under the scorching sun, but she did not open it herself. She waited for Chen Shu to come down and then opened it for Chen Shu. Well, that's called professionalism. But when Wang Ting saw Chu Hong getting off the car, she was a little confused. Wasn't it agreed that it was Xia Wanting? Why did you change people? Should I secretly tell Xia Wanting that everyone else has a car, so why didn't the old man pick up the car for you? They treat each other differently. This is the real wife. But after thinking about it, I decided not to say too much. If I offend the customer, my commission will be lost in the future. This sister is so elegant and intellectual. I've seen this skirt before, but I was afraid it wouldn't suit her. But it really brings out her elegance on her. Wang Ting held an umbrella for Chen Shu and did not forget to compliment Chu Hong. She knew very well that serving Chen Shu today was just her job, and serving this young lady well would definitely make everyone happy. Sure enough, Chen Shu was very satisfied. A man should be respected, and if he is respected along with the woman around him, that is a symbol of status. This Wang Ting is quite skilled. Even Chu Hong, who also works in sales, felt Wang Ting's efforts. That woman is unhappy? In the past, she received people who bought houses. Or they are truly wealthy and powerful people. These people are not in the same class as Chu Hong. She can only look up to these upper-class people like Wang Ting does now. There is also a group of people who forced 6 wallets to pay the down payment. These people think that they have become rich and powerful after buying a house in Shanghai, and they often look down on salesmen. Most of the time at work, I have to try my best to please others, just like Wang Ting. How can I enjoy being served by others like I did today? I never dreamed of this before. Is this the additional effect that money brings to people? At this moment, Chu Hong understood that money sometimes provides more than just a sense of security. The two of them walked into the sales center and instantly felt a cool breeze, which made them feel more relaxed. Come to the car pickup area. Chu Hong fell in love with the chalcedony red version of the Mercedes E at first sight. Wang Ting was very discerning and said, "This chalcedony red was specially customized by Mr. Chen. I saw it today and it really suits my sister." Chu Hong couldn't help but open the car door and experience it for herself. She has been riding an electric scooter for almost 6 years in Shanghai. I don't dream of owning a car. So this was definitely a big surprise. It's right to follow Uncle Chen. At this moment, Chu Hong also felt that at certain times in life, there was no need to work so hard. It was okay to just lie down occasionally. Chu Hong couldn't wait to imagine driving this car around the outer ring road. After asking other work areas to handle Chu Hong's handover procedures, Chen Shu also came to the VIP vehicle delivery area next to it. There is a mighty black G-Class parked here. Without any kit, just parked there with bare face, it looks very domineering. Chu Hong asked curiously, "Why did you order another one?" Chen Shu said, "The Maybach is a wedding gift for my grandson. It's my favorite car." Chu Hong thought to herself, the saying that a scumbag drives a G-Class is indeed true. But this G-Class is really handsome. Chen Shu closed the car door and put on his sunglasses. A sound similar to that of a bullet being loaded was heard. Wang Ting and Chu Hong looked at Chen Shu sitting in the passenger seat, both of them feeling a little dazed. Those young people who drive the G-Class are obviously a bit frivolous and are completely unable to control the G-Class's powerful temperament. Those young people who can drive a G-Class are most likely second-generation rich people. They have not been baptized by the battlefield of life and are completely unable to suppress the domineering temperament brought by the G-Class. Instead, they look like a puppy, crying softly. But Chen Shu can. 60 years old, with the body of a 40-year-old, and a charm different from other old men. Other 60-year-old men display a temperament that is lifeless and obviously old. Chen Shu's every move and gesture was calm and composed. It was as if the G-Class under his crotch was a wild horse tamed by Chen Shu. Chen Shu was very satisfied listening to the roar of the V8 twin-turbocharged engine. It is indeed a product of money. He is very satisfied with the appearance and performance. Except that it may be a little uncomfortable to sit on, but these are no longer things that Chen Shu needs to consider. Like is the most important thing. As for the nonsense about having to consider too much when buying things, he didn't want to talk about it. As long as he had enough money, he only had to consider one thing when buying things, which was whether he had enough money. Chen Shu tested the car and said after getting out, "Okay, we'll take these 2 cars today. We just need you to call a towing company to tow my Maybach to Nanjing County." Wang Ting immediately said, "Of course, no problem, Mr. Chen. You can arrange anything for me in the future." Chen Shu made an okay gesture and said, "Pay the balance." Post views, 48. Ch041 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Chapter 40 What is arrogance? Chen Shu has already paid in full for 3 cars here. Because of his arrogant attitude, Wang Ting didn't dare to remind Chen Shu that they could get an interest-free loan to buy a car, for fear that Chen Shu would take it as an insult. Although she could get more by taking out a loan, she had no objection to the price of these 3 cars, which was over 10 million yuan. Enough for her to have a prosperous new year. Of course, she envied Chu Hong more. She didn't have to do anything, just relying on her looks and figure, she got a car worth 500,000 yuan, and it was even registered in Chu Hong's name. It's much easier than selling the car with all her effort. Otherwise, Wang Ting, would have just lay down too. I just don't know where to find a rich sponsor like Uncle Chen. On Chen Shu's side, he drove his own G-Class and had the Maybach towed away by a towing company. At this time, my daughter Chen Wen also called. Dad. Chen Shu's voice was gentle. Well, daughter, Ping Ping is getting married soon, I will be going back tomorrow. Chen Wen said, Okay, Dad, of the 3 million you gave me, there are still 2,300,000 left. Chen Shu immediately said, Just take it. I have been sorry for you over the years. This money is compensation for your suffering and your daughter has suffered over the years. Chen Wen was silent for a while. Indeed, she really needed this money. The family is not rich. After Wang Tao injured his hand, it was naturally impossible for him to go back to work in the factory. You don't have to use any strength with your right hand, and no one would want you to work in a factory. Then I can only deliver food in the future. In a small county, I can only earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, which may not even be enough to pay the mortgage. The 3 million given by Chen Shu allowed their family to live a good life. It's just that Chen Wen has become very independent since her parents' divorce, so she feels a little uncomfortable with this unearned gain. She didn't know what Chen Shu's current situation was. If she hadn't heard from Chen Anan that Chen Shu lived in a riverside mansion in Shanghai and had a feast worth 200,000 yuan a night, she really wouldn't have dared to charge so much money. Chen Shu's changes were so great that she found it hard to accept them for a while. Thank you, Dad. Chen Wen said softly. Chen Shu said, We are one family, but we are talking about 2 different things. In fact, he also knew that his daughter had a hard time. He had no ability to help Chen Wen before. After all, he had to take care of his ex-wife's family with his money. And now he finally has time to make up for the regret of not helping his daughter in the past. Chen Wen said, Ping Ping's wedding is in 5 days. You can come anytime. Chen Shu, okay, I'll come tomorrow. I've also prepared a wedding gift for Ping Ping, so we'll be there together then. Chen Wen didn't think much about it. Okay, Dad, I'll hang up first. I still need to contact some relatives and friends, my uncle and second uncle. They have helped me a lot over the years. They have to attend Ping Ping's wedding. Chen Shu nodded. He was the 3rd child in the family and had 2 older brothers. It's just that there is a big age gap between these 2 brothers. The eldest brother Chen Jianjun is already 70 years old, and the second brother Chen Qiangguo is 68. Both of them served as soldiers back then. As people get older, they keep in touch less. Moreover, Chen Shu was in Shanghai, and his 2 elder brothers were farming in a small mountain village in the countryside. Both brothers had never been to school, so the whole family basically took care of Chen Shu's studies. This is also Chen Shu's inner debt. But the 2 brothers didn't say anything. After her divorce, Chen Wen was alone in the county town and they helped a lot. When I was taking care of Chen Wen's 2 grandchildren, the 2 elder brothers would often ride their old 28-inch bicycles to bring them local specialties, such as pheasants and ducks. At the beginning, his eldest brother's son wanted to come to Shanghai to seek refuge with Chen Shu, but he didn't dare to agree because Ye Mei was unhappy. Thinking about it now, I was really hateful back then. No wonder his 2 brothers stopped contacting him. Chen Shu said, Okay, Xiaoan, you go and contact them. You have worked hard these days. Chen Wen said this and hung up the phone. Chen Shu hung up the phone. I drove the G-Class back to the Arc de Triomphe community. Chu Hong's red Mercedes also followed out of the garage. Each house here has 4 parking spaces in the garage, which is plenty. After returning home, Chen Shu also relaxed. At this time, I took a look at the system information. Ding! The host is being lavish and showing off his wealthy character. He gives his female companion a car to please her. Reward, 10 million yuan. I spent 500,000 yuan on Chu Hong and gave her a reward of 10 million yuan. His current assets have exceeded 200 million and reached more than 250 million. When a person's assets reach over 100 million, it becomes difficult to move up further. But Chen Shu was not in a hurry. 200 million is enough for him to live the rest of his life in ease. Chen Shu said to Chu Hong, who had just come up, "Xiao Chu, get ready and go back to my hometown with me tomorrow. You'll probably need to stay there for 10 days. Chu Hong naturally knew that it was Chen Shu's grandson's wedding, and she had prepared the clothes long ago. Chu Hong, okay, Uncle Chen, I'll prepare some clothes for you. Chen Shu said, what are you going to prepare? Just go to the county town and buy some. Chu Hong said, things in the county town are affordable, but we're going to a wedding. It's such a formal occasion, and you're the groom's elder, so you should be more formal. Chen Shu thought to himself that it was very convenient to have a woman around. So Chu Hong was left to do her own thing. The next day, Chu Hong took a day off. As a real estate agent, the base salary is very low, and basically relies on commission to get salary, so taking leave is very easy, basically just say a word and it's done. Not to mention that Chu Hong now owns a Mercedes worth 500,000 yuan and can get 150,000 yuan a month from Chen Shu. She goes to work just to prove herself. Who would expect to live on a monthly salary of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan? The next day, Chen Shu drove his Mercedes G-Class onto the highway out of Shanghai. After getting on the highway, Chen Shu felt that this car was not without its flaws. If he drives too fast, the wind noise will be too loud and affect his ability to hear the Burmister's sound. So he slowed down to no more than 100 yards per hour and drove towards his hometown. Nanjing County is no more than 100 kilometers away from Shanghai, but it is a small county in the south with many twists and turns, and there are high and low hills, so it was already afternoon when we arrived in Nanjing County. When he arrived in Nanjing County, Chen Shu suddenly remembered that he didn't know his daughter's address at all. 5 years ago, Wang Tao and Chen Wen worked together to own their first house in a small county town, but he had never been here. I could only call Chen Wen to ask for the place. Later, they learned that Chen Anan was singing K with her classmates at the New World Shopping Center in Nanjing County, so they turned around to pick up Chen Anan and asked her to take them home. The Mercedes G-Class quickly became a beautiful landscape in Nanjing County. Although this place is not far from Shanghai, wealthy people basically go to Shanghai to develop. Unless during the Chinese New Year, all kinds of luxury cars will appear, which is still rare now. Not to mention that the old man with black and white hair, wearing sunglasses and a huazi hanging from his neck was sitting in the driver's seat. He looked so handsome that even the beautiful young woman next to him couldn't attract Chen Shu's attention. This old man is extremely cool, handsome and unrestrained, and has the air of a veteran in the entertainment industry. He is very good at wearing 5-county yoga pants. Post views, 53. CH042 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 41. The G-Class was parked directly in the parking lot below the shopping mall. It was a very hot afternoon, and soon many young girls in cool clothes appeared and gathered around the car to look at it. When they saw the old man in sunglasses coming down, many girls' eyes lit up. The elegance brought by a suit of Vans can really overwhelm those ghost fire boys next to him. Not to mention that next to him is Chu Hong, a mature and intellectual woman who is just 30 years old. Now the Ghost Fire boys couldn't take their eyes off it. How could these Ghost Fire boys who had never even left the county resist the charm of a mature woman of 30 years old? Not to mention that Chu Hongke was captured by Chen Shu, and her eyes and eyebrows made people feel like spring breeze. Chen Shu brought Chu Hong to the shopping mall. When I turned around, I saw groups of young women standing next to my car taking pictures. As long as he doesn't step on the hood, Chen Shu doesn't care. Everyone has something they yearn for, and it can be considered a treat for his younger self. I had asked for the KTV room number where Chen Pingping was staying on the phone, 555. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw the confession scene. A 3-layer cake was placed in the middle of the box. A boy was kneeling on one knee, holding a bunch of roses in his hand, confessing his love to a girl. There was also a heart-shaped candle array around it. This scene is really novel. Chen Shu's heart tightened. What's wrong with the young people nowadays? Why are they so precocious? And when he saw the girl standing there, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not Chen Anan, but Li Xiaoman. But it seems that although Chen Anan inherited Chen Wen's facial features and is also beautiful without makeup, Li Xiaoman, who is better at putting on makeup and dressing up, is more suitable to be the white moonlight of these little boys. That's right, the one being confessed to today was Li Xiaoman. You know what, this little boy is quite good at having fun. The scene is arranged very well and carefully. He should be a master in the love field. He looks pretty clean and is half as handsome as Chen Shu when he was younger. The scene was in a lively atmosphere. Obviously the heroine hasn't agreed yet. At this time, Chen Shu and Chu Hong walked in. The scene fell silent, with only the song Big Sedan Chair still playing on the speakers. This moment was quite abstract. Sorry to bother you, young man. You guys continue. I'm here to look for an AN. Chen Shu said. Chen Anan, who was in the corner, also saw Chen Shu and shouted happily, "Grandpa, you're back." After saying that, he jumped over to Chen Shu. There were 7 or 8 people at the scene, including 3 girls. Coincidentally, Chen Shu knew these 3 girls, Li Xiaoman, Chen Anan, and Ji Yunyu. The boy kneeling on the ground looked a little embarrassed. Who knew that a grandfather-like person would show up at the scene where I was confessing my love? The contrast made it difficult for him to continue. When Li Xiaoman saw Chen Shu appear, her eyes lit up because she really couldn't stand there. This boy is a good student in his class, so those who are good at studying also play often. I don't know what happened, but this boy misunderstood that I was interested in him. Even though she refused repeatedly. The boy thought she was embarrassed or was waiting to have a relationship after the college entrance examination. So today's scene happened. The original plan was that after graduation, everyone would have a meal together and sing songs to say goodbye happily. But they didn't expect that they had carefully prepared a scene for themselves to confess their love. Li Xiaoman has been the class beauty since she was a child. She had been confessed to by boys many times, but today she felt really embarrassed. I thought Luo Xiang was really stupid. I had seen the short video. How could a girl accept such an embarrassing confession? Not to mention that there is no emotional basis between them at all. Other people's confessions are initiated after the relationship is confirmed. You're so good, I rejected you so many times, and you still confessed to me? Li Xiaoman looked at Chen Shu, Chu Hong, and others at the door and said awkwardly, "Luo Xiang, I don't accept your confession. Sorry, I don't want to be in a relationship right now." Chen Shu thought, it's over, the little boy's sweetheart rejected me, and this will be a hurdle that this boy will never be able to overcome in his life. But the same thing goes, whose youth is without regrets. Every boy has his own white moonlight in his heart. Because the white moonlight that you can get is no longer the white moonlight, think about it carefully. Luo Xiang obviously couldn't accept it. That's impossible, Xiaoman. If you don't like me, why do you always ask me for physics problems instead of others? Your family must be too strict. Don't worry, we can have a secret relationship and announce it after we graduate from university. Chen Shu. What's going on in this little boy's head? Could this be misunderstood? Li Xiaoman sighed. If it were usual, she would not be in a hurry to explain. But today, for some reason, looking at Chen Ainan's grandfather at the door, he felt inexplicably irritated and said coldly, "Luo Xiang, stop being so self-indulgent. I asked you this question because you're the best in physics among the whole class. There's no other reason. Don't think about it. I like mature boys. The world has collapsed for the 18-year-old boy Luo Xiang." Li Xiaoman's words were like sharp thorns, piercing the boy's youth. But Li Xiaoman was unwilling to stay any longer. Don't do this again in the future. After she finished speaking, she left with only a gust of fragrant breeze, and then she left with her two best friends, Ji Yunyu and Chen Ainan. Chen Shu looked at the disappointed boy and patted his shoulder. Everyone's youth is full of regrets. It's okay, young man. If you start making money now, you will have many white moonlights after you turn 30. Oh, the premise is that you can go to a foot massage parlor. After saying this, Chen Shu left. The boy was confused and had no idea what Chen Shu was talking about. Chen Shu sighed, still not understanding. Just like my younger self. After closing the door, Chen Shu followed Chen Ainan and the others. Li Xiaoman walked in front, and seemed to feel a little embarrassed in front of her best friend's grandfather because of what happened today. Ji Yunyu's daughter still had her head down, looking at the floor tiles, and no one knew what she was thinking. However, she nodded to Chen Shu and Chu Hong just now. For someone with social anxiety, this was already a greeting. Chen Ainan watched a love confession performance today. Her loving grandfather came back and she was very happy. "Grandpa, when did you come back?" Chen Shu said, "I just arrived today. Your mother said you were playing here, so she came to pick you up and asked you to take me home." Chen Ainan said happily, "Then let's send Xiaoman and Yunyu home first." Chen Shu naturally would not object. Just a few steps on the accelerator. The three girls were surprised to see Chen Shu's new car. In their worldview, a Maybach is enough to get around freely in society, so this G-class is naturally no weaker car. "Grandpa, did you change your car?" Chen Ainan said in surprise. Chen Shu nodded. "Well, that car is for your brother. When you get a driver's license in college, I'll buy you one too. When you have time in college, you can take your two good friends to visit Shanghai." Chen Ainan is still a little afraid of driving. "After all, my family has always adhered to Chinese-style education, with safety as the top priority." Chen Ainan said, "I don't want it anymore. I'll wait until I graduate from college." Li Xiaoman was a little envious. She had always wanted to own a car. She could only bite her lip and said nothing. After 5 people got on the bus. Didn't notice them all left. When the boy who confessed his love saw Chen Shu's G-class, his heart was broken again. He recognized this luxury car, it was worth millions. Could it be that Li Xiaoman has fallen for this rich old man? Post views, 48. Ch043 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 42 Li Xiaoman's home is also in the county town, in a compound for civil servants' families. Basically, all the people living there are civil servants in the county town, and this street is basically filled with compounds for the families of banks, enterprises, and institutions. Send Li Xiaoman home first. Li Xiaoman also lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. She just simply said goodbye to everyone. Next is to send Ji Yunyu off. Her home is in a small village 300 meters away from the north ring of the county town, and it is actually not far from Chenjia village where Chen Shu was born and raised. Along the way, Chen Shu was also moved by the scenes. Chen Shu was 19 years old when he married Chen Wen's mother. In the first year, they lived in the old county town. At that time, there were not so many high-rise buildings in the county town. At that time, Chen Wen's mother hoped that Chen Shu would work as a bank clerk. However, Chen Shu was still a literary youth at that time, and his parents also wanted him to, so he resolutely left his wife and daughter behind and went to Shanghai to work. At that time, the journey was very long and we could only come back once a month. The two were originally arranged by a matchmaker and had no emotional foundation. In addition, Chen Shu moved away from his hometown right after getting married. Finally, when Chen Wen was in high school, their relationship came to an end. Now that he is revisiting the old place, Chen Shu is filled with emotion. In fact, he did not have much resentment towards his first wife, but rather more guilt. Although he sent all of his meager salary to his wife and daughter, as a husband, he did not fulfill his responsibility to accompany them. I don't know how she is doing. Thinking about this, I arrived at Ji Yunyu's village. Luxury cars also attracted the attention of many elderly people. They only recognize BMW, Audi, and Mercedes, so this G-Class logo is quite convincing. My home is at the entrance of the village. There were two modeled wooden doors, neither of which had a lock. Ji Yunyu said awkwardly, "Thank you, Grandpa, for sending me back." Chen Shu said, "As I should." Chu Hong's heart was moved. This wooden door and the rammed earth wall reminded her of her childhood. "Yunyu, study hard and you will change your current situation." Ji Yunyu nodded, "Thank you, sister." After saying that, he stood at the door and watched Chen Shu and the others drive away. Lvzin community in Nanjing County. It is not located on the edge of the county center. It is not a top-notch community and the houses have been delivered no more than 10 years ago, but it already looks a bit old. There is no underground parking lot, and the cars, tricycles, and trams are parked all over the place, making it inconvenient for Chen Shu to drive. Chen Shu was also straightforward. He asked the security guard at the door for a pack of cigarettes and parked on the roadside at the entrance of the community. He knows security very well and knows exactly how much a packet of cigarettes means in the eyes of security. Not to mention that the security guards here are older than him and seem to be a little deaf, but their eyes light up when they see a pack of cigarettes. "Anan, what car does your mother usually drive?" Chen Shu asked. Chen Anan pointed to the carport downstairs from building number 1 and said, "It's a tram. I usually drive a tram to and from get off work." "Here, this is it." Chen Shu saw a somewhat shabby tram with a yellow license plate. There was also a helmet with peeling paint on the car. Because her parents divorced, no one paid attention to Chen Wen's academic studies, resulting in her only graduating from a technical secondary school. It was difficult for her to find a job, so she could only work in the local Lianhua supermarket. Currently, he is the supervisor of the snack area. His daughter's life has been very difficult, and Chen Shu just wants to make it up to her. Chu Hong rarely saw the guilt in Chen Shu's eyes, so she said, "Why don't you give my car to An's mother?" Chen Shu shook his head and said, "That's for you. I have other arrangements for the rest." 16th floor. A nice floor. Chen Shu was quite satisfied. As soon as I entered, I found that there were 2 elevators and 4 households. The floor, which was not spacious to begin with, must have become even more cramped. Sure enough, after Chen Anan opened the door with her key, she saw a small living room with 3 small bedrooms. The small house of 100 square meters was divided into 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Inside, Wang Tao was wearing an apron and walking around the stove. He had a wrist guard on his wrist, which should be to cover the stitches on his wrist, otherwise it would be really scary. If Chen Shu is compared with Wang Tao, it is obvious that the latter is a more reliable husband. "Dad, you're here. Chen Wen won't get off work until 5 o'clock. Are you hungry?" The chicken I stewed will be ready soon. Wang Tao wiped his hands and quickly went to pour water. He was a little scared when he saw his father-in-law now. After all, his father-in-law gave their family 3 million, which was enough to buy his life, so it was not shameful to be polite. Not to mention saving his hand. Wang Tao looked up and saw Chu Hong next to him, and was also stunned for a moment. What am I thinking in my heart? What does this woman do? Chen Anan introduced with a confused look on her face. Dad, this is my grandpa's roommate, the sister who shares the apartment with my grandpa. She is a very nice person. She heard that my brother was getting married, so she came to visit us. Chu Hong said this to Chen Anan in the car. Chen Anan is relatively pure, so of course she believed it. Whether Wang Tao believed it or not was unknown, but he still greeted him, hello. Chu Hong chuckled and nodded, hello. Chen Chu said, I'm not hungry. Ping Ping is getting married in this house? Which one is the wedding room? Wang Tao said a little embarrassedly, I've discussed it with Chen Wen. We've decided to give the master bedroom to Ping Ping and the others, and we can just stay in the guest bedroom. Chen Chu shook his head and said firmly, no, it's too small. If their relatives see it, won't they laugh at them? Wang Tao lowered his head and said nothing. Chen Chu also understood. Wang Tao and Chen Wen have always lived an honest life, but being able to buy this house has already surpassed many ordinary people. However, there are still 3 years of mortgage payments on this house that have not been paid off. Chen Chu thought about it and realized that there were still 4 days left before the wedding. Enough to buy a house. Well, I'll go buy a house as our wedding house. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wang Tao? Without even saying goodbye, Chen Chu took Chu Hong out. When Chen Anan heard this, she immediately ran out of the bedroom. Grandpa, I want to go too. Chen Chu, follow. Wang Tao, Dad, are you coming back for dinner? Chen Chu, it depends. You do it first. Okay, Dad. Wang Tao had already guessed what Chen Chu was going to do. Going to buy a wedding house. I thought that my father-in-law was really different from before and had become more decisive and efficient. In fact, as long as there is enough money, the execution ability of ordinary people will increase immediately. When Chen Chu and the other two got into the car, they found that their car had been washed by the security guard at the door. This pack of Huazi is really useful. Chen Chu threw another cigarette towards the security guard. Brother, you can't do that. The old security guard was terrified. This piece of Huazi costs more than 600 yuan. Chen Chu said, Brother, it's not free, ask which house in our county town is the best. The security guard silently put Huazi into the drawer and said, Brother, if you want to talk about houses in the West, it's the West. My son drives for the government. I heard that the county government will move to the West in the future. The houses there are sure to appreciate in value. Chen Chu thought, okay, let's rule out the house on the west side first. Post views, 52. Ch044 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 43. After listening to the old security guard's statement, Chen Chu had a general idea. His years of work at the newspaper were not in vain, as he received a lot of information. He knew very well that in a small wireless county like Nanjing County, if the government office building wanted to move, it would have a ripple effect on the entire system. And the key point is that the situation is not good now. Who dares to do this? The reason for sending out such a message is simply to sell the house on the west side. Sure enough, they took a walk around the west side. There were many buildings with roofs completed and many communities had already been handed over, but they were sparsely populated. There are not many unfinished buildings. Chu Hong said, the development prospects here are not good. It's not as good as the old city. There are too many houses, and the housing prices are almost catching up with those in the suburbs of Shanghai. If you have this money, why not go to Shanghai to develop your career? The potential is overdrawn, and buying a house here will definitely be a loss. Chu Hong is also a real estate buyer and seller, and has a very keen eye for real estate. Chen Shu continued to take Chu Hong and Chen Anan around the county town to observe suitable communities. The county town is not big, and it only took an hour to go around the outer ring. Finally, Chu Hong pointed to a row of villas and said, "This villa area is the best in the county. Although it's not in the commercial CBD and is far from the government circle, it's only across the road from Baihu Lake and there's a primary school nearby. It's the most valuable." Chen Shu also took a fancy to it. Every man dreams of having a villa for his family. Chen Shu is no exception. But as for the villa in Shanghai, forget it. Sometimes, even money is useless. But in this small county town, that villa is still no problem. Chen Shu said, "I think it's okay too, let's go and have a look." The car was parked at the gate of this villa area. The three people discovered that the villa area had already been delivered and people had moved in. There are still many wealthy people in the county. Chen Shu was also in a hurry. His child was about to get married, so he had to find a house that he could move into right away. Just go to the property management and ask. For communities where houses have already been delivered, the sales centers probably no longer exist. Come to the property center. Sitting at the service desk was a middle-aged woman. "Hello sir, which villa are you the owner of?" The woman was very polite. After all, it could be seen that Chen Shu had an extraordinary temperament. Chen Anan said happily, "We are not the owners here, we are here to buy a house. Do you have any villas that have been sold?" It can be seen that Chen Anan's personality has become more cheerful since she came back from Shanghai. She has lost some of the childishness of a high school girl and seems to have become braver. "Buy a house?" "Yes." The woman was very excited. "We still have 5 unsold villas here, 3 of which have been renovated and are ready for you to move in. You can view the houses at any time. And as long as you pay the deed tax and maintenance fund, you can get the property certificate on the same day." Chen Shu nodded. This was in line with his expectations. This shows that the procedures for this villa area have been perfected. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Take us to see it." Soon the woman called a property manager over. A woman with a plump figure, who looked like a fertile type, came up and enthusiastically asked Chen Shu if he was a local. Chen Shudeo, "Of course I'm a local, but I came here today to buy a house for my daughter." The property manager glanced at Chu Hong. "Chen Shu, she is not." He looked at Chen Anan again. "Chen Shu, she is my granddaughter." The property manager didn't dare to look at it anymore. "Oh my god, what's going on? It doesn't seem strange that a high school girl is a granddaughter, but if this 30-year-old woman who behaves so intimately is not a daughter, then what is she?" But Chen Shu doesn't look too old, probably around 40 years old. The property manager didn't dare to speculate casually. Just a quick look at a few people looking at the house. Coincidentally, the villa that Chen Shu liked was empty. This villa area is in the form of townhouses, with less than 40 units. Villa number 9 is located on the westernmost side of the first row. There are no corners, so it is very quiet. It is also across the road from the park next to it. The balcony on the 4th floor faces the lake. After get off work, you can definitely watch the sunset and the evening stars in summer. The property manager took out the key and opened it. Chen Shu found that this place was just as the property manager said, the decoration was very good, and he could move in right away, and it even had a TV. Chu Hong was surprised and asked, "This should have been renovated by someone else in advance, right? Are you sure this is a new house? This villa is obviously ready to be moved into immediately." The property manager explained, this was actually the house of the original developer, but he went bankrupt, so he kept it. But because it was renovated, the price was probably a bit high, so it couldn't be sold. Chen Shu asked curiously, did the developer go bankrupt? The property manager obviously had no intention of hiding it. Yes, there's a project called Sun City Community in the west of the city. The foundation has been laid, but the owner's funding chain has been cut off, so you can verify this. Almost everyone in the county knows about it. The boss is still living in his hometown. The paperwork for this house is complete, and the proceeds will be used to pay the bank. Chen Shu thought that this boss was really unlucky. However, in the era of wild growth in real estate, some bosses were too bold and increased loan leverage too much. Now that the market is sluggish, there are many bosses who have lost all their net worth. Chen Shu didn't care about anything else, as long as he could get the property certificate. Toured the house. The decoration is just right, exuding luxury everywhere, even a bit of a nouveau riche feel. However, Chen Shu did not plan to live there himself, but to give it to his children as a wedding house. The villa has 4 floors and covers an area of over 100 square meters. 7 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, 3 living rooms, double balconies, and a small attic. The price is also very beautiful, 3 million. This is definitely a top-notch luxury house in a small 5th-tier county town. Otherwise, the community has been delivered for 2 years and still hasn't been sold out. Of course, this house is also decorated. In fact, according to the housing prices in Nanjing County, Chen Shu has made no loss with the 3 million. However, house prices are unlikely to go up. It's fine for living in it yourself, but it's not a good idea for investment. This house is for my daughter and her family. It can also be considered as compensation for my daughter. Since my daughter got married, he hasn't been providing much financial support. That's it. Give us the documents and we'll go get the property certificate. Chen Shu acted decisively. Now that you have found a house, buy it now and prepare it to use as your wedding house. When has the property manager ever seen such a domineering home buyer? Even if you want to pay in full and don't plan to take out a mortgage, you don't need to go to the bank, just call the developer over. When the developer's finance department heard this, they were also very happy and came directly with the official seal, saving the home buyers from making 2 extra trips. They could directly get the house acceptance procedures stamped at the housing authority. The service was very thoughtful and considerate. Post views, 46. CH045 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 44. This is the second time Chen Shu has bought a house in his life. The first time was to help his cheap stepson buy a house. This is the second time. However, the process is much more convenient than before. A big data center has been established in Nanjing County, where all government affairs can be handled. The developer was very cooperative in relation to the 3 million yuan villa. After all, their developers have been put on the government's blacklist and have no credit line with the government because of unfinished buildings. Although this money is a drop in the bucket, it is better than nothing. The developer's finances were waiting on site. Chen Shu wasn't in a hurry either. Chu Hong was helping with the process and then came over to ask, Uncle Chen, whose name is on the house. After thinking for a while, Chen Shu said, write to my daughter. Anan, call your mother. The name Chen Pingping is not a good choice. The boy is only 23 years old and owns such a mansion. It is too easy for him to become arrogant. It's not a good thing for a man to have money. Chen Shuk understands it very well. Chen Pingping is still young and has the opportunity to have a happy family. Unlike him, I no longer have any chance and can only guard endless wealth and spend the rest of my life in regret. Chen Anan was naturally very happy. She had already picked her own room, which was on the 3rd floor with its own small balcony. It was decorated like a princess's room. She even felt a little regretful because she would be going to college in more than a month and would not be able to experience her new room properly. Chen Wen, who was still at work, didn't know that Chen Shu had already found a house for her. After receiving a call from Chen Anan, he asked, "Anan, have you seen your grandpa?" "I'm right here with Grandpa. Grandpa told you to come to the big data center as soon as possible. Even if you have to take leave, you must come right away. It's urgent." Chen Anan also wanted to give her mother a surprise. "Because my mother has been nagging my brother these days that the house he lives in is not big enough for his wedding, and it will be embarrassing when my sister-in-law's relatives come over. Moreover, there are many people who park their cars illegally in the community, making it difficult for the convoy to enter. After the convoy comes in, it cannot go back, which will cause another trouble. Mom is always worried all day long. It's been a long time since I gave my mother a surprise." Inside the supermarket, Chen Wen put down her phone and was a little curious, wondering what her father and daughter were doing. She was asked to take leave while she was at work. "After thinking about it, I decided to go." She has been working at Lianhua supermarket for more than 10 years and is very familiar with her supervisors and managers. Basically, she just needs to tell them if she has any problems. Besides, it's 5 o'clock now and I'm about to get off work. If I leave half an hour earlier, it won't be a problem. Riding a shared bike. Because her tram battery was broken, she had been thinking of using the money Chen Shu gave her to buy a new tram, but she hadn't had the chance yet and figured the money would be of great use. This is what ordinary people do. When they suddenly get a large sum of money, they actually don't know how to spend it. Big Data is not far from the supermarket. It took 5 minutes to ride there. After entering the building, Chen Anan at the door couldn't wait any longer and asked Chen Wen to take her ID card to the copy office to make a copy. Chen Wen was dragged away by her daughter in a daze, and then she saw Chen Shu sitting on a chair, and a woman standing next to Chen Shu who seemed younger than herself. She dresses very fashionably, has a good figure, is tall and has a good temperament. As a woman herself, Chen Wen had a hunch that the woman standing there seemed to have some vague connection with her father. "Dad." Hearing Chen Wen's voice, Chen Shu was in high spirits. "Here I am. Let me introduce you to Chu Hong, my roommate from Shanghai. She's here to play with us." If it was the Chen Wen from before, her face would definitely be bad. But now it's different. Chen Wen has become much more mature. "Hello." Chen Shu also felt his daughter's maturity. Chu Hong said enthusiastically, "Hello, Sister Chen, come on, hand in your information and sign your name." Chen Shu also said, "It's almost time to get off work, hurry up." So Chen Wen signed her name without knowing what was going on. Finally, a red book appeared in her hand. Real estate title certificate. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Daughter, get in the car and take a look at your new house." Only then did Chen Wen realize that Chen Shu had bought her a house. See the location of the house above, Run's Manor. This is a very famous wealthy area in Nanjing County, and the manager of her supermarket lives here. And it's a very good number, Villa number 8. In the car, Chen Wen finally reacted, "Dad, is this for me?" Chen Shu nodded. "Of course. Isn't your name written on it? Now the house legally belongs to you. Whether you want to sell it or live in it, it's no problem. Let's go to the property management to get the keys now. Ping Ping is getting married soon, so you can't live in that small house anymore. You can move here. It's already been renovated, so you can get married here." I saw that Chen Shu had arranged everything in order. Chen Wen, who was standing behind him, whispered, "Dad, you've changed so much suddenly." He spent money like water, drove a luxury car, and bought her a villa with 3 million yuan. She suddenly remembered that Chen Shu had told her before that her heart disease was very serious. In addition, Chen Shu suddenly looked a lot younger. Chen Wen suddenly trembled. Could it be Could it be, this is the legendary last breath? Spending so much money, it's obvious that he is planning his own funeral. Chen Wen suddenly choked up, and a bad thought came to her mind. Chen Shu had no idea that his daughter had thought of him as having a last gasp of life, and he was still happily driving his G-Class and taking his daughter to see houses. Come to the door of this villa. Seeing the luxuriously decorated villa, Chen Wen felt like she was dreaming. It's too unrealistic. The villa is much larger than their original cramped little house, and it is even possible for each person to live in one. Standing in this luxuriously decorated living room, Chen Shu said to Chen Wen, "When you bought the house, I only gave you 5,000 yuan. It was my fault as a father. Now I'm giving you this villa as compensation." Chen Wen was very touched. In fact, she also hated Chen Shu for not caring about her back then. Fortunately, Chen Shu also helped her take care of the two children. And now the hatred has naturally dissipated. Her father didn't have much time left, so he transferred all his assets to her. What else could she ask for? For a father like this to find a young woman, as long as both parties are willing, it is not unacceptable. "Thank you, Dad." Chen Wen secretly wiped the corners of her eyes. Since Chen Shu didn't say anything, she pretended not to know and played along, letting her father walk through the last part of his life in peace. Chen Anan hugged Chen Shu's neck directly. "Thank you, Grandpa." Chen Shu looked at the green submariner on his wrist and said, "Okay, let Wang Tao come over. We'll cook here tonight." "When will Ping Ping get off work?" Chen Wen said, 6:30. Chen Shu nodded, "No problem, let's wait here for a while." Ding! The host makes up for the great regret of family affection and builds a shelter for his family. Reward, 80 million yuan. Post views, 47. Ch046 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 046. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 45 Wang Tao came with the stewed chicken and stood at the door like a minion. Seeing this big house, my wrist with stitches on it hurts a little. Too big. Wang Tao is a relatively honest man. In the past, he only dreamed about a house with 4 bedrooms and a living room of over 100 square meters. Isn't this big villa a bit too exaggerated? Dad? Is this the new house you just bought? How long has it been? The two of them just met, less than 3 hours ago, and my father-in-law has already bought a big villa? Chen Shu nodded and said, "Well, go back and inform your relatives that you're getting married here." Wang Tao nodded woodenly. He knew that his father-in-law, whom he rarely met, had suddenly become extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Chen Shu said, "Chen Wen's name is on the property deed. Let me make this clear to you first. From now on, this house will be given to Ping Ping. I have other arrangements for Anan. He has already thought about it. My grandson Chen Ping Ping works as a wedding photographer in a photo studio in the county. He is an honest kid. His college entrance exam scores were not very good, so he went to a junior college. After graduating, he went to play in the photo studio. The wife I found is also a makeup artist in the photo studio. Due to my personality, I am not suitable for development in a big city. It is enough for me to spend my life peacefully in a small county. Not suitable for going out to see the colorful world. So living in a villa here and driving a Maybach is enough to make a good living in a small county. Chen Anan is the pride of the family. She is able to enter Shanghai University. She may develop in that city in the future, so it would be nice to buy a house in that city when the time comes." Wang Tao said silently, "I'll go to the kitchen to check." He basically had to hang around the kitchen. And soon, after Chen Shu's grandson Chen Pingping received the news, he also appeared at the door of the villa with his fiancée Fang Xin. "Grandpa." After Chen Pingping came in, he called Chen Shu affectionately. Chen Shu was very happy to see his grandson coming. The two had not seen each other for more than 2 years, but when Chen Pingping was a child, Chen Shu often took him to the North Lake, which had not yet been built, to fish. Chen Pingping also likes to play, so the relationship between him and his father is very good. Pingping, you're off work. Chen Shu looked at his girlfriend next to his grandson. She is not too stunning in appearance, the kind of small-town girl, but she seems gentle and easy to get along with. Chen Pingping is not good at sweet talk, so his girlfriend won't be too relaxed either. Chen Shu nodded and said, not bad, Fang Xin, right? Come in. This will be your and Pingping's home from now on. You can choose the master bedroom, whether it's on the first floor or the third floor. Discuss it with Pingping. By the way, Chu Hong, help me get the gift. After all, it was the first time he met his grandson's fiancée. According to the old rules of Nanjing County, the elders had to give red envelopes. Chen Shu had already prepared a red envelope of 10,001 yuan, symbolizing the 1 in a million. Then there were a lot of jewelry and bags that Chu Hong bought. Chen Pingping was stunned. Grandpa, you really made a fortune. Chen Shu said. Well, I made some money from stock trading. Fang Xin is a small-town girl after all, so she can accept a red envelope of 10,010 yuan, after all, it is the custom in the county, but what about this pile of luxury goods? She heard Chen Pingping say that Chen Shu was very powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Before the engagement, Chen Pingping's family looked down on him because he came from an ordinary family and thought he was marrying up. But now, what's going on with this villa? What's going on with the luxury car outside? Is this some money earned? Also, Chen Pingping's grandfather has a really good temperament, far surpassing Chen Pingping's grandfather's temperament. Both of them are about the same age. But Chen Pingping's grandfather seemed to be in his 70s, while his grandfather looked only in his 40s. Moreover, Chen Shu has the temperament of an upper-class person and is full of the charm of an old man. Fang Xin looked at these gifts with some hesitation, there were too many of them and they were too expensive. Chen Wen said on the side, Xiao Xin, just accept it if I ask you to. We will be a family in the future, and giving gifts is normal. It's what we should do. Chen Pingping also echoed, yes, keep it. It's a kind gift from Grandpa. Fang Xin then accepted the shopping bags of various sizes, her expression showing an unconcealable surprise. Chen Shu secretly praised, this little girl is pretty good. My grandson has a good vision. The two young people seem to be very loving, and I believe they will live a prosperous life after marriage. After introducing Chu Hong, the family moved directly into the villa with their bags. Cooked the first meal here. There are just a few missing beddings and other things, which is not a big deal. Buy what you need, and if you have any, just go to the small house and get them. Chen Pingping was driving Chen Shu's G-Class and was extremely excited. He took pictures in the car and took the initiative to pull the bedding. The big G here is regarded as a Hualala vehicle. You know what, this car can really hold a lot. The family had a happy meal together and imagined a bright future. Chen Shu tasted Wang Tao's cooking and found the home-cooked dishes to be quite good and full of flavor. After dinner, Chen Pingping drove Chen Shu's car to take his fiancée home. Chen Anan went to decorate her own boudoir. The previous house was very small and could not hold many things, but the house here was very big and had a small balcony. She planned to raise a kitten here. Chu Hong took the initiative to ask Chen Wen for help in preparing things for the wedding and decorating the bedroom. There were a lot of things to pack in the new house. It can be seen that Chu Hong is trying her best to please Chen Wen. After all, she is Chen Shu's daughter. Chen Shu didn't care. It was good for him that the two of them had a good relationship, so he didn't have to worry about dealing with too many things. It was just that Chu Hong calling Chen Wen's sister made him feel a little uncomfortable. What kind of generational structure is this? It's a mess, Everything is a mess. I went out fishing. Chen Shu had nothing to do at night. He couldn't go fishing anytime in Shanghai. But when he got here, Chen Shu had nothing to do and decided to pick up his old hobby again. After getting a fishing rod from Wang Tao, Chen Shu walked to Baiho Lake. Across the road is a long garden. Go deeper and you will see a bridge. This surprised Chen Shu a little. The infrastructure of the small county town is really good. The water plants are lush, so there should be quite a few carp and grass carp. Put down the stool, sit anywhere, cast the fishing rod, feel the breeze on your face, and look forward to the fish. Chen Shu feels that this is how life should be. I have a happy family and go fishing in my free time. Isn't this feeling coming? The evening breeze is enough to go with the wine. If I catch a carp, I can sleep well tonight. Ding! The host was fishing in his spare time and stumbled upon the true meaning of life. A man who sees through life exudes infinite charm. Reward: a bottle of charm potion. Post views, 52. Ch047 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 047. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 46. This also gets you a charm potion. Chen Shu doesn't find it too charming. After all, that man doesn't want to have the same old man temperament as Di Hua. Use it directly. Currently his charm value has increased by 20. He didn't know exactly what the upper limit of his personal charm was, but he could clearly feel that the attitude of the people around him towards him had changed. When he was working as a security guard, many high-ranking women in Shanghai ignored him. But now? Everyone can take a second look at this old man. And it's an appreciative look. Even the women he had contact with in the past 2 days asked him for their WeChat accounts. Just as I was thinking about it, Kong Fang called. Uncle Chen, the district court told me that the trial will begin tomorrow. Do you have anything else to explain? Kong Fang didn't know what to do. In fact, Kong Fang was already prepared and didn't need to ask too many questions, but for some reason, she felt a little depressed tonight and wanted to call someone. In the end, she chose Chen Shu. My family asked me to go back for a blind date. Kong Fang refused. It is indeed rare for her to be still unmarried at the age of 31, but Kong Fang has never met the person she likes, so she has never been in a hurry. Not to mention that her family would not agree to her free love, so she has never wanted to go home. Chen Shu didn't know much, so he said, nothing much, just that if they continue to pester me, remember to ask them to pay back my 800,000 yuan. Kong Fang laughed and said, Uncle Chen, is that 800,000 really that important? Don't forget, you're a billionaire now. Isn't 100 million enough to spend? In fact, after Chen Shu bought a house for his daughter, he received another 80 million, and his assets have reached more than 260 million. Chen Shu said, Xiao Kong, you don't know this. The significance of that 800,000 yuan has exceeded my current net worth in some aspects. The mortgage I helped them pay off is also very important to me. A man gives so much to a family at his most hard-working age. The final result was nothing more than being kicked out of the house. For some things, you need a result to fight for your dignity. Because the system is now more complex, Chen Shu was originally unwilling to care about it. But since the other party still wants his current money, then the other party has to spit something out. Since he became a rich man, he is no longer the honest man he used to be. Kong Fang asked curiously, two people who were once in love are now meeting in court. I don't know why. Chen Shu said, in the final analysis, it's all about money. Do you really think it's love? Kong Fang asked, Uncle Chen, let me ask you something. If your family forced you to marry someone you didn't like, would you agree? Chen Shu was stunned. What's wrong with this little girl today? Forced to get married by your mother? He replied, your era is much better than ours. You advocate free love. In our time, we valued matchmaking. When I was young, I never saw anyone get married after free love. Do you think it's happy or not? I think most people are just too lazy to bother and make do with their lives. That's what happened with my first marriage. I still feel sorry for my daughter, and now I can only make up for the regret. If I had a choice, who would choose a marriage that was destined to be unhappy? Xiao Kong, get married for yourself, not for others. After a long silence, Kong Fang took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen. I understand." Chen Shu said softly, "Life is nothing but a cup of earth in the end. Just live happily." Kong Fang said goodbye and hung up the phone. Chen Shu shook his head slightly. He originally thought that Kong Fang, as a property manager and a senior white-collar worker in Shanghai, should not have any worries. I didn't expect that there is a reason why I haven't gotten married yet. Everyone has troubles. But Chen Shu is now very open-minded. Of course, the key is to have enough money. The frustrating thing is that I didn't catch any fish that night. I came up empty-handed. I was so angry that I poured all the baits into the river to make a heavy nest. I thought it would be awkward to carry an empty bucket home, so I decided to go to the market and buy one. However, the market was closed late at night. I could only go home with a sullen look on my face. Fortunately, no one cared that he didn't catch any fish tonight, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. Chu Hong and Chen Wen have almost finished cleaning up their new home. Chen Wen also arranged guest rooms on the third floor for Chen Shu and Chu Hong. Door to door. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. What made Chen Shu depressed was that Chen Anan was on the third floor, which made it inconvenient to do anything. In the evening, after washing up, Chen Shu considered whether he should wait until Chen Anan fell asleep and then try knocking on Chu Hong's door. Then I heard my door open. Wang Tao and Chen Wen walked over together. "Dad! Dad!" Chen Shu hummed, "Why are you here?" Chen Wen said, "Dad, we spent all this money on you today, and we really don't know how to pay you back." Chen Shu's face turned cold. "If you say anything more, get up and leave. Just take what's given to you, don't think about anything else, your dad is not short of money now." Chen Wen asked, "Dad, what's wrong with your body now?" Chen Shu said, "It's fine. Eat well and be healthy. Don't let your imagination run wild." He is now 40 years old and has completely gotten rid of his heart disease. He is in the prime of his life, but he doesn't know how to explain it. He can only ask Chen Wen not to think too much. Since Chen Shu said that he was not short of money, Chen Wen and Wang Tao had nothing to say. To repay my father, just be filial to him in the future. But Chen Shu now has Chu Hong, so it seems that he doesn't need them to show respect to him. After the two people left, Chen Shu fell asleep. Shanghai. Tomorrow will also be Kong Fang's first court hearing as an agent. I should have gone to bed early, but after talking to Chen Shu on the phone just now, there was a faint smile on my face. Thump thump thump. Xia Wanting came over like a greedy cat, holding a bag of snacks and a tablet, and crawled into Kong Fang's bed. Kong Fang was helpless. Xia Wanting loved to watch horror movies at night, but she was timid, so she was always forced to watch them with her. Sometimes she also envied Xia Wanting. As long as you give up some things, life can really be carefree. What are you laughing at? My dear, Kong Zi, are you in love? Xia Wanting looked at Kong Fang in surprise. Kong Fang shook her head and said, "I'm not in love at all. I'm just thinking about something happy." Xia Wanting, if you have anything happy, tell me and make me happy too. Kong Fang rolled her eyes and asked, "Let me ask you something. What do you think of Chen Shu?" Xia Wanting said, "Uncle Chen, he's rich, charming, and energetic. He doesn't look like a 60-year-old man, but he has a very clear understanding of life. I'm not just after the money, I also feel a little fond of this old man." Kong Fang chuckled and said, I think he's interesting too. Xie Wanting. Chen Shu didn't catch any fish tonight, but he did catch some fish. Post views, 52. CH048 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 048. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 47. The next morning, Kong Fang asked for leave from the property management and drove to the civil court of the district court. Since Xie Wanting met Chen Shu, she has been doing nothing and has stopped working. She just plays games and watches videos every day. She plans to buy a computer host in the next 2 days to become a game anchor. Seeing Kong Fang coming to sue, he also came to join in the fun. The courts in Shanghai are all very busy. I arrived at 9 in the morning and the court session had already started. It was also a divorce case and there was a fierce argument going on. While the court was not in session, the two men sneaked to the door of the court and listened. It turned out that the man had mistresses and spent more than 20 million yuan on his 2 lovers. Because of this, the woman planned to divorce and get the money back. But the man did not agree to divorce. However, the evidence to disagree is that the woman also has a fitness trainer outside, and there is also good video evidence played on the spot. Kong Fang and Xie Wanting were both pure in love, and had never heard of such an explosive scene. They couldn't understand why the man didn't divorce even after all this happened. The final result was that everyone reconciled. Everyone is happy. Kong Fang and Xie Wanting both felt a little overwhelmed. Xie Wanting was confused and said, "What am I hearing? What kind of explosive plot is this? The short stories I've seen aren't this explosive. This is much more melodramatic than those short plays." Kong Fang also had a headache and said casually, "Fortunately, Uncle Chen is divorced." Xie Wanting was stunned, thinking that Kong Fang was talking about herself, and she agreed. If she doesn't divorce, the 150,000 yuan she receives every month might be taken away. Kong Fang looked at Xie Wanting and frowned. She had no idea what Xie Wanting meant. "What's wrong with me? I like to have wild thoughts when my period comes." Just at this time, the judge's assistant also notified the 2 people that the court was about to begin. Yamei's group had quite a few people coming. Yamei, Ye Jingkai, Du Chunyi and their 2 children all came. Perhaps he wanted to use Ye Jingkai's child to awaken Chen Shu's emotional responsibility towards them. But they didn't expect that Chen Shu didn't come at all. Yamei asked, "Where's Chen Shu?" Kong Fang sat in the dock. "Mr. Chen has authorized me to represent him in court. I have already given the judge the agency procedures. You can apply to the judge to watch." Yamei choked, "Humph, he must be too embarrassed to face us, an orphan and a widow." Xie Wanting said directly, "Bullshit, is my Uncle Chen related to your family by blood?" The judge on the scene also had a headache. "I originally thought that since the person involved was not present today, there would be no commotion, but I didn't expect that none of the people present were easy to deal with. Even the women sitting in the spectator seats were not simple. When you see the information provided by the plaintiff, you will know that it is about money again." After the court proceedings began, Kong Fang also sat at the lawyer's seat and tied her hair up. The high ponytail made her look very capable. Kong Fang once wanted to be a capable lawyer. But the previous boss of the law firm was too lustful. "So I became a property manager. Today, the woman nicknamed Confucius is going to be a killer." It only took 20 minutes. Kong Fang took control of the situation. "Our agent worked hard for 20 years while still married, supporting a second marriage with a less than deep bond. He didn't plan to have children during that time, and even helped his stepson with the down payment and mortgage repayments. Not only that, but before the divorce, the 800,000 yuan that Mr. Chen had originally planned for his grandson's wedding was also used by his stepson to speculate in the stock market. What right do they have to share Mr. Chen's post-divorce assets now?" The lawyer on the other side was also speechless. In terms of evidence, they could not produce any proof that Chen Shu concealed marital property, and could only rely on personal connections to gain a little impression on the judge. But now that Kong Feng has taken out these things, he can no longer earn any favors. The judges felt that the old man had suffered too much. It would be fine if I just left the house empty-handed, but the money after the divorce also has to be divided? Where is justice? Ye Mei sat in the plaintiff's seat and said, "So what? Have I been married to him for 20 years in vain? Judge, please be fair. You're a woman too, you understand what marriage means. Even if this is his post-marriage money, so what? Can't he give us money? He already has 100 million, so what's wrong with giving us 5 million? What's the problem?" The female judge was on pins and needles. This old woman simply defies the law. A favor is a favor, and it is natural that others don't give it to you. You actually insisted? Don't even mention that it's illegal. Even if you can stand your ground morally, I can still support you. Faced with Ye Mei's statement, Kong Feng was also furious and said, "We are going to file a counterclaim in court." After the divorce, the parties did not reasonably divide the marital property. My client's 800,000 yuan still needs to pay the mortgage on behalf of the other party's stepson every month. These are all unconditional contributions from my client and belong to our client's property. Since we're getting divorced, this part of the property must of course be divided equally. So we want them to give us the 400,000 yuan that belonged to my client, plus the mortgage they helped me pay for 20 years, totaling 900,000 yuan. The three people on the opposite side were dumbfounded when they heard this. What's going on? Why do you want to share our money? When the judge heard this, he knew it was over. I have never seen this young female lawyer before, and I didn't expect her to be so cruel in court. With a backhand, you have to spit out everything the opponent has obtained. But what he proposed was also very reasonable. The legal definitions of premarital property and postmarital property are very clear. Since the other party has made such an application and has a legal basis, she has no way to refuse. Wait a minute, the court is adjourned now. I'll go to the collegiate panel to discuss this. A few hours ago. On Chen Shu's side, he just received a voice message from Kong Feng saying that the court session had begun. He didn't know what the specific situation was. He just felt that as long as he could keep the money he had now, he didn't care at all whether he could get the other party to give up some of it. As he didn't lack this little money, he didn't expect Kong Feng to be so cruel. After receiving the call again, Kong Feng said, "It's settled. We could have applied for at least 300,000 yuan, but considering you have a lot of assets now, the most we can get is 300,000 yuan. The other party doesn't want to enforce it for now, but the court will find a way." Chen Shu smiled, "Can you really come up with 300,000? Sure, Xiao Kong, thank you." He actually had no intention of taking the money. In fact, 300,000 is still too little. He paid more than 300,000 yuan for that family. Anyway, it's good news. Even though this is not enough to pay Kong Feng's legal fees. But what Chen Shu wants is a comfortable life, and he really has no shortage of money now. I think the expressions of Ye Mei and the other two will not be good. Not only did I not get any dividends, but I also lost 300,000. Post views, 49. Ch049 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 049. Chapter 48. The second day after returning to Nanjing County, Chen Shu seemed a little idle. There are still few things to do in a small county town. Chu Hong was a girl from the Central Plains. She was very interested in the small dirt slopes and large hill-like forests that the people of Nanjing County disliked. So the two of them spent the whole morning in the grove. It's summer now, but there are no bamboo shoots to dig. I can only look at the bamboo forest and steal some apricots to eat. Chen Pingping took leave 2 days before she planned to get married. But because Chen Shu launched a surprise attack, the wedding room had to be moved and rearranged, especially the wedding convoy had to be notified again, the wedding route had to be planned, etc. That evening, Wang Tao's parents are back. Both of them work in other places. They were also very happy that their grandson was getting married this time. On the way, they learned that Chen Pingping's grandfather had bought a new wedding house, which made them feel very nervous. Everyone still has a good relationship, but they can't help much with their grandson's marriage. Their family conditions are not good either. Otherwise, they would not have agreed to let Chen Wen marry into the family and let the child take Chen Wen's surname. This is quite unorthodox in their small county where clan consciousness is quite strong. This can be regarded as a vague gap between them. Fortunately, Wang Tao has two uncles, both of whom have sons and grandsons, so Wang Tao's father is not under too much pressure. I used to blame my daughter-in-law. This time when he returned home, he was also discussing whether he could change the surnames of his two children. Who could have expected that Chen Pingping's grandfather would play this trick and directly buy a house in the villa area of the county town where rich people gather? This made them a little less tough. The more you work, the more you understand how important money is. The key point is that Wang Tao's father had to face Chen Shu that night. Because we are going to the hotel to try out the food in the evening. It is called food tasting, but in fact it is just the relatives and elders of the groom's family sitting together to prepare the wedding process, and then see how the wedding banquet is, and other tedious things. Wang Tao's father naturally had to go. It is actually not necessary for someone with Chen Shu's identity, but after all, they have given so much. If you don't invite them, you are not giving face to the villa. This made Wang Tao's father, Wang Zongguang, a little nervous. Chen Shu received the invitation and it was difficult for him to refuse. When it comes to social etiquette, sometimes it is really difficult to refuse some occasions. But he is now naturally adept at dealing with these situations. In the evening, Chen Shu put on a set of Van Zisler casual clothes prepared for him by Chu Hong and put on a new Rolex watch. The green submariner was too high profile, so he was taken away by Chen Pingping. Chen Shu didn't care. This kid was getting married and it was the right time to show off. It would be no problem to give him a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to show off. He doesn't lack this little money. After changing his clothes, Chen Pingping drove his G-Class to the hotel. On the way, Chen Shu said, "This car is mine. Your car is still at the logistics office. Come with me to pick it up when you have time. I'll give you that car as your wedding car." Chen Pingping was very excited. "Grandpa, what car?" "Maybach." Chen Pingping shuddered all over. How could an ordinary person who works as a photographer in a photo studio in a small county dare to imagine that he would drive a Maybach to marry his bride? Chen Pingping is an honest man who lives in a decent life. Living in a small villa is already the limit of his dreams. Driving a Maybach? I dare not think about it. Chen Shu chuckled and said, "You are ignorant. Drive carefully." He brought his grandfather to the hotel. This is a good hotel in Nanjing County. Most families basically invite chefs to their homes to prepare wedding banquets. But after all, there is no such large venue in a small county town, so a hotel is the most suitable. The hotel has a hall, which is convenient for newlyweds to hold their wedding, which is also a very popular wedding process nowadays. I entered the hotel and went into a private room. Chen Shu saw that many people had already arrived at the scene, including Chen Pingping's two uncles and grandfather, as well as a few people whose faces were not very familiar. Chen Shu was the only one from Chen Pingping's mother's house at the scene. Because Chen Shu has only one daughter, Chen Wen. Before Chen Shu came, Wang Tao had already told everyone present that his son's wedding house would be converted into a villa area. The house was bought by Chen Shu and was worth 3 million. So when Chen Shu appeared at the door, everyone stood up to show respect. Chen Shuren has attended many banquets and cocktail parties in his 60 years of life. But this is the first time that I have been respected as much as I am today. What these people respected was probably not him, but the villa he bought for his grandson. In such a small county town, he is definitely an upper-class person. Wang Tao's father, Wang Zongguang, Chen Pingping's grandfather, walked over and shook Chen Shu's hand. "Brother, I haven't seen you in a few years. You look younger and younger, and your hair is still so black. I really envy you." Wang Zongguang is telling the truth. He was only 3 years older than Chen Shu, but he looked like a man in his 70s. Chen Shu laughed and said, No, brother. Your 3 sons work harder than me, so of course they look much more mature than me. Wang Zongguang pulled Chen Shu to sit in the main seat. No matter who comes today, Chen Shu will sit in this position. Regardless of the fact that he is Chen Wen's father, one has to look at which villa he bought, not to mention that Wang Tao's wrist was cut by the machine. If Chen Shu hadn't intervened, that hand would not have been saved. If he doesn't sit, no one else is qualified to sit. This was the first time that Chen Shu sat at the host seat at a banquet. But there was no way. If he didn't sit down, no one in the audience dared to sit down. They all stood upright, laughing, like minions. In the past, Chen Pingping's 2 uncles looked at Chen Shu with some resentment. Because of his nephew's surname, he looked down on Wang Tao. But Wang Tao now lives in a mansion and is much happier than them. He also has face in front of relatives and friends. From this point of view, the issue of surname does not seem so important. Chen Shu said, come on, let's sit together. Brother. You sit down. We are all family. Don't be so polite. Only then did the others sit down. It's a really nice feeling to be respected. Next comes the old-fashioned process of serving food and wine. Of course, Chen Shu was the first person to be toasted. No matter who wants to speak, they have to give Chen Shu a drink first. Fortunately, Chen Shu is now 40 years old and in the prime of his life, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to handle the half-pound and 8-ounce liquor. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wang Zongguang said, Brother, what do you think of today's dishes? Chen Shu actually knew that this meal only cost a few thousand yuan, but it contained fish and shrimp and tasted okay. If he said it was not good, he would be disrespecting the Wang family. After all, the money for the banquet was paid by the Wang family. Chen Shu still gave them face. Yes, brother, the banquet is good, but I'm not used to this wine. Well, I have a friend who has some channels for mutai and huazi. I asked him to prepare 100 bottles of mutai and 100 bottles of huazi. The price is not high, so don't worry. This money is a token of my gratitude as a grandfather. Wang Zongguang was stunned. How can I be so embarrassed, brother? You paid for the wedding room, how can I let you prepare it? Chen Shu, under the influence of alcohol, pretended to be angry and started to argue, Brother, this is your grandson, not my grandson. Isn't it normal for you to spend some money on my grandson's wedding? What? Can I still spend money on women? Am I that kind of person? Wang Zongguang also drank quite a bit. No, of course you're not, brother. Chen Shu slammed the table and said, That's right. One day, all the liquor will be replaced with Mao Tai, and all the cigarettes will be replaced with Huazi. It's settled. Post views, 48. Ch050 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Chapter 49. In the end, Wang Zongguang accepted Chen Shu's suggestion. After all, he doesn't have to pay for this matter. Since Chen Shu has such a channel, he naturally wants it. After all, if the banquet was filled with huazimizi, he, as a grandfather, would also have face. Although the banquet may not be outstanding, it is all mizi and huazi liquor, a combination that is rare in Nanjing County. The only other occasion was when the son of the richest man in the county had such a grand banquet. After all, these expenses may cost more than 300,000 yuan. The banquet they hosted, with 50 tables, only cost them 60,000 yuan. The gap is too big. But after all, their family is not as wealthy as Chen Shu's, and Chen Shu also gave face to the Wang family and did not change the table. Otherwise, Chen Shu thought it would be okay to spend some money to upgrade the tables so that the couple's relatives and friends can have a good meal. After all, this is his grandson. They have the same surname, and there is not much difference between them and their biological grandchildren. There is nothing wrong with having some face when getting married. After this matter was settled, Wang Zongguang got drunk and became confused. Chen Pingping's second uncle Wang Hai was the supervisor of this marriage and was responsible for the entire process. He said, "I have already arranged the wedding car, it is a BMW X7 driven by a businessman friend of mine." Chen Pingping said, "Well, uncle, my grandpa has also arranged a wedding car. He gave me a Maybach. I can pick it up at the logistics park tomorrow." Wang Hai, "What? What's the meaning of buying a crane?" His son said beside him, "Dad, that's a Mercedes brand, a luxury car worth at least several million." Wang Hai took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Shu, lighting it himself. "Uncle Chen, I may have mentioned Pingping and Anan changing their surnames before. I didn't know much back then, but now I think that in this modern society, surnames aren't very important. Don't you agree?" Chen Shu nodded and said, "Second son of the Wang family, I've always thought you're not an ordinary person, and your kid is not bad either." Wang Hai said, "My son will be getting married in a month or two. Do you think your Maybach will be convenient for you?" Chen Shu said, "That car is for Chen Pingping. Ask him and his brother to discuss it." Wang Hai had an idea in his mind. After all, Chen Pingping was a relatively honest person and respected him as his second uncle. Not to mention that the boys from the two families have a good relationship. They often go online and play billiards together after get off work. He also arranged the wedding car for his son. Wang Hai continued to ask, "I wonder what kind of business Chen Shu is doing these days? Can you take my son with you? He plays games at home all day and doesn't make much money repairing cars." It turns out that he had something to ask of me. Chen Shu thought about it and felt that this made sense. If a relative of yours suddenly becomes successful one day, he will definitely understand that the words of his ancestors still make sense. No one cares about the poor in the downtown, but the rich in the distant mountains have distant relatives. There will definitely be people coming to you asking for jobs or connections. Chen Shu thought. My grandson and daughter both work in photo studios and supermarkets, and they don't have good jobs, so how can I arrange for your kid first? But this reminded Chen Shu. Indeed. Now that I have some capital, I can indeed start some business in my hometown. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for me to watch my daughter and grandson go to work in the wind and rain every day. In small towns in the south, where dragon boat races are held during the Dragon Boat Festival, clan concepts are very strong, and basically all businesses are built by a large family and are family businesses. We all prosper together, and there is no need to worry about outsiders not working hard. Wang Hai obviously had this in mind. My family is full of poor relatives, and now there is a big tree that I can rely on, so of course I can't let it go. He buys villas and drives luxury cars at will. He even buys wedding cars worth millions for his grandchildren. He spends more than 300,000 yuan on drinks and beverages at a wedding. His net worth is probably at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. How can you not hug such a big thigh? The other people at the table didn't think there was anything wrong with Wang Hai's attitude. They even envied Wang Hai's courage and regretted not speaking up earlier. Chen Shu said, "I'm just playing with the stock market. It requires some luck and it's not easy to lead people. Maybe there will be a chance. If there is a chance, I will definitely think of my relatives back home first." Wang Hai immediately stood up and toasted, "Then we will wait for Uncle Chen's good news." Although what is said at the dinner table is not very credible. But sometimes just a few words can bring some comfort to people. This sentence also made Chen Shu think about starting a family business. He now understood why the sect ancestors in the fantasy novels he had read before were always willing to sacrifice their limited lifespans for the sect's talented disciples. The same is true in reality. He is 60 years old now. Even if he has the physical age of a 40-year-old, how many years can he live in this world? When you reach the age of 60, you will still have heart disease. With the attitude of playing life, if you want to leave no regrets, apart from yourself, some of the regrets will also be around the younger generations. Finding a suitable and less tiring job for my daughter and grandson will also allow him to play in the colorful world outside with greater peace of mind. And it's not just your own children. Chen Shu has 2 older brothers. My father raised 3 sons, and he was the youngest. Basically, there was only one steamed cornbread in the house, and he ate all the roasted sweet potatoes. This is also part of his guilt and regret. We have to find a way to make up for it. But what is appropriate? This made Chen Shu a little conflicted. Throughout his life, from the age of 20 to 55, he dealt with newspapers and basically spent his time reading newspapers and books. He really has no experience in doing business and starting a business. No idea at the moment. However, at this time, the rhythm of the dinner table has also reached the stage of chatting about this and that. The men also opened their mouths and prepared to brag. At this time, someone started talking about the land of unfinished buildings in the west of the city. Complaining about the current bad environment. After the developer of the unfinished buildings went bankrupt, the land originally worth 100 million yuan was unsold 3 times and is now reduced to 30 million yuan and is ready for the 4th auction. Moreover, the county cannot pay the prosecutors' salaries and benefits now. A relative who works in the government said that the authorities are in a state of panic right now and are particularly hoping to auction off this unfinished building and find someone to develop it. Otherwise, if that piece of unfinished building remains there, it will not only affect the finances, but also affect the sales of several surrounding communities. When people see that the neighborhood next door is half developed and unfinished, who would want to buy here? The overall environment is not good now, and the policies from above are also aimed at rectifying unfinished buildings, which is also a political achievement of the county. County officials were begging developers everywhere. But no one accepted it at all. Wang Zongguang, cigarette in hand, said with a dazed look, "Actually, if we could buy that piece of land for 30 million, the investment wouldn't be that big, but now developers are restricted by the red line. Those without money won't get loans, and those with money won't be interested, so it's just been sitting there." Wang Tao said, "Dad, you have a good idea. In fact, even if the housing prices are cut in half, the developers who take over can still make money. It's just that outsiders are afraid to take it." Then everyone started bragging. "If I had a lot of money, I would definitely buy this unfinished building and turn it into the coolest building in the county." This gave Chen Shu some ideas. Only 30 million for a piece of land? Is there any progress? Post views, 49. Ch051 Divorced at 60, the system came Chapter 051. Chapter 50 After waking up the next day. Chen Shu recalled the topic at the dinner table last night. "I'm really moved." After getting up, he took Chu Hong out to find a liquor store and ordered 100 bottles of Mazi and 100 bottles of Huazi. The boss was shocked. "Excuse me, sir, which company is this for?" the boss asked curiously. Chen Shu said, "My own child is getting married." The liquor store owner saw that Chen Shu was no ordinary person. He was wearing luxury brands, was with a much younger woman, and was driving a G-Class. "I'm just a little curious. When did such a handsome and wealthy old man appear in Nanchang County, a county as small as a bird's nest?" He handed her a cigarette and started to get close to her. Chen Shu didn't refuse. He took it and asked the boss to light it, then paid the full amount with his mobile phone. The total is 340,000. Generally speaking, such a large expense, especially for alcohol, cigarettes, etc., is likely to be forged in small places, and a deposit is usually paid first. But Chen Shu disdains this. If the boss forged the price of more than 300,000 yuan, he would be in jail for the rest of his life and eat free meals. The boss had never seen such a generous boss before, and his expression became even more attentive. While the boss's wife went to the warehouse to check the count, the two of them were chatting there. Chen Shu began to inquire about the unfinished building. "Boss, everyone in the county knows about this. The developer ran out of money and stopped the project. I heard that a while ago, some workers were about to jump off the building to demand their wages. Fortunately, the higher UPS finally resolved the issue. It's hard to say, but the developer originally bought that piece of land for 100 million yuan, which was at its peak. Now it's been sold at 30 million yuan, so there's still some potential. I'm just a small-time guy, the owner of a liquor store. How can I afford to borrow 30 million from a bank? If I had that kind of money, I would just take it and become a real estate owner. Who would still want to sell liquor? The boss is very down to earth." Chen Shu was spending over 300,000 yuan worth of cigarettes and alcohol. Wouldn't it damage people's good impression if he lied to such a rich man? Chen Shu smoked a cigarette and thought. The boss was very surprised. Could it be that this boss wanted to take over that piece of land? It's just unlikely. The market is not good right now. Who can come up with so much money at once? Soon the boss's wife came back from the warehouse after checking the count. "Hubby, I don't have enough cigarettes and alcohol." The boss was afraid that Chen Shu would just leave, so he said, "Don't worry, boss. I can find another liquor store owner to sell me the goods. Then I promise to deliver the cigarettes and liquor to the hotel the day before your wedding." Chen Shu said, "Then I'll trouble you, boss. Remember to keep it authentic and on time." "Okay, goodbye, boss." In the car, Chu Hong asked, "Uncle Chen, do you want to take that piece of land?" Chen Shu, "Well, actually I don't want to do it, but I want to leave some assets in my hometown for Chen Wen, Chen Pingping and my nephews and nieces. This real estate project is really the most suitable." Chu Hong was a real estate agent after all, so she had a good eye. She said, "That area is actually in a good location. At least 8 buildings can be developed there. If they are densely packed, 10 buildings would be no problem. There would be at least 400 households. Based on the housing prices here, it's worth 500 million yuan. Of course, there's the land and construction involved, but these aren't really that difficult. A local construction company can take over, and the cost shouldn't exceed 100 million yuan. It's just that when it comes to legal procedures, you have to have professionals." Chen Shu said, "When it comes to the law, I think Xiao Kong is good enough. Kong Fang is still quite professional." The two of them went to the unfinished buildings in that area and found that there were actually people living inside the construction site and guarding the gate. A white-haired old man in his 70s lives in a dilapidated shed with a roof made of discarded wooden boards from the construction site. A simple wooden bed with a set of worn bedding on it. Seeing Chen Shu and Chu Hong coming, the old man said, "You two, you are not allowed to enter the construction site. It's very dangerous. Leave quickly." Chen Shu still let Huazi lead the way. "Brother, I came to take a look. Didn't they say that this construction site was already abandoned? Why is it still here?" The old man carefully took the Huazi, licked his dry lips and said, "The boss of the ditch still owes me a year's salary. I just waited for my salary." Chen Shu. This is a portrait of the working people. Chen Shu looked at the construction site. The foundations had basically been laid, and some buildings had already been built with 2 or 3 floors. There were 9 buildings in total, no more, no less. The old man at the construction site looked at Chen Shu, who had an extraordinary temperament, and did not dare to ask what he was doing there. He sucked hard on his cigarette butt and followed behind. Chen Shu already had an idea. Brother, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be able to get your salary soon. The old man was also confused by this sentence. Could this person be the boss of the construction site? But it doesn't look like it. It's just that the car is a luxury car. Back to the car. Chu Hong asked curiously, have you decided to take it? Chen Shu nodded and said, that's right, 30 million is not expensive. I don't know how much the subsequent investment will be, but I can afford it. He now has nearly 300 million yuan in liquid funds in his bank card. Even without taking out a loan, you can still take over this construction site without any pressure. But obviously, for such a large project, the process cannot be completed overnight. Chen Shu had nothing else to do, so he took Chu Hong to the housing management office and began to inquire about the procedures. The grassroots receptionist was naturally very serious because of Chen Shu's wealthy temperament and the luxury car he drove. When he heard that they were planning to participate in the auction of the unfinished buildings, he became even more enthusiastic. After all, as long as the development of that community is completed, the tax revenue from the deed tax, plus the maintenance fund, will definitely add a large sum to the county's finances. Needless to say, the land will enter the fourth auction process in 2 days, but currently no real estate development company has signed up. Now that the God of Wealth has finally arrived, it's naturally not easy to let him go. Hello, Mr. Chen, to participate in the auction, you need to verify your capital. Is this convenient for you? Asked the staff. Chen Shu said, it's convenient. It's convenient anytime. How do you think I can test it? After all, this is business with the state, so capital verification is reasonable. The staff said they wanted to check Chen Shu's financial situation. Chen Shu directly took out his mobile phone and let him check his bank card balance. 100 million, 100 million. The staff was so frightened that they could hardly hold their phones. As a civil servant in a small city, I have seen assets worth hundreds of millions. But this is the first time that it has been casually put into a bank card without any pledge and has become a fixed asset. Is this the God of Wealth from that big city? Okay, sir. You can register your information, contact details, and company information now. Someone will contact you specifically for the foreclosure auction in 2 days. Chen Shu was stunned. What? Still need a company? Forgot, young man, my company hasn't opened yet. The staff was dumbfounded. I thought to myself, sir, you're kidding me. How can you participate in a judicial auction without a company? Buying land personally? I was so focused on verifying the capital that I forgot to ask the other company. Post views, 53. Ch052 divorced at 60. The system Came-Chapter 052. Chapter 51. The staff had never seen anyone play like this. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been kicked out by security long ago. But there are more than 200 million yuan quietly lying in this person's bank card, which is a number he cannot refuse. Although it seems to be a spur-of-the-moment thing, he is also a great God of wealth. Whether the bonuses for civil servants in the county can be paid this year may depend on this God of wealth. Well, sir, please register first. The procedure requires a company name, but you can actually buy the land in your own name and then work with a construction company that has construction qualifications to start construction. These are just some minor procedures. However, if you want to register, you need a deposit of 1 million. Can you accept that? The staff said cautiously. He knew very well that every official in the county was in a state of panic because of the unfinished buildings. The county handed it over to the bureau handed it over to the institute, and then people were passed down layer by layer to find the developer. But does that developer still have spare money now? Even if they have money, they will develop valuable land in the city. Who would be interested in the small land in the county town? Even the director of the housing management office can't handle it. This unfinished building is like a thorn in Nanjing County. Not only does it look ugly, it also hurts. Especially the judicial auction in 2 days. So far, no company has applied. The director has said that whoever finds people who participate in the judicial auction will receive bonuses for the staff this year, and there will be no major problems with the rating next year. Give full play to subjective initiative, mobilize the overall situation, and have civil servants from all over the county go to build their hometown. The staff naturally don't want to let it go. Although procedures are important, they are secondary. Chen Shu thought about it and said, "No problem." He was ready for everything. If I acquire this land, I will not lose out no matter how I use it. Even if the house cannot be sold in the end, it will be nice for his family to live in. Click. 1 million was transferred directly to the escrow account. Mr. Chen, my last name is Zhang. You can call me Xiao Zhang. If you don't come, you can still get the 1 million back. Don't worry about that. But you'd better come when the time comes. Xiao Zhang said politely. Chen Shu said, "My grandson is getting married in 2 days. When exactly is that?" Xiao Zhang said, 10 o'clock in the morning. Chen Shu thought about it and felt that he had nothing else to do except attending the wedding. In that case, he could participate in the auction. The minimum price of this land is 30 million. If someone competes with him, he can choose not to play. However, according to Xiao Zhang, the last reserve price for this land was 30 million, and it failed to sell twice. It seems that no one else will come to compete for it. After Chen Shu left, Xiao Zhang immediately reported to the director, "Director, I have good news for you." Director Wang was busy in a meeting at the moment. "What good news?" "Xiao Zhang, someone came to register for the foreclosure auction of the land on the north side of Chenxi Development Road. According to his ID, he's a local. His name is Chen Shu, and he's from Chenjia village. He's 60 years old." Director Wang frowned. "I've never heard of this guy. Is he accurate? Has the deposit been paid?" Director Wang also worked his way up from the county. He had amazing professional skills and a strong ability to remember people. He knew the appearances and names of all the developers in the county, so he suspected that there was something wrong with this person. Xiao Zhang said, "He paid it, and I also verified his funds. The balance on his bank card is nearly 300 million. Director Wang's heart moved. I secretly thought that this matter might really be successful. Someone with 300 million yuan in his bank card is really not an ordinary person. But he was very curious, when did Nanjing County produce a person who could rival the richest man in the county? He had never heard of this person. "Xiao Zhang, you should investigate carefully and go to the relevant department of the bank to ask about the source of his funds to ensure safety." Director Wang was still very cautious. "After thinking about it, I decided not to report to Lu County, who has been paying attention to the unfinished buildings these days. If this matter fails, it would be embarrassing for the county magistrate to be happy for nothing." Chen Shu sighed. "I drove around the land in the west of the city again, and suddenly I felt a sense of heroism." The thought of building tall buildings here really satisfied Chen Shu's desire for conquest. Sometimes, it is not only women who can arouse men's desire to conquer. The same is true when it comes to career achievements. Ding! The host has taken the first steps in his career and feels a sense of grandeur. Move forward bravely. Wherever you look, the road ahead will be smooth. Reward, 100 million yuan. This is the most zeros Chen Shu has seen since activating the system. There aren't so many zeros in Tianfu. Chen Shu smiled happily. "Is this the game of life system? Whatever you want to do, you will be given money. A full 100 million. This land is indeed stable." Chu Hong, who was sitting next to him, noticed a smile on Chen Shu's face. "Uncle Chen, you look very happy, Chen Shu said, yeah, I remembered something happy. And Xiaozhang from the Housing Management Office asked the bank to investigate Chen Shu's financial situation. Then I got a shocking news. 100 million was transferred from the Swiss International Bank. What does this mean? This shows that Mr. Chen is determined to get this piece of land. Mobilize 100 million yuan in advance to prepare for participating in judicial auctions. This is a real rich man. Report immediately. Chen Shu started to call Kong Feng. Xiao Kong, are you free in the end? Kong Feng was sorting documents at the property management office at the time and joked, what's wrong, Uncle Chen? Do you have a divorce lawsuit to fight? Chen Shu said, I'm not getting divorced every day. I've found a piece of land in my hometown with some unfinished houses on it. It's now going through the judicial auction process. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to buy it. The main thing is that I need to trouble you to go through the legal procedures, as well as setting up a company and so on. As an old man, I don't know much, so I need the help of lawyer Kong. Kong Feng laughed and said, Old Chen, have you noticed that since your divorce, you are no longer as dull as before? You never joked with me at work before. Chen Shuxin thought, how can it be the same? What was my status before you? I was your subordinate. We were not on the same social level. What is your current status? Neither of them noticed that Kong Feng stopped calling Chen Shu Uncle Chen and started calling him Old Chen. This shows that the relationship between the two people has become closer. The name Lao Chen would be more intimate. Chen Shu exudes the charm of an old man all the time. Kong Feng continued, okay, leave this to me. I'm familiar with the procedures for setting up a company, but the price won't be cheap. Chen Shu smiled and said, Manager Kong, you forgot, I'm not short of money right now. Kong Feng, then I'll continue to fight the rich this time. Post views, 45. Ch053 divorced at 60, the system came chapter 053. Chapter 52 Chen Shu is doing very well. But on my ex-wife's side, the whole family was in bad shape. They had been dreaming of getting 50 million yuan, but now that the verdict has come down, not only can they not get 50 million yuan, they also have to pay money to Chen Shu. Several people couldn't understand why the judge was so biased. Chen Shu is worth 100 million yuan, why should we still give him money? So unfair. Ye Jingkai was also numb. He could have bitten his stepfather, but he didn't expect the cooked duck to fly away. For the past 2 days, he has been muttering, we shouldn't have divorced, we shouldn't have divorced. In his opinion, if his mother had not divorced Chen Shu would have become successful during the marriage. In that case, how could he still be short of money? The same goes for Du Chunyi. This old man is really bad. He obviously has such a strong ability to make money, but it was only revealed after the divorce. She has been distracted at work these 2 days. My colleagues all have fashionable luxury goods, and they travel all over the world during their holidays. What about her? A broken watch, or a discounted product from before? These days she has been recalling the woman next to Chen Shu when she met him that day. She is covered in luxury goods, and at a similar age, she is still working hard, while others can enjoy the life she has always dreamed of just by opening their legs. Sometimes you have to sigh that there are many things in this world that make people angry. Oh, it would be great if we didn't get divorced. And the same goes for Ye Mei. She was more unwilling. No. This isn't over yet. Ye Mei called her son over to her and asked, is Chen Shu's grandson getting married in a few days? Ye Jingkai nodded and said, yes, Chen Anan posted on WeChat moments yesterday that her brother is indeed getting married in the next 2 days. Ye Mei said, let's go to the wedding and make a scene. I want all his relatives and friends to know what kind of person Chen Shu is. He abandoned his wife and children to hook up with a mistress and keep a lover. He, Chen Shu, is not as honest as he looks. Ye Jingkai worked in Shanghai after all, so he wanted to save some face. "Mom, how about this matter? Making trouble at someone else's wedding? What's the difference between this and a shrew throwing a tantrum? It's so embarrassing." Ye-Mei said, "Forget it. Okay, over 50 million, you say forget it? Otherwise, why would Chen Shu hire a lawyer? It's because he sees your cowardly nature. You forget it, but I don't. So he can give a few million, but this matter will never be let go." Du Chunyi also said, "That's right, tens of millions of assets, this matter can't be settled just like that, we must fight for the interests that belong to us." Ye Jingkai was kidnapped by the two most important women in his life and could not get off the boat. Of course, if some people were given the opportunity to get 50 million, more of them would probably do so. There are so many shameless things people do for money. What's the use of face? Money is the most important thing. The three of them discussed and decided on the day of their wedding to do the wedding. In this way, as long as Chen Shu still has some shame, they will get some benefits. If 50 million doesn't work, then 10 million is enough. If 10 million isn't enough, then a few million. At least, we can't ask them to pay another 300,000, right? Chen Shu had no idea that Ye-Mei and others were planning to cause trouble at Chen Pingping's wedding. These 2 days, the family has been basically busy with Chen Pingping's wedding. Chen Pingping's girlfriend Fang Xian's family has also been very cooperative these 2 days. According to Chen Pingping, before, Fang Xian's family was a little dissatisfied with his salary, which was at most 3,500 yuan a month and had no future. But since Chen Shu came back, such voices have disappeared. The night before the wedding, Chen Shu also took Chen Pingping to the logistics park to pick up the car. A second-hand car of an old man with less than 200 kilometers, a Maybach. The moment when the two-tone Maybach appeared in front of the family, the meaning of struggle has become concrete. Chen Pingping said, "This is the goal I have been striving for all my life." Chen Shu was smoking a cigarette nearby, thinking to himself that he might not be able to buy a Maybach even if he worked hard all his life. Struggle is a good thing. But the gap between classes cannot be bridged by struggle. Of course, as long as Chen Pingping thinks about striving, it's a good thing. Chen Shu felt relieved to let him drive the car. The name of the car was his, and he just wanted Chen Pingping to show off. It was not a big deal. This kid is an honest person and won't do anything weird. With Chen Wen's discipline and the blessing of his new marriage, it is enough for this kid to enjoy his life. Sometimes Chen Shu really envies Chen Pingping for having such a rich grandfather. After picking up the car, Chen Pingping couldn't wait to start practicing and took a few of his childhood friends to run the route of tomorrow's wedding motorcade. These things need to be rehearsed in advance. Getting married is an extremely complicated process. Some are busy. Chen Shu, on the other hand, was quite relaxed and went to the highway intersection to pick up Kong Fang and Xia Wanting. This made him a little worried. Xia Wanting is a lively girl, while Chu Hong is gentle and sensible. If these two meet... Chen Shu had never seen the Shura field when he was young, but he didn't expect to encounter it when he was 60 years old. And he is the protagonist. If the two sides start fighting, what should I say? Will Kong Fang help? That's why he didn't let Kong Fang drive directly to the villa. If a fight broke out, would he still be able to maintain his dignity as a 60-year-old? It would be best to get things done at the highway intersection. But what Chen Shu didn't expect was that when Kong Fang drove the car and pulled Xia Wanting down. After Chu Hong saw Xia Wanting, they also began to understand each other's identities. He asked directly, "You and Uncle Chen bought the car that day, right?" Chen Shu was sweating profusely, it was broken. Xia Wanting, the little girl, was also heartless. "Yes, I know Chen Shu also bought you a car. I think it must be very beautiful and must suit your temperament. Don't worry, sister. I am a wild flower, used to being unrestrained. I can't be a house flower. Chu Hong. In fact, Chu Hong didn't mind. After all, the two of them had eaten together at the prince's house before and there was no grudge between them. But she didn't expect Xia wanting to be so direct. Is this so natural? Chu Hong admired this girl who looked younger than herself. Too frank, right? But in fact, Xia Wanting is more clear-headed about these things than Chu Hong. Xia Wanting is a hedonist. As long as she is happy, anything is fine. Who cares what others think? So there is no competition with Chu Hong at all. Of course, this also has something to do with Chen Shu. Chen Shu had clearly stated before that he would never get married, so the two women would not have any idea of palace fighting. There is no Shura field as described in the legend. After all, the two women are not little girls. After seeing a certain amount of worldly experiences, they will not compete for these empty things. They will only care about how much they get. Only then did Chen Shu breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Hong said, I know there's a night market in the county town. Uncle Chen doesn't like it. Let's go together. Xia Wanting, okay, okay. Kong Feng also expressed interest. Women have almost no resistance to night market snacks. So the three women left Chen Shu and got into Kong Feng's car and left. Post views, 42. Ch054 divorced at 60. The system Came-Chapter 054. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 53 Just left. Chen Shu looked at Kong Feng leaving with two women, one of whom was his own, and his face was filled with depression. It seemed like it had nothing to do with me. Fortunately, an hour later, three women appeared at the door of the villa. Chen Wen, Wang Tao, Chen Pingping, and others were also a little dumbfounded. Why are all the people Chen Shu knows beautiful women around 30 years old? Fortunately, I knew that Kong Feng was Chen Shu's boss, and Xia Wanting was Kong Feng's friend who came to have a meal, so I didn't think much about it. Apart from the fact that Chu Hong had a somewhat strange relationship with her father, Chen Wen felt good about Kong Feng and Xia Wanting. I thought to myself, although my dad looks much younger than before, there is no way he can be popular with so many women, right? Who would fall in love with a 60-year-old man? What's so appealing about it? There's nothing much to say except that he's rich. Given Chen Wen's personality and worldview, she wouldn't think that money is the biggest benefit. The three women went to stay in the hotel. Although the villa is very big, after all, they are getting married soon, and many of Wang Tao's relatives have come to the house. It is lively, but it is also noisy for the older people. A group of young people were setting off firecrackers outside, and gathered together with speakers to eat barbecue and dance. There are also dances in other provinces, making it even more lively. This is a typical wedding scene in a small southern county. Early the next morning, almost all relatives and friends will come. What made Chen Shu feel most uncomfortable was his ex-wife, Tan Yongjun. The two got together because of a matchmaker and later had Chen Wen. However, they had emotional conflicts and divorced when Chen Wen was in junior high school. It's not about disgust, nor about liking it. If it were a friend, it would be fine. The key point is that I haven't seen my ex-wife for more than 20 years, and I don't know what to talk about, so it's naturally awkward to meet her. Tan Yongjun is a typical southern small-town girl, a gentle woman. The two of them almost never had a quarrel when they were together. It was just that when Chen Shu wanted to go out to earn money, she disagreed, and there was a gap between them. After living together for Chen Wen for a few years, he couldn't stand the current situation anymore and had to divorce. When we meet now, we can only remain speechless. Soon, Tan Yongjun brought his sister to the villa. She must have known that this villa was bought by Chen Shu for Chen Wen. She stood at the door and watched Chen Shu greeting relatives and friends in the yard, not knowing what she was thinking. Chen Shu just pretended not to see it. 30 years had passed and everything and everyone had changed. The two people are destined not to be from the same world. The scene was very lively. Chen Shu's elder brother Chen Jianjun and second brother Chen Qiangguo also came with their sons and children. Because it was a Sunday, it was very lively. Big brother, second brother, here we come. Chen Shu looked at the two elderly people who were nearly 70 years old, and it seemed as if he was in another world. After joining the army, the two older brothers returned home and became farmers. They usually work at construction sites and look quite old. After seeing Chen Shu, they were a little hesitant to recognize him. Chen Shu, why are you getting younger and younger? You look almost the same as when you first got married. Eldest brother Chen Jianjun was very surprised. Chen Qiangguo said, I heard that you got divorced again. Chen Shu said embarrassedly, well, don't mention it. Chen Qiangguo nodded and said, when you got married, I told you that there was something wrong with that woman Yamei, and she had a son, but you didn't believe me. Chen Shu said with a smile, second brother is still more experienced. The four nephews came over and greeted their uncle politely. There are also young people and children of the grandchildren's generation. Chen Shu greeted everyone one by one. He had almost adjusted his mentality to that of a 40-year-old, but now he suddenly felt old again, like a 60-year-old man. Marriage process. After the bride comes over, the elders will give her red envelopes. After all, Chen Shu was Wang Tao's grandfather, so he held a simple ceremony to change his name in the villa. In order to save Wang Tao's father's face, Chen Shu just gave him a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Sitting with him in front of the bride was Tan Yongjun, who also received a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The bride thanked him and changed her words. After coming down, stand by the wall and leave space for the young people. There were 3 people standing out from the crowd around Chen Shu, and they were obviously beauties from big cities. Tan Yongjun opened his mouth slightly and said, 20 years have passed so quickly. You seem to be getting better and better in the past 2 years. Chen Shu whispered, spring has nowhere to go but frost on my temples. People always change. The 3 beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments next to them were a little surprised. This 60-year-old man can actually recite a few sad poems? But it's normal to think about it, after all, Chen Shu used to work in a newspaper. Tan Yongjun looked away and said, it seems that we can't go back to the past. Chen Shu's face showed composure, that's right, we can't go back. Let him return to his previous state? Even dogs won't do it. Ding! The host faces everything in the past with composure, a calm and composed attitude towards life. Reward, 1 million yuan. Whenever Chen Shu has feelings about life, the system always comes to give rewards at the right time. This sentence also untied all the knots. Tan Yongjun stepped aside. Chen Wen, who was standing next to him, saw all this and said nothing more. After she knew that Chen Shu was divorced, she still fantasized that the two of them could reconcile, because Tan Yongjun had been widowed a few years ago. But his father's behavior is completely different from before, and there is no way the two of them can be together. There is no other reason. Just look at the 3 women around Chen Shu and you will know. Next, the plot moves to the hotel where the wedding is held. Chen Shu couldn't avoid drinking today, so he asked Chu Hong to drive the G-Class and take him with him. The 3 women were very interested in the banquet in this small county town, and fortunately the banquet was large enough. But they are not the only outsiders attending the banquet today. Ye Jingkai also drove off the Nanjing County Expressway. Through Chen Ainan's circle of friends, they found the hotel where the wedding was held on mobile food delivery. Prepare to cause trouble. And at the same time, the judicial auction of land in the west of the city organized by the Nanjing County Housing Management Office has also begun. However, there was no one in the on-site conference room. County Magistrate Liu, who was very concerned about this matter, came over specifically to watch. Although it was just one person, it was a big deal after all. Where are the people? County Magistrate Lu was puzzled. Wang said, Xiaozhang, call that guy named Chen. It's been 5 minutes, and he still hasn't shown up? Are you going to join us? Xiaozhang said. No one answered the phone. Mr. Chen said before that today is his grandson's wedding day, so he might be a little busy. Wang Suo, nonsense. County Magistrate Lu said, how can you say that? A wedding is a major event in life, after all. How can you not be considerate of others? Wang Suo, yes, the county magistrate is right. County Magistrate Lu thought for a moment and said, this is a serious matter. Let's accommodate Mr. Chen. We can go to the wedding venue and ask him if he's interested. If he says yes, it would be best to sign the contract on the spot. It would be a double blessing. Wang Suo clapped his hands and said, great. What a double blessing. After a short investigation, the location of the hotel was determined. 3 or 4 coasters and 2 police cars drove to the hotel wedding venue. Post views, 42. Ch055 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 055. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 54. In fact, the importance of a piece of land does not account for a large proportion in the county. It's not that important, so there's no need for the county head to make a special trip. But there's no way. In the past 2 years, the red line for real estate has become increasingly tight, and the document for rectifying unfinished buildings was also issued last year. Under such circumstances, Nanjing County still has an unfinished building. How can Lu County not be nervous? Isn't this a black spot on political achievements? Moreover, that area is surrounded by newly developed areas in the west of the city. If there is an unfinished building, it will be like a bad apple spoiling the whole barrel, which will have a great impact on the economy of the entire county. Therefore, he attaches great importance to this 4th judicial auction. I was very happy to find out that someone was finally involved. As long as someone takes over, he can provide assistance. If the company has any difficulties, he can solve them on the spot. As long as the developer can develop the houses well and build the community well, everything will be fine. But I didn't expect that people thought their grandson's wedding was more important. In fact, this approach is very unbusinesslike. Businessmen make huge profits. The fact that such a good opportunity did not come could only mean that this person did not value this land very much. If he doesn't work harder, the land will really be unsaleable if it fails to sell again. So, on the North Ring Road of the county town, 2 police cars, one of which was a special police car, and several coasters headed to the hotel. People on the street thought that a meeting was going to be held somewhere. At this time, in the hotel lobby, the wedding is going on smoothly. Chen Shu, as the elder of the man's family, was in the private room on the 1st floor, eating melon seeds, drinking tea and chatting with his 2 brothers. Outside, it was time for the bride and groom to speak. Chen Shu had seen other people's weddings. When the parents of the bride reached this stage, they could easily burst into tears of excitement when they saw their daughter getting married. But I didn't see such a scene today. It seemed that the bride Fang Xin's parents knew that the Chen family was doing better now, and they couldn't help but look happy. The wedding is almost over. Cigarettes and alcohol were served at the scene. After Wang Zongguan came down, he immediately received praise. Lao Wang, that's awesome, Mazi, Huazi, you must have spent a lot of money, right? Wang Zongguang really spent a fortune on his grandson's wedding this time. I've never had mutai in my life, but I didn't expect that today, thanks to Ping Ping, I can also drink mutai. This Huazi is good, run. Wang Zongguang also felt proud. Stand at the door to welcome the relatives who come later. At this time, 5 or 6 people wearing executive jackets appeared at the entrance of the lobby. The hotel front desk did not dare to receive them because the atmosphere was too stressful. Wang Zongguang was stunned. The people looked unfamiliar and didn't seem to be his relatives. And they all seemed to be civil servants, with extraordinary demeanor. He had only seen this kind of people on TV, mostly scenes of the Great Hall of the People. He often works outside the city. If he were a local, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. Isn't this the local official, County Lu? Wang Zongguang immediately pulled out a pack of huazi and went over to greet them. Hey, are you relatives from Qinjia village? Or from North Street? This is basically the question asked at weddings. The Wang family is from Wangjiagu village, and they are basically relatives of Wangjiagu. Chen Shu's side is Qinjia village. The bride's family is from North Street in the county town. Xiaozhang from the Housing Management Office said, "We are not." County Magistrate Lu raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Brother, we are relatives from Qinjia village. Where is brother Chen Shu? I want to see him." Apart from official duties, County Magistrate Lu kept a low profile when doing things outside. Since the master did not recognize him, he would not reveal his identity. Otherwise it would have a bad impact, and because of his status he hasn't attended a wedding banquet for a long time, so it would be nice to come in as an ordinary person today and take a look. Wang Zongguang was surprised. This brother Chen Shu was really not simple. These people are obviously dressed as civil servants, and they seem to be of high rank. When did Qinjia village have so many powerful relatives? It's inside, in the private room number 1 on the east side of the hall, waiting for everyone. Wang Zongguang said enthusiastically and wanted to lead the way. County Magistrate Lu said, No, brother, you are busy, we can just walk there." County Magistrate Lu took Wang Suo, Xiaozhang, and others to the private room. Wang Zongguang nodded. Those people were very polite to him. Soon, a relative came running over with a strange look on his face. "Well, Lao Wang, you are not an ordinary person now," said the relative. Wang Zongguang thought it was about the cigarettes and alcohol. No, it's only natural." The relative said, "Where did I say anything about alcohol and cigarettes? Don't you know the person I just spoke to you about?" Wang Zongguang said, "He's a relative from Qinjia village." "Of course I don't know him." "Relatives? What relatives from Qinjia village?" "That's County Magistrate Lu." After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and opened the Nanjing County official account to show Wang Zongguang. Yesterday, County Mayor Lu Wuxing led relevant departments to inspect the progress of key projects in the development zone. The photo above is real. Exactly the same guy who was wearing the executive jacket earlier. Wang Zongguang broke out in a cold sweat. Am I being called brother by the officials? He couldn't turn around all of a sudden. Chen Shu was chatting with his elder and second brothers. A few people in executive jackets came to the door. One of them I know. It's the small seal of the Housing Management Office. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Xiaozhang took the initiative to greet him. After all, neither County Magistrate Lu nor Chief Wang knew Chen Shu. Chen Shu was surprised and said, "Xiaozhang, why are you here?" "Oh no, I've been busy today and I left my phone in the car." Come on, please have a seat." "Have you eaten yet?" Xiaozhang looked at County Magistrate Lu and Wang Suo cautiously. Mr. Chen ignored the two of them and greeted him directly, which scared him. Xiaozhang introduced, "Mr. Chen, this is Lu Xian from Nanjing County, and this is Wang Suo. We're here today specifically for the judicial auction of land." Chen Shu was also flattered, but he didn't expect to alarm the officials. It seems that this piece of land is really important. But he still appeared calm. "It's probably because of my mentality." The others had all stood up. "Nonsense, this is the official of Nanjing County, who wouldn't respect him?" County Magistrate Lu pressed his hand and said, "Please sit down, everyone. I came to see Mr. Chen today for some official business, but I didn't expect it to happen during a wedding. I'm really sorry for causing you all trouble. I apologize. Chen Shu said, No, County Magistrate Lu is here to add some color to our place. Please take a seat first. The wedding will be over soon. Next is the witness's speech. His voice is so loud, we can only wait until the wedding is over before we talk about anything else. County Magistrate Lu agreed that the wedding was very lively, with the sound system turned up very loud, villagers chatting around, and children running around, so it was not a place to talk business. Well, let's have some fun together during this wedding. County Magistrate Lu sat down on the chair. At this time, the witness was the branch secretary of Wangjiagu. He seemed to know that County Lu was sitting at the door of the private room. His hand holding the testimony was shaking, and he spoke haltingly, unable to control the situation. County Magistrate Lu seemed calm on the surface, but deep down he also wanted to quickly convince Chen Shu to buy the land. So, he walked onto the stage with confidence and stood in front of the microphone. Secretary Wang, it just so happens that today I'll be the witness. Do you mind? Secretary Wang, I don't mind. Post views, 44. Ch056 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 55 Secretary Wang came here today to be the witness, but it was just to give face to his fellow villagers, and to get a free meal and build good relationships with the villagers, which would also facilitate the village's road construction plan in the second half of this year. But I didn't expect to see Wang Zongguang play such a high-end game. If you had told me earlier that you could get County Lu, what would you want me to do? Did you come here on purpose to embarrass yourself? Throwing a brick to attract jade, let me become that brick? But he didn't dare to say anything. After all, this is Lu County. He is several levels higher than him and can dismiss himself with just one word. Mariela, I'm nervous today and can't speak clearly. It's just that Secretary Wang thinks too highly of himself. In such an occasion, no one cared at all. After County Magistrate Lu came on stage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. There wasn't even a wedding speech, but they talked freely. Fellow villagers, hello everyone, I am Lu Wuxing. It's a coincidence that I'm here to attend the wedding at the Wang mansion today. But I think coincidence is just coincidence. In my heart, I still long for the wedding of our fellow villagers here. This made me see the current state of our rural folks in the county, which is very good. Here, I wish the two newlyweds, Chen Pingping and Fang Xin. Otherwise, they would be able to make the parents' officials happy. He sang the words without any rehearsal, and the relatives present were also very moved. Wang Zongguang's face is now greasy even without eating. It's so prestigious. I'm afraid no family in this county can afford to ask the local officials to officiate their wedding. His Wang family did it. At this moment, all the complaints about the surname disappeared. After all, they came for Chen Pingping's grandfather. Who does Wang Zongguang think he is? Asking a village party secretary to officiate the wedding was already the limit of his ability. After all, they are members of the same clan. But County Master Lu is an official from outside the province. It's not easy to even meet someone in person, let alone invite them. In the audience, Wang Suo and Xiaozhang sighed secretly. It was not easy for County Magistrate Lu. In order to sell the land, he even took on the job of officiating the wedding. What was it for? Isn't it just to get closer to Chen Shu? If it were anyone else, it would be absolutely impossible. Chen Shu has more than 300 million yuan in liquid funds. This is more than the liquid funds of the richest man in their county. The richest man in the county has more fixed assets such as shopping malls and land, and it is a problem whether he can take out 10 million in cash. But Chen Shu has it. This means that Chen Shu may have assets whose value they don't know. There is an old saying that politics and business are inseparable, which still makes a lot of sense. Chen Shu was also standing in the audience. After all, County Magistrate Lu came for him, and it would not look good for him to sit in the private room. He also called Kong Fang over, preparing to discuss the land issue when County Magistrate Lu came down. What a beautiful and joyful time this is! But some people make trouble. Chen Shu. You bastard! You hooked up with a mistress. And you still have the nerve to attend my child's wedding. Chen Shu concealed his marital assets and deceived my wife, children, and widow. Relatives, please understand. Two voices sounded at an inopportune time. County Magistrate Lu frowned. And Chen Shu also saw that it was Ye Mei. I really didn't expect that Ye Mei and her family would come to see me. Just at this time, Lu Xian was speaking happily and felt very bad about being interrupted. But when Ye Mei saw someone witnessing the wedding, she immediately became a shrew and wanted to rush over and pull Lu Xian's clothes. How would she know who this person was? Don't think you're awesome just because you wear a vest. The person who officiated at Chen Shu's wedding is definitely not a good person. Before the relatives at the scene could react, Ye Mei and the other two were directly grabbed by one arm by the special police and taken away. Ye Mei and the other two were all stunned. Special police? Where did the special police come from? Are they all helping Chen Shu? Black. This world is so dark. At this moment, Ye Mei, Ye Jingkai and Du Chunyi seemed not to recognize Chen Shu standing among the three beauties. Is this man so powerful? They actually mobilized special police to catch them? Is the class gap between the two sides so huge? Is this still the same honest Chen Shu who allowed them to take advantage of him and bully him? The three people were desperate. Little did they know that this actually had nothing to do with Chen Shu. It was just that the three of them appeared at an inappropriate occasion, interrupting County Magistrate Liu's speech. What the hell are you doing? County Magistrate Liu continued with a smile, it's just a minor incident. Don't take it to heart. I will resolve any issues fairly and impartially. Right now, the most important thing is to eat and drink well. On behalf of the palace, I thank you all. This ability to remain calm is truly powerful. But if one can be a parent official, how can he not be capable? After County Magistrate Liu came down, he first asked Chen Shu, Mr. Chen, what happened just now? Chen Shu said briefly, my ex-wife wants a share of my property and doesn't agree with the court's ruling, so she came here to cause trouble. Kong Fang next to him also took out the court's judgment very happily. Lu Xian immediately became cheerful. I think Chen Shu is capable of cooperation. As people move up the social ladder, they'll encounter these kinds of troubles. I understand. Since the court has pronounced its verdict, we should obey it. What's the point in making a fuss? Let them go to the detention center to sober up. But since they haven't committed any crime, we won't detain them. County Magistrate Liu first made his point clear. Chen Shu said, of course. Don't worry, County Magistrate Liu. Since you're here, why don't we discuss the judicial auction while we eat? When County Magistrate Liu saw the scene, he couldn't refuse the hospitality. Okay, open a table for us, but I want a gift. After saying this, County Magistrate Liu set an example by placing 500 yuan on the gift table and writing his name on it. Wang Suo, Xiao Zhang, and several other people followed suit and gave gifts. With these names written down, the significance of this gift list will be different. The relatives here didn't show any emotion after what happened just now. Because everyone knew that Chen Shu was rich now. Isn't there something troublesome going on in that rich man's family? Not to mention her ex-wife. Reasonable. At this time, Xia Wanting's ability was revealed. She found the village ant intelligence team member, added fuel to the fire, and spread the truth in an instant. The scene was bustling with activity. I said that woman looked familiar. It turned out to be Chen Shu's ex-wife. She came here to ask for money. You looked down on Chen Shu when you got married, and now you're asking for his money. How shameless! As soon as I saw that woman's face, I knew she wasn't a good person. How could she be a good person if she broke into someone's wedding just to get money? That family is obsessed with money. What? That woman cheated on Chen Shu first, and now she's begging him to get back together? She wants a share of Chen Shu's money. This woman slandered Chen Shu for having a mistress, and now she's being prosecuted by the court and still refuses to accept. Soon, with the relatives adding fuel to the fire, Yamei's family was ruined. Meanwhile, Yamei and her family stayed calm in the police station for an hour. Because he had done nothing wrong, he was asked to leave. Ye Jingkai was in a state of dismay. He was really scared. Those tall and strong special police officers are no joke. Yamei's hair was messy and she looked listless. Today's incident left a heavy psychological shadow on the three people. They were all scared and drove away from Nanjing County in shame. I will never come to this crappy county town again. Post views, 47. Ch057 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 057. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 56. Chen Shu didn't care about the impact that Yamei and the other two had on the wedding. His current mentality is that he no longer cares about his face. How much is face worth? Not to mention that Xia Wanting took over the village's intelligence center in a short time and started a public opinion war, and Chen Shu instantly became a victim. Of course, this is true. The relatives who were dining at the banquet never imagined that this day would be so exciting. Not only did I see the wedding officiated by the parents, but I also drank Mao Tai, smoked Huazi, and watched the show. It really is a beautiful day. Chen Shu welcomed County Magistrate Lu into the private room. Although people have given gifts, it would be disrespectful if the meal here is the same as outside. Wang Zongguang was not stupid either, so he asked the boss to add 2 more special dishes. People give them gifts to give them face, and they are proud of themselves today. If they don't give something back, it would be a bit unreasonable. In the country, the ways of the world are a profound subject, so go ahead and learn it. Fortunately, there is enough cigarettes and alcohol today. Chen Shu spent more than 300,000 yuan to build a bait and also caught a big fish. After sitting down, County Magistrate Lu rejected Mao Ziai and said, "Please bear with me. We cannot drink alcohol during official business. Xiao Zhang, please go and arrange dinner for everyone. No drinking is allowed." Since that's what he said, Chen Shu couldn't ask for drinks. Wang Zongguang was speechless. It was his first time dining with these leaders. If he was not allowed to drink some wine, he would not be able to muster up courage and could not speak clearly. Chen Shu was the one who calmed the situation. "Then let's have tea instead of wine today. Brother Wang, go get the bride and groom to pour tea as a token of thanks, and then we can get down to business." Wang Zongguang finally reacted and immediately asked Chen Pingping and Fang Xin to come over and pour tea. "Although it doesn't have much effect, at least I can show my face in front of important people. Old Chen has seen the world." Wang Zongguang thought. Chen Pingping was also honest and nervous when he saw County Magistrate Lu. However, County Magistrate Lu drank the tea with a smile and showed no impatience at all. Soon, only 5 people were left in the private room: Chen Shu, Kong Fang, Lu Xian, Wang Suo, and Xiao Zhang. The others were tactful enough to know that they had business to discuss, so they made excuses and left. County Magistrate Lu gestured to Xiao Zhang, who took out a stack of documents and said, "Okay, Mr. Chen, since you're older than me, I'll call you Brother Chen." Chen Shu said, No, County Master Lu, you go ahead." "County Magistrate Lu, do you want that piece of land? If you want it, I'll immediately install street lights all the way here. As long as you can start the construction phase right away, the common people can't afford to waste time." Chen Shu nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. The starting price is 30 million, right? I'll take it directly. However, I need to use my own name now. I don't have a construction company yet. To be honest, this is my first time starting a company. So I don't have much experience." Kong Feng did some research on the lawyer website and found that some of the unfinished buildings had actually been sold, but not many. The original developers have quit, and many have filed lawsuits to pay compensation, which has nothing to do with the subsequent development. So the cost on their side is very small and they can definitely make a profit. Wang Suo and Xiao Zhang standing next to him thought to themselves, just keep bragging. How could someone worth over 300 million have no experience? Too modest, hey? County Magistrate Lu asked tentatively, then sign the contract. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Sign. Sign now." County Lu was excited. "It seems that my previous actions have won Brother Chen's favor." He didn't ask many questions or make any demands, and just signed the contract happily. Wang said, "To prevent the subsequent project progress from being affected, we will monitor some of the developers' accounts. If Mr. Chen has any difficulties in this regard, we can help coordinate with the bank." Chen Shu now understands why the rich are getting richer. Leveraging other people's funds to do things for you requires ability and a certain amount of courage. Of course, he ended up in jail for life after his car went wrong. Chen Shu shook his head and said, "I understand. I'll put 50 million yuan in the escrow account so I don't have to hand it over to the bank. I don't like taking out loans." County Magistrate Lu and County Magistrate Wang looked at each other excitedly. How many years has it been since we saw such a wealthy developer? Even during the best years for real estate development, most of the developers' funds were loans from various banks, which was almost like making money out of nothing. The key was courage. Now, it's hard to get loans and the capital chain is broken. Who dares to do this directly? This Brother Chen really has something in his pocket. Not short of money. County Magistrate Lu stood up and shook hands. "On behalf of the residents of the West City Residential Complex, I would like to thank Brother Chen for his generosity. Once this community is built, housing prices in surrounding communities will definitely stabilize. It also has a certain impact on the county's economy." Chen Shu said, "No, it's all about money. Lu Xian, I like honest people like Brother Chen, who are open and honest, and have good temperament. He looks about the same age as me." Chen Shu, Lu Xian is joking. "This is just my personality. Since everyone trusts me, then I will naturally take on this responsibility." The two people's lively conversation made Kong Feng next to them look very cheerful. She discovered that Chen Shu was now very dignified and was even able to have conversations with the local officials. Is this still the Uncle Chen who used to stand timidly and dully at the entrance of the community? Kong Feng was born into a business family and has witnessed various business cooperation negotiations since childhood. Her family always wanted to train her to be a businesswoman, but unfortunately, she was only interested in law. But this does not prevent her from admiring strong men in the business world. In fact, everyone admires the strong. Women are more serious about this. Combined with Chen Shu's temperament, not to mention Kong Feng, the only woman at the scene, even Xiao Zhang showed a longing look. When will I be able to reach Mr. Chen's level? He is on good terms with Lu Xian. This height is too high. It's hard to say whether you can climb up in this lifetime. Since Chen Shu also has the intention, then this matter is very simple. After the two parties signed the contract, Chen Shu also transferred 50 million yuan into the supervision account. The money was of course his, but it could only be used for construction and had to pass official review before being spent. This also ensures the use of funds. These programs didn't exist before. County Magistrate Lu was also completely relieved. The next step was for Wang to hand it over to him. The first company Wang recommended to Chen Chu was the county's Urban Investment and Construction Company, which was a state-owned enterprise after all. Of course, Chen Chu did not agree immediately. He prefers to use more powerful state-owned enterprises, such as those with the word China, so that he can feel at ease. He doesn't care about the cost. Since we are going to do it, we must do it to the best of our ability and build the best quality community in Nanjing County. He doesn't care, but since he wants to leave this project to his relatives, reputation is naturally the most important thing. Post views, 40. Ch058 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 058. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 57, Kong Fang is in charge of the contract, so there is no problem. Last night Kong Fang stayed up late and read a lot of templates. Now, when official contracts are signed, there are templates, and you can just make slight changes when necessary. With Kong Fang in charge, Chen Chu is now very relieved. He was thinking if he could get Kong Fang to be by his side as well. That would be great, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything legal. Nowadays, as long as you don't break the law, you can definitely get along well in society. After signing the contract, County Magistrate Liu left with his people, feeling satisfied. As for the development procedures, you still need to go to the Housing Management Office to get them, but that is a subsequent issue. The most important thing right now is to find a construction company. Because the guarantee letter he signed also included a time limit, which was that construction must start within 1 month and the house must be delivered within 1 year. You have to come and find the company, Xiao Kong. Chen Chu said to Kong Fang next to him. Kong Fang pouted, feeling hungry after being busy for a long time. Don't worry, old Chen. I can help you with anything that requires money. The wedding banquet here is delicious. Chen Chu said, compared to Shanghai, our Nanjing County is a small rural area. The countryside may be poor, but the food is not much worse than Shanghai. In Shanghai, people eat the quality of the ingredients, but here we eat the taste. Kong Fang did not leave, and Chu Hong and Xia Wanting also came in. After all, the three beauties came for Chen Chu, and they were the distinguished guests here, so naturally they had to sit in the private room. Wang Zongguang also came, and Chen Chu's 2 brothers came one after another. County Magistrate Liu was discussing something just now, so they didn't dare to come. Now they are coming one after another. Of course, the key is to chat with Chen Chu. Chen Chu's eldest brother, Chen Jianjun, came over and said, "Third brother, what did you just talk about with the county magistrate that made him come to see you?" Chen Chu didn't hide it. "Brother, my piece of land in the west of the city was auctioned off. Didn't you and my second brother work on construction sites before? Besides, it's not a good idea for my nephew to work outside all the time. Why not take this opportunity to have them set up a construction company and get into real estate?" Chen Chu was 18 that year. The country had just opened up the college entrance examination, and his 2 brothers sent him all the money they received from the army, allowing him to study peacefully at home for a year. In the end, Chen Chu still failed. This is a regret that Chen Chu cannot get over. Maybe if he had not taken the college entrance examination and left the money to his 2 brothers, maybe his 2 brothers would not have had to suffer so much in their lives. At least after retiring from the army, I can have money to start a business without having to work hard. Now my 2 brothers are old and farm at home and can't go out. But the sons are still following the path of their 2 older brothers. In terms of construction, you can look for construction subsidiaries of state-owned enterprises, where the quality of the project is guaranteed. But if you want to carry out pre-sales and other steps, you must have a real estate company. It is naturally best to have our own people do these jobs. The 2 elder brothers immediately put down the wine glasses they had just picked up. What? You bought a piece of land to develop real estate? Chen Jianjun's voice was even louder than that of young people. After all, he is an older generation soldier and a veteran of the Vietnam War. He was shot in the calf that year and now walks with a limp. He usually drives an electric tricycle to Nanchang County Station to pick up people and earn pocket money. He is tanned, but his body is very strong. Chen Shu feels that even at the age of 40, he may not be able to beat his elder brother. Chen Shu said, "Well, I made some money in Shanghai, so I came back to start a company. I can rest assured that my family will be employed there." Second brother Chen Qiangguo was also shocked when he heard the news. Chen Qiangguo nodded and said, "No wonder the third brother was able to convince the county governor to come to the wedding. It turns out that he solved the pain point of the county. The third brother did the right thing. Now that he has money, he can help develop his hometown. Your eldest brother and I have some experience in construction, which is good. My two older brothers are soldiers and have always had a strong sense of family and country. People of their generation often think of the country first rather than themselves." I heard that Chen Shu is chatting and laughing with the county magistrate. This time he stole the limelight from the bride and groom. Many people came over to toast Chen Shu. Chen Shu also knew that this was inevitable. A rich man has distant relatives even if he lives in a distant mountain. Those who were familiar or unfamiliar, peers and juniors all came to show themselves in front of Chen Shu. In the end, Chen Shu couldn't bear it anymore and had to ask others to block the drinking. In addition to the two brothers, Chu Hong and Xia Wanting also came on stage to block the drinking. This surprised Chen Shu. These two women can drink as much as men. Chu Hong came from the Central Plains, a place where people couldn't drink alcohol and could only eat cold dishes. The women there were really extraordinary. Xia Wanting is a girl from Sichuan, and she is just as good. There were so many people coming to toast that the two of them actually blocked most of the people. This made Chen Shu's two brothers a little shocked. The beauties that the third brother knows are all extraordinary. The woman with a ponytail and glasses, who looks like a lawyer, is intelligent and generous. At first glance, she is a beautiful white-collar lady who handles affairs. The woman is not tall but has a very outstanding figure. She is lively, cute, and very likable. Tall women with wavy hair, gentle and graceful, each one is good. The drunk second brother hugged Chen Shu's shoulders and said, "Third brother, you're divorced too. I don't like Yeme. Just pick one of these three girls. Otherwise, when you reach your brother's age, it will be hard to be lonely. My second sister-in-law died of cancer when she was 40 years old, leaving my devoted second brother to raise two nephews. It was really not easy." Chen Shu greeted his drunk second brother with a smile. "Make a choice? Why do people make choices? Only make choices when you lack the ability. He doesn't need it now." The usually calm eldest brother was very clear-headed. "Third brother, let me tell you something. Chen Dalei died of a cerebral hemorrhage yesterday. He will be buried the day after tomorrow. If you have time, go and see him." Chen Shu was surprised. Dalei. Childhood scenes came to mind. Dalei is Chen Shu's childhood friend and neighbor. The two of them played together naked since they were young, fishing in the river together and digging bamboo shoots in the mountains together. Now when Chen Shu returns to his hometown during the spring festival, he will talk to Chen Dalei and recall the interesting childhood times. At that time, Chen Dalei's speech was a little incoherent. "If I hadn't gone to Shanghai, my life would not be much different from Chen Dalei's. He spent his whole life in a small mountain village, fell in love with a woman from the next village, got married, had a child, raised the child, got sick, and grew old." For a moment, Chen Shu was a little dazed. "I don't know if I drank too much or what. There may be many things in a person's life. But today, Chen Shu saw marriage and heard of death. Great joy and great sorrow happened at the same time, and it really felt like a huge ups and downs. That's life. It's just a process of ups and downs." Post Views, 44. Ch059 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter 059. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 58, the grandson's wedding was successfully completed. Except for a little incident. But the fact that the county magistrate personally officiated the wedding made this marriage even more unbreakable. That night, Chen Shu rented 4 rooms in the hotel, one for each of him and the 3 women. After all, Chen Pingping is already married, and Wang Tao and Chen Wen can stay at home. It is not appropriate for an old man like him to continue living there. Although he knew that his daughter would not dislike it. After all, who would object to a billionaire living in their home? But Chen Shu is a 60-year-old man after all. When Chen Shu got married, he had to separate from his parents. He and his 2 brothers all went through this. Of course, the important thing is to stay in the hotel so that you can easily enter Xia Wanting's room, use up the liquor from Mizi, and enjoy the nourishing game at the banquet. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Chen Shu came out of Xia Wanting's room, feeling relaxed all over. After not seeing each other for a few days, Xia Wanting always liked to do some new tricks for Chen Shu, which allowed the 60-year-old Chen Shu to increase his knowledge. Some of the tricks he liked nowadays were to tear clothes. Last night, Xia Wanting bought a set of clothes specifically for Chen Shu to tear. This made Chen Shu somewhat confused but respectful. It's about giving young people a chance. You know what, it's quite fun. If it were in the past, Chen Shu would naturally not let Xia Wanting spend hundreds of dollars to buy disposable clothes. But now, if you like it, you will buy more. Young people are still good at having fun. Can an old woman like Ye Mei come here? A 30-year-old woman is such a treasure. After Chen Shu came out of Xia Wanting's room, the embarrassing thing was that he happened to run into Chu Hong coming out of her room. Did you find him last night? Chen Shu couldn't help but think. It's just that his 40-year-old body is still not strong enough, otherwise Chen Shu wouldn't mind scoring twice and hitting a brace. People are always so unsatisfied. At 60, I miss the body I had at 40. Now that I have the body of a 40-year-old, I miss the young, energetic body of my 20 years old that was always full of energy. Chu Hong glanced at the energetic Xia Wanting and said nothing. However, there was some resentment in Chen Shu's eyes. Why? My breasts are just a little small. What else is there? Kong Fang needs to register a company today. In fact, Kong Fang had her own job, but the money Chen Shu gave her was enough. The company's registered capital required some money, so Chen Shu directly transferred 6 million to Kong Fang, 5 million of which was the company's registered capital, and 1 million was the money Kong Fang paid for acting as an agent. Chen Shu definitely doesn't want to do these complicated things himself if he can solve them with money. Anyway, the money spent will come back. Kong Fang was also helpless. In fact, it was not that she had never seen a lot of money before, but she had lost her family's financial support and had to rely on herself for everything. And she felt that the old man Chen Shu was very charming. Chen Shu drove a G-Class and took Chu Hong and Xia Wanting to Qingjia village. Qingjia village is less than 10 kilometers east of Nanjing County. But the key point is that the roads here are winding and they are all dirt roads. The highway in the north of the city seems to have been discontinued halfway through. It looks like a dead end. This is also a reflection of many rural areas today, because the young people in the village have moved to the city, and the village is full of elderly people, so there is little investment value. Fortunately, Chen Shu really treated the G-Class as an off-road vehicle. The road was bumpy and an executive sedan would easily scrape the chassis. Xia Wanting was a little excited. Uncle, it would be great if your car could drive to Tibet. When can we go traveling together? Chen Shu said, when I'm free. Traveling and enjoying life has always been Chen Shu's idea. But my whole life, from the age of 20 to 60, revolves around my family. Where is the time and money? Fortunately, he now has plenty of both. Chu Hong also showed an expression of longing for the prairie. Because Chu Hong's hometown, Central Plains, was only filled with vast wheat fields in her memory, and she had never seen a prairie. But Chu Hong, who was sitting in the back, didn't say anything. But Chen Chu still carefully observed Chu Hong's expression in the rear-view mirror. Maybe traveling in the future will be an opportunity? Chen Chu, who was driving the car, was also driving frantically in his mind, and even got on the highway. There are many people with the surname Chen in Qinjia village. It is said that during the Ming dynasty, a high-ranking official named Chen resigned and returned to his hometown, and thus Qinjia village was established. Later, during the anti-Japanese war, this place became a bandit den. It is said that the bandits killed a small group of Japanese devils and were eventually incorporated into the regular army. Qinjia village was extremely poor when Chen Chu was a child. The walls of his house were made of rammed earth and mud, and water would fall down when it rained. Moreover, there was not much to eat when he was a child, and Chen Chu would wake up hungry every day. Fortunately, the villagers were kind-hearted. When someone was cooking and happened to see Chen Chu strolling on the street, they would call him over and give him a piece of braised food or a pancake. When Chen Chu had no tuition fees, many villagers took the initiative to help him with every penny they could. Chen Chu always kept these things in mind. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to repay my fellow villagers, but there have not been many opportunities. Most of those who helped him have passed away. After entering the village, I saw a white cloth hanging in front of the door of a house on the north side of the village. Chen Chu looked a little lonely. That is the home of his childhood friend, Chen Dalei. He has lived there since he was a child and it is still there now. Brother Shu, when we go to the city to work and make money, we'll go and have sex with all the women in the red romantic ballroom in the county. They're so beautiful. Brother Shu, I'm getting married. Come back for the wedding. Xia Hua is a little bit stupid, but in my eyes, she is the most beautiful and intelligent woman. Brother Shu, raising a child is so tiring. Life is so tiring. Brother Shu, when we get old, let's go to the dance hall together to watch women dance. And we can even touch their legs when we have nothing to do. Brother Shu, I've been having a headache lately. I'm angry at my son. Sigh. This is Chen Dalei's life. Chen Dalei was in his 30s when he found a woman with intellectual disabilities and married her. They had a son, but it is said that his son is not very successful now. I parked the car in front of my eldest brother's house. His household registration is now in Shanghai and he no longer belongs here. When the village distributed residential land, there was no land for him. Legally, he has no connection with Qinjia village anymore. Chen Jianjun was sitting in the yard when he heard the car coming. He tiptoed over and saw that it was Chen Chu. He said, "Here, take a pack of yellow paper and go over and take a look." Chen Chu nodded, took the yellow paper, and walked to a nearby place. When he drove over, he was already seen by Chen Dalei's family. Chen Dalei had never made a fortune in his life, and these were all poor relatives. They watched helplessly as a luxury car passed by their home, then stopped at the door of Chen Jianjun's home, and 3 city people with different temperaments came out. "It's Chen Chu." Those who had gone to the county town to attend the wedding shouted out. I felt a little restless for a moment. Qinjia village is not big, and Chen Chu's deeds in the county town have spread throughout the village. Drive luxury cars, buy villas, bid for land, and meet the county magistrate. Chen Chu has become the #1 celebrity in the village. Post views, 44. Ch060 divorced at 60, the system Came-Chapter-1-60. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Chapter 59. It's the third son of the Chen family, Chen Chu. He came to mourn his childhood friend. Chen Dalei finally got his moment in the spotlight. Yesterday, Chen Chu even had a say with the county magistrate. He's even more powerful than the village party secretary. Chen Chu, I think this kid will be good from a young age. The villagers around only dared to talk in low voices. They knew very well that in the past, Chen Shu could still joke and say hello when they met him. Things are different now. Chen Shu and these villagers are no longer from the same world. Chen Shu doesn't know many people here. After all, he has been in Shanghai for more than 40 years, and the people he knows are basically the ones he met when he was 20 years old. The older generation has either died or passed away. There aren't many people his age who come here. After all, his seniority is the same as Chen Delay's. Chen Shu greeted a few familiar faces and walked in. There were a few people standing scattered in the yard. Someone shouted. Delay's friends came to mourn and bowed 3 times in front of the hall. Chen Shu, Chu Hong, and Xia Wanting bowed to the deceased with solemn expressions. My former country playmate was lying on a wooden bed in the main room. Chen Shu lit a cigarette, placed it upright on the altar in front, and casually placed 2 packs on it. Delay, you like to smoke, so this time I brought you the huaza you've always wanted to smoke. Smoke as much as you want down here. A young man in his 30s was kneeling next to him. He should be Delay's only son. His eyes were shining as he looked at Huazi. Next to them was his daughter-in-law and a little girl in her teens, Delay's granddaughter. Chen Shu gave the yellow paper to Delay's sister. Brother Shu, you are here. My brother was still talking about you while lying on the hospital bed 2 days ago. The sister said with tears in her eyes. Chen Shu whispered, Delay, I'm sorry, I'm late. Looking at Delay, Chen Shu frowned, is there no ice coffin? The weather is so hot now and the humidity in the village is also very high. In just 2 days, Chen Shu has already smelled a strange odor. Delay's son was a little afraid to look at his father's childhood friend, and just knelt there, Uncle San, we have no money. Chen Shu felt a little sorry for Delay. After a lifetime of supporting the family, in the end, the son was even reluctant to rent an ice coffin. Chen Delay's son Chen Tian is also a bad guy in the village. He is good at drinking, gambling, and smoking. He often fights with his wife. Everyone in the village knows it. Chen Shu walked out the door helplessly, took out a black plastic bag and said to Delay's sister, Little sister, here are 100,000 yuan. Go get Delay an ice coffin. It's too hot to put it in. He had prepared this a long time ago. Chen Delay's family is not well off, and the funeral hall he built is not even in good condition. This money is prepared for his childhood friend. Delay's sister Chen Xiaomei is also an ordinary rural woman, but she is kind-hearted and trustworthy. Chen Delay's son and daughter-in-law are not trustworthy. Thank you, Brother Shu. After saying this, Chen Xiaomei began to ask her husband to contact people. Chen Shu said, Where's your sister-in-law? Chen Xiaomei said, I don't know where she ran off to. When Brother Delay was here, she was still guarding the house. But she's been running around the village like crazy these past 2 days. Delay's wife has an intellectual disability. It's okay when she doesn't have an attack, but when she does, no one can stop her. Chen Shu said, the remaining money is for your brother and sister-in-law's daily life. Remember my phone number. If you run out of money, tell me. Before he was 20 years old, his relationship with Chen Delay was almost like that of a brother. When they were in school, they fought with people from the neighboring village together, and Chen Delay helped Chen Shu take a beating from a stick. Now that Delay is gone, he has to take care of his younger siblings. Chen Xiaomei couldn't stop the tears from flowing. She stood up and was about to kneel down to Chen Shu. Thank you, Brother Shu. My brother said that after he left, if there was anything at home, he would call you. But I didn't want to trouble you. Chen Shu immediately grabbed Chen Xiaomei and said, Delay is right. As a brother, I can't do anything else, but I can take care of his affairs after his death. Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, who were standing next to them, had red eyes. I originally thought I was just going through the motions of attending a funeral in the countryside. I didn't expect that I was so sincere. Xia Wanting was moved and said, is this the trust between old men? How is this different from entrusting an orphan to someone else? Uncle Chen is truly a perfect man. Chu Hong nodded. There are too many cases in this society where people become indifferent after leaving. Chen Shu deserves respect for being so thoughtful. Both women were moved by the camaraderie between the men. Chen Shu's charm has an increasingly profound influence. Ding! The host takes care of his childhood friend's funeral, full of responsibility, and his humanity shines through. He makes up for his regrets towards his childhood playmate and gains youthful aspirations. You must know that the youth's lofty ambitions were once the best in the world. Chen Shu, who had just comforted Chen Xiaomei, was a little surprised. What is this youthful spirit? After feeling it for a while, it seemed that there was no special change in my body. This youthful spirit is a feeling unique to young people. What should be changed is one's own mentality. A young mindset towards the world. It is the most precious thing in life. Many people lose themselves after the age of 30 and look like zombies. Without this thing, people will die, but they will not be buried until they are 80 years old. Why do old people always like to have their grandchildren running around their knees? In addition to the sentiment, there is another reason: the children have something they have lost. When was this thing lost? Chen Shu thought about it and decided that it was probably when he was 20 years old that he got married. Now Chen Dalei has helped him find it back. Thank you, Dalei. Chen Shu said silently to his childhood friend who had closed his eyes. This thing may not be as direct as monetary value. But at the age of 60, Chen Shu suddenly found that the world was full of hope again. People who have not experienced old age will not understand the feeling of a brand new world appearing before them. Impulse, hope, unknown, exploration, these words actually appear in the 60-year-old Chen Shu. This is the youthful spirit. Chen Xiaomei's husband acted quickly. In less than an hour, he had someone bring an ice coffin, plugged it in, and several young men carried Chen Dalei's body into the ice coffin. In the hot weather, Chen Dalei's funeral hall finally looked presentable. Chen Shu was arranged to sit in the east room, the only place in the house with air conditioning. He was originally going to watch his childhood friend get buried tomorrow, so he would not return to the city tonight, and asked Chu Hong to take Xia Wanting back to the county town. It's a poor place in the countryside, and it's not suitable for two women to be here. It's okay during the day, but at night people are too lazy to turn on the air conditioner, and there are mosquitoes everywhere. How can you bear it? If Chen Shu didn't have feelings for this place, he wouldn't have lived in his eldest brother's house. Soon, Chen Xiaomei walked into the east room with the remaining money, followed by Chen Dalei's son and daughter-in-law. Seeing Chen Xiaomei's bitter face, Chen Shu's expression turned a little cold. What's wrong, little sister? Chen Shu asked. Chen Xiaomei said, Brother Shu, my nephew, and his wife want to use the money to prepare for the funeral and tomorrow's funeral banquet. Chen Shu stood up straight. He understood. Chen Xiaomei is kind-hearted and will not refuse. The wicked must be allowed to do it. Post views, 40.